Chapter 358. After arriving at this treasury hall, Wang Xing probably wouldn't be bullied by others. After arranging a meeting place, Long Chen told him to buy his own things, and then headed towards the area where spirit medicines were sold. "Chen, what are you doing?" Lingxi asked expectantly. "It seems that after I got you the green netherworld soul fruit, I haven't bought any spirit-nurturing medicine for you anymore. How are you now?" Long Chen asked carefully. "My spirit has been nurtured sufficiently in these few days that I've stayed in the mysterious heaven jade lotus, and has already recovered a lot. However, it still hasn't reached a full state. If there are some relatively high-level earth-level spirit medicines, I should be able to help you a little. At least if you encounter a more troublesome situation, I can help you a little," Lingxi said seriously. "When you say troublesome situation, what do you mean?" Long Chen asked. "At least, I can help you block a cultivator at the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier, and after that, I can still maintain about 1/3 of my current spiritual power." Lingxi was a little excited to be able to help Long Chen again. "That's great, but remember, without my orders, you definitely can't act recklessly," Long Chen warned. In reality, if it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice and his life was in danger, he definitely wouldn't have allowed Ling Shi to act. That was because Ling Shi cared about his life at times, and it was very easy for her to lose her sense of propriety, just like what had happened in the Star Demon prison. Fortunately, there had been a perfect ending. Otherwise, she and Long Chen would have disappeared from this world forever. Lingxi hurriedly opened her eyes wide, and looked at Long Chen timidly. Then, she nodded. After a while, Lingxi already smelled something. She was a little surprised, and said, "There are many soul-nurturing seeds here, about 6, but there's something strange." "What's strange?" Long Chen asked hurriedly. "Soul-nurturing seeds are obviously high-level earth-level spirit medicines, but they're being sold as elementary-level earth-level spirit medicines. One soul-nurturing seed only costs 20 heavenly river pills," Lingxi said doubtfully. "Let's go take a look," Long Chen said. Lingxi led Long Chen through the crowd, and after a few turns, they arrived at this area. In this treasury pavilion, many of the shops were established by the disciples of Heavenly Devil Palace. The owner of the shop in front of Long Chen was a skinny man in his 30s. At this moment, he was holding a book and seemed to be lost in thought. After sensing that someone was in front of him, he raised his head and looked at Long Chen weakly. "What do you want?" Long Chen casually looked around, and his eyes fixed on a small radish basket. Sure enough, there were 6 black seeds about the size of a thumb, and they were emitting a very obscure and powerful fluctuation. If one didn't carefully sense them, it would be very difficult to tell what they were. "Why have I never seen this black bean before? What is it?" Long Chen casually asked. This thing was priced at 20 heavenly river pills, but if he was in a hurry to buy it, then the shop owner would naturally realize that this thing was not ordinary, and might even increase the price. "This is called the soul-lifting fruit. After consuming one, it will give you enough energy to cultivate for 10 days and 10 nights without stopping. It's an earth-rank spirit medicine. How about it? Buy one." Seeing that Long Chen had taken a liking to this thing that he hadn't been able to sell for a long time, the shop owner immediately became interested. "That's amazing." Long Chen's face was full of excitement, but soon, his expression became bitter. "I want to buy all of them, but the price seems a bit high." "All of them?" All of them were 120 heavenly river pills. It seemed that Long Chen really was interested. The shop owner hurriedly said, "In that case, a total of 100 heavenly river pills. What do you think?" "All right." Long Chen's face was full of heartache. He spent 100 heavenly river pills, put the 6 soul seeds into his cosmos sack, and directly left. "Finally, I've killed a fool and sold that damn thing. The heavens really do reward those who wait," the skinny man said with a wretched smile. He didn't know that he was the fool. This soul-breeding seed was obviously a high-grade earth-rank medicine. It could improve one's perception and nourish one's soul. It couldn't be bought with less than 20 sky river pellets. At this time, inside Lingxi's sword, Lingxi's face was full of smiles. Chen, you are so bad. Lingxi was a little disgusted. Naughty. If I were naughty, I would have eaten you while you were asleep. Sigh, every time I think about how I wasted a profound sky jade lotus, my heart aches incomparably, said Long Chen with a smile. Nonsense, I don't care about you. Thinking of the past, Lingxi blushed. At this time, there was a sudden noise from outside. Xiao Lang is still outside. Nothing bad happened, right? Let's go out quickly. Thinking of this, Long Chen hurried outside. Back to when Long Chen had just entered the Hall of Treasures. Xiao Lang chose a cool mountain wall and lay on the ground with his eyes closed. Behind him was a fake mountain, which was easy to climb. Not long after, a group of playful youths passed by Xiao Lang. One of them quickly saw Xiao Lang and immediately shouted, "Everyone, look! That demon wolf, isn't it the one that follows Long Chen?" Long Chen. Surrounded by the crowd, there was a fair-faced youth. His eyes were filled with pride and arrogance that young people should have. At this time, when he heard the people next to him looking at Xiao Lang, he quickly looked over and asked, "The Long Chen you are talking about, is he the one who defeated my brother in the martial scripture pavilion and is going to fight my brother in 10 days? Yes, Master Bing, this is the demon beast that follows Long Chen. It's a demon wolf that's around the 5th rank of the earth rank. It's very powerful. We were bullied by it last time. If we didn't escape fast enough, we would have died under its claws. Yes, Master Bing, this is the demon beast that follows Long Chen." The other youths started to jeer. If Long Chen was here, he would recognize these youths as the ones who bullied Wang Xing. And this Master Bing should be Yang Jun's younger brother, Yang Bing. How preposterous. It's one thing for people to be arrogant, but at least they have the ability to be arrogant. Even this beast is so arrogant. They are really rebelling. Do they think the Heaven Demon Palace is their territory? Chen Bing's face darkened after hearing this. Yes, Master Bing. Not only is that Long Chen arrogant, claiming to be able to cultivate the Traceless Spectre in 20 days, this beast is also extremely arrogant. Demonic beasts also cause trouble in human territory. With Master Bing's strength of the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier, he can easily take care of it. Provoked by this person's words, Chen Bing immediately nodded, and said, "Such a beast, if I don't teach it a lesson, I will be letting down my brothers." He sized up the dozing Xiao Lang, and suddenly saw the fake mountain behind Xiao Lang. An idea flashed in his eyes, and he said with a smile, "Brothers, since this demonic wolf dares to humiliate you, then I will humiliate it first. Just watch." After saying this, Yang Bing walked out of the crowd, and under everyone's expectant gaze, he walked to the back of the fake mountain. Then, like an ape, he climbed up, and soon stood at the top of the fake mountain. Looking down, he saw that Xiao Lang was right below him. What is Master Bing doing? Everyone looked at each other. They did not understand, but were full of anticipation. When they saw Yang Bing begin to undo his belt, they finally reacted, and immediately suppressed the laughter in their hearts, because they knew what Yang Bing was going to do. Because Xiao Lang had chosen a more secluded place, there were not many people here. Looks like Master Bing is going to use his ultimate move, Gan Lin descends from the sky. Hee, this beast is really lucky, to actually be able to enjoy the Gan Lin descends from the sky. Kaka, lucky, why don't you give it a try? I don't want to. Master Bing's Gan Lin descends from the sky, my weak body can't take it. At this moment, Yang Bing had already completely undone his belt. He smiled proudly at the crowd, and then took out his weapon. Master Bing's treasure is as big as ever. I'm so jealous. Of course, otherwise, Master Bing would not dare to show it off like this. I heard that Master Bing is already a veteran in bed, unlike us, who have never even touched a woman's hand. You guys don't know, right? Master Bing has already agreed to secretly bring us down Mount Demon Emperor tomorrow to have some fun. I heard from Master Bing that the girls he introduced are all very hot. It's true. Everyone was extremely excited. They looked at Yang Bing taking out his weapon and pointing it at Xiao Lang. At this moment, Yang Bing's face was full of smiles, and his mouth moved as he said softly, "Ultimate move, Gan Lin descends from the sky." Water poured down. The group of teenagers stared at it. At this moment, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Seeing that the murky water was about to pour down on him, Xiao Lang was quite speechless. In fact, he already knew that this group of teenagers was tormenting him, but he was just too lazy to care about them. He didn't expect that the one above him would be so excessive. Xiao Lang was furious. He raised his head and a mouthful of 9 underworld's demon ancestral fire shot out from his mouth, instantly entangling Yang Bing's Gan Lin. Then, it began to freeze. In an instant, the black ice spread from the top of Xiao Lang's head to Yang Bing's crotch, directly turning the weapon he took out into black ice. Xiao Lang looked up and thought that it was a close call. The black ice was less than half a meter away from his head. If he had reacted a little slower, he might have been drenched. Xiao Lang shook his head in boredom, wagged his tail and walked away. Everyone looked at this scene in a daze. After half a breath's time, Yang Bing's face was flushed red. He let out an earth-shattering scream. Then, all the black ice turned into powder, and Yang Bing's crotch was already bare. There was nothing left. Everyone estimated that Yang Bing would never be able to use his unique ultimate move, Gan Lin descends from the sky again. Chapter 359. A 9th hell ancestral demonic fire had destroyed Yang Bing's 1,000 autumns. Yang Bing screamed and fell from the rockery. His entire body was twitching. In fact, Xiao Lang had a sense of propriety, so he only made Yang Bing lose a certain organ. As for the other parts of his body, he didn't injure them. However, his crotch suddenly became completely bare. Any man would not be able to withstand it. Yang Bing could not believe it. He kept touching his crotch until he was sure that there was nothing there. Then, he let out a cry of pain as his blood rushed to his heart and he fainted. Everyone surrounded him and looked at each other. They didn't know what to do. Young Master Bing's brother is nearby. Let's go find him. One of the youths saw that Xiao Lang didn't leave and found another place to take a nap, so he quickly ran away. After a while, Yang Jun arrived. At this time, Long Chen had already bought the soul seed. When he heard the commotion outside, he ran out. His eyes met Yang Jun's cold gaze again. When Xiao Lang saw Long Chen come out, he gave Long Chen an apologetic look. What happened? Long Chen asked. Xiao Lang raised his head and let Long Chen look at the unconscious Yang Bing. Following everyone's gaze, Long Chen easily saw the bare crotch of Yang Bing. You did it. Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought that he was the only one who would do such a thing. Xiao Lang nodded helplessly. Little Wolf said that that guy actually peed on him. He originally wanted to scare him, but he didn't expect that he wouldn't hold back. Ling Shi giggled. Well done. I would have done the same if I were in his position. Long Chen didn't blame Xiao Lang. Instead, he smiled. His words were actually meant for Yang Jun to hear. When Long Chen said this, Yang Jun's face turned even more ashen. He took a few steps forward as a heavy aura pressed down on Long Chen. Long Chen, what did you just say? If you don't give me an explanation for what happened today, don't even think about leaving here alive. Are you trying to scare me? Long Chen had an indifferent look on his face as he said, Do I need to explain what happened today to you? It's very obvious, and I believe that many people have seen it. The guy lying on the ground peed on Xiao Lang, but he didn't expect to be burned in his vital parts. He's just asking for trouble, and he's reaping what he sowed. Long Chen's nonchalant attitude caused Yang Jun to explode. In another 10 days, they would meet on stage. But today, Yang Jun couldn't help it. If that's the case, then hand over this beast, Yang Jun said through gritted teeth. In your dreams, Xiao Lang is my brother. How can I hand my brother over to you? Long Chen laughed. Brother, Long Chen, are you a brother to a beast? Are you a beast? Yang Jun laughed sinisterly. His words immediately caused the crowd to roar with laughter. He had finally suppressed Long Chen with his words. Yang Jun had finally found a bit of a balance. However, Long Chen wasn't angry at all. He looked at Yang Jun on the ground and said, whether he's a beast or not, he's my brother. At least he has a handle, not like someone else's brother who doesn't even have a handle. How can he be considered a brother? I think we should just call each other sisters. That's more intimate. Long Chen, you. In terms of bickering, even 10 Yang Juns wouldn't be a match for Long Chen. He instantly became anxious. Under the gazes of the surrounding spectators, his eyes were about to spit fire. Remember, there are still 15 days until the time we agreed on. No matter how much hatred you have for me, let's meet in 15 days. Now is not a good time, Long Chen reminded. In reality, Long Chen was the personal disciple of the Sky Devil Palace Master. His status was even higher than Yang Jun's. Moreover, now that Long Chen had already revealed his outstanding talent, he was deeply favored by the Sky Devil Palace Master. If they fought now, even if Yang Jun could suppress Long Chen, as long as he injured Long Chen, he would definitely incur the wrath of Zhao Qingyun. It wasn't worth it. Therefore, Yang Jun could only endure. Even if his own younger brother had already become inhuman, he still had to endure. 15 days later, everything would be revealed. All right, you said it. 15 days later, I will settle today's grudge with you. Long Chen, remember, I won't hold back when the time comes. In battle, fists and legs have no eyes. If you are accidentally killed by me, don't blame me. Wait until you have the strength to talk big. Long Chen curled his lips. 15 days later, not only would he have to defeat Yang Jun, but more importantly, he would have to successfully cultivate Traceless Spectre. Long Chen still had no clue about Traceless Spectre, so he felt some pressure in his heart. 15 days is really enough for me. At this time, he had no choice but to ask such a question. After Yang Jun left with Yang Bing, the surrounding spectators gradually dispersed. However, with the conflict between Long Chen and Yang Jun to such an extent, the spectators were very much looking forward to their respective performances in 15 days. However, most of them wanted to see Long Chen make a fool of himself. After all, Yang Jun was ranked third among the younger generation, and he had never been shaken before. This had already been deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. How was it possible to cultivate Traceless Spectre in 20 days? They reckoned that Long Chen probably didn't even understand the secret manual of Traceless Spectre. While Yang Jun and Long Chen were arguing, not far away, a man and a woman were watching the commotion. This man and woman were both under 20 years old, but it was obvious that their achievements were extraordinary. The man was dressed in green, and he had an expressionless face. He was tall and slender, and his skin was the color of wheat. His eyebrows were like a knife, and he had a high nose bridge. Thin but tightly pursed lips, and a pair of pitch-black eyes that occasionally flashed with a dark green light, made him look incomparably deep. Beside him was a woman dressed in black. Her figure was incomparably slender, and her exposed skin was shockingly snow-white. Her face was also wrapped in black, and it was hard to see what she looked like. However, just by looking at her silhouette, it was obvious that she was a peerless beauty. If Long Chen saw her, he would definitely find this woman somewhat familiar. Sister Yu, do you think this Long Chen is the real deal? At this moment, the man said softly to the woman beside him. I've seen him before. He's Long Chen, the woman said in a mellow voice that was like the chirping of an oriole. Oh, why haven't I heard you mention him before? The man was a little surprised. Do I have to tell you everything about me? The woman looked coldly at the man beside her, then said, I'm going back to cultivate first. Goodbye. After she finished speaking, she didn't even turn her head back as she walked away. Watching the young woman's slender figure as she left, the man's eyes were a little fiery. What are you so arrogant for? One day, you'll still have to kneel under my crotch. Muronyu, is there any woman in this world that I, Yang Danfeng, can't wait for? After bringing Wang Xing back to the Green Cloud residence, Long Chen then prepared to return to the peak of Mount Emperor Demon to continue cultivating the traceless specter. What happened today had given him some pressure. Chen, don't be nervous. There's still a lot of time. Take it slow. The more nervous you are, the more you'll lose your sense of propriety. It's better to be calm, Lingxi said carefully. Xiao Shi, you're right. During this period of time, Long Chen had been pursuing a quiet cultivation. Although what happened today had given him a lot of pressure, Long Chen was able to adjust his mood very quickly and continue to immerse himself in the world of the traceless specter. There's a girl waiting for you in front. Lingxi said unhappily. Long Chen was startled. He used the soul-devouring demonic pupil and the surrounding scenery slowly changed. Then, he saw a young woman with a black veil on her face standing on the path that he had to pass. One look and he knew that she was waiting for him. 8th level of the Heavenly River tier. She should be one of the 2 geniuses at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier in the demonic palace. The girl should be called Muronyu. Long Chen thought to himself. Soon, he walked in front of Muronyu. This Muronyu was tall and had a cold temperament. She was a little similar to Yin Mengyao in the past, but she didn't show her true face. As he got closer, Long Chen realized that he had actually seen this Muronyu before. At that time, he had just killed the 6 commanders, and it was Muronyu who had given him a high-grade earth-level spirit medicine. Only then did he recover from his injuries. Even the news of the Wu tribe had been told to Long Chen by Muronyu. At that time, Long Chen had guessed that it was Muronyu's strength. If she was from the Sanyang nation, she would probably be from a powerful force like the demonic palace. He hadn't thought that it would be true. Long Chen, you should remember me, right? Muronyu had just arrived when Long Chen raised her chin, and her cold voice surged towards Long Chen. Come to think of it, I am still indebted to you. Of course I remember you. In Long Chen's heart, this Muronyu wasn't an enemy. Muronyu nodded. Then, she looked around Long Chen and said, Did you still fail? Where did that beautiful girl go? She knew about Long Chen's story, so she was quite concerned about Lingxi's whereabouts. After all, in her opinion, there weren't many girls as beautiful as Lingxi in the whole world. Even she felt inferior. Muronyu asked out of kindness, so Long Chen could only say, Thank you for your concern. I didn't fail. I can only say that she is now in a safe place and very happy. That's good. Such a beautiful girl, I can't bear to see anything happen to her. Muronyu nodded. Then, she looked at Long Chen and said, I'm guessing that your purpose in coming to the demonic palace is to obtain the 3 secret manuals and the Demon Emperor sword. Then, you can go back to Biyao Imperial City for revenge. Am I right? Long Chen nodded. This girl was very smart, so he didn't need to hide anything. As expected, then we are competitors. Another competitor. I have already mastered the Traceless Spectre, and I have also obtained the 1st level of the great skill of Dao Heart Demon Seed. The fight for the Demon Emperor sword is probably not far away. Let's wait and see. Muronyu's words weren't polite, but her voice was very polite. It was obvious that she was excited to have another competitor. Chapter 360. As expected of one of the 2 most outstanding disciples of the Heaven Demon Palace. Compared to him, Yang Jun was on a completely different level. The current Yang Jun didn't even have the Traceless Spectre, while Muronyu already had the 1st level of the Great Demonic Seed technique of Dao and Heart. You are very competitive. You already have the Traceless Spectre now, and in the next trial of the Fire Flow Earth Vein, if you can get 1st place among those below the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier, you can get the first level of the Great Demonic Seed technique of Tao and Heart, Murong analyzed. 7th level? How is that calculated? Long Chen asked. Yang Danfeng and I have already obtained the first level of the Great Demonic Seed technique of Tao and Heart, so this time, the two of us will compete for the second level. Whoever wins will get the second level, and you will compete with Yang Jun and the others for the first level, Murong said. Yang Danfeng should be the other young cultivator at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier. Long Chen, aren't you a little too bold? The reason why I came here today is to ask you how your cultivation of the Traceless Spectre is going. The outside world was already abuzz with Long Chen's claim that he could cultivate the Traceless Spectre in 20 days. There was no reason for her not to know. I only know a little, Long Chen said honestly. When I first started practicing the Traceless Spectre, I tried for a long time, but I still couldn't figure it out. Later on, I found a trick. I practiced in the water, where the water resistance was much greater. It helped me control my speed. You can slow down your speed, and when you get the hang of it, you can increase your speed. You should understand what I'm saying. Not only did Long Chen understand, but he also suddenly understood. Thank you so much. If you need any help in the future, just tell me. Long Chen was truly grateful to her. He could only say that with her advice, his future path would be much easier. No need to thank me. I'm leaving. Murong said and left quickly. When she was completely gone, Lingxi came out of the sword, her mouth puffed up as she stared at Long Chen with wide eyes. What's wrong? Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Tell me, why does she treat you so well? Lingxi was a little jealous. It's actually very simple. Long Chen chuckled and patted his chest. Because I'm handsome. In Mount Demon Emperor, Long Chen found a deep lake. The depth of the lake was about 30 meters from the surface to the bottom. The water was green and muddy, but it didn't affect Long Chen's vision. Although Murong Yu's method is a little tricky, there is no doubt that it will be very useful. After 3 days of practice, Long Chen discovered that he had finally grasped the knack of the Traceless Spectre. He had already laid the foundation and planted the seed. All he needed to do now was to properly water and fertilize the seed, and it would soon grow into a towering tree. If this goes on, I will definitely be able to completely use the Traceless Spectre in the remaining 12 days. Of course, if I want to truly master it, I will still need some time to practice. Long Chen calculated in his heart and then continued to practice the Traceless Spectre day and night. He performed the Traceless Spectre at an extremely slow speed, but he found that it was much easier to control. It took him about half a day to complete one practice. However, the time would only get shorter and shorter. At this rate, it would take about 10 days for Long Chen to be able to complete the Traceless Spectre in an instant. Such a boring practice, Long Chen didn't feel bored, because Lingxi was always by his side, helping him improve. Xiao Lang was also staying not far away. With these two guys by his side, Long Chen felt very motivated, very motivated. His original worries were now completely gone. In truth, it hadn't even been 10 days. After around 9 days, Long Chen was already able to use the Traceless Spectre. This was a heaven-tier battle skill, and in less than 20 days, Long Chen had already mastered it. When you find out that I've truly mastered the Traceless Spectre, I wonder what your expressions will be like. Long Chen sneered in his heart. There are still 3 days left. I'll first hone the Traceless Spectre in the water. Long Chen used the Traceless Spectre to quickly swim through the deep pool. Although the pool was deep and large, Long Chen had already been to most of the places. The Traceless Spectre was actually fast. Only by changing one's movements quickly would one be able to reach the level of a spectre. All that was left was to wait for the appointed battle 3 days later. While he was using the Traceless Spectre, Long Chen suddenly felt the mysterious dragon jade in his mind tremble when he approached a certain place. The dragon jade is moving. Long Chen was pleasantly surprised. Generally speaking, the dragon jade would only move when it encountered something it liked. What was it this time? Long Chen carefully observed his surroundings. Because this area was relatively narrow, he usually didn't come here when he used the Traceless Spectre. He hadn't expected that there would be something good here. This was an unexpected surprise for Long Chen. He hurriedly searched the area. After the dragon jade moved once, there was no more movement. Long Chen could only search by himself. "Chen, what are you doing?" Lingxi came out of the sword and looked at Long Chen suspiciously. "There should be something here," Long Chen said with a frown. The bottom of the deep pool was filled with muddy black mud. It was disgusting to look at, let alone dig. However, Long Chen had already checked. There was water all around. If there was anything, it should be in the black mud at the bottom of the pool. Maybe I was wrong. The dragon jade didn't move at all. Long Chen thought dispiritedly after searching for a while. "I'll also look for something." The probing ability of Ling Xi's soul power was much stronger than Long Chen's. She scanned the area bit by bit, and after searching for a quarter of an hour, Ling Xi pursed her lips and said, "It's all soil here. The deeper we go, the firmer the soil becomes. There are quite a few rocks, but there's nothing else. The only thing that might be a little strange is that it seems to be the shell of a rune. This rune should be a rather high-level rune, but because it has lost its rune spirit, it should be useless." The rune's shell. Long Chen's eyes lit up. A little hope was better than nothing. He anxiously asked, "Little Xi, where is this rune shell?" Lingxi flew to a place and pointed down. "It's about 15 meters down here. It's pressed under a rock. Do you want to go down and get it?" "Of course." Long Chen nodded. If it really was a treasure, he wouldn't care about how dirty and messy it was. Under Ling Xi's instructions, Long Chen started to drill into the soil. He simply transformed into a dragon soul, and with his hard bone spurs and claws, it was easy for him to dig through the soil. It didn't take long for Long Chen to come into contact with a large rock after a distance of 15 meters. Ling Xi said that the body of the runic symbol was right under this boulder. The closer he got to the rune, the stronger the feeling in Long Chen's heart became. It was as if there was a connection between the two bloodlines. Long Chen was a little excited. He guessed that the rune below should be related to dragons. Gently prying open the stone, Long Chen followed Ling Xi's instructions and used his fingers to feel around. Very quickly, he came into contact with a flat stone that was about the size of a palm. The stone was very thin, about 5 millimeters in diameter. One side was very smooth, while the other side was covered with runes and was a bit uneven. It was cold to the touch. Long Chen's heart shook. A familiar feeling gushed out from his body. He didn't stay any longer and quickly returned to the deep pool. Then, he brought Lingxi and quickly returned to the surface of the deep pool. Long Chen sat on a big blue stone and carefully looked at the flat stone slab, or rather, the stone talisman. The stone talisman was light gray in color and looked no different from ordinary rocks. The only difference was that there was a black dragon engraved on one side of it. This dragon engraved looked a bit similar to the dragon engraved in Long Chen's Sea of Consciousness. Besides the dragon engraved, there were many other runes. As Long Chen looked at it, he suddenly felt like his eyes were sinking in, and he found it difficult to extricate himself. "Little Xi, what do you think this is?" Long Chen picked up the stone talisman. "As I said, this should be a relatively powerful rune-type treasure. However, the strange thing is, why does it have a dragon engraved on it? For ordinary runes, if they were to add other symbols, such as dragon engravings, they would not be able to display their effects. I don't know what's going on either." Lingxi swayed back and forth on the stone talisman with a frown. She couldn't figure it out. "Then, tell me, what use do I have for this thing?" Long Chen asked with anticipation. He knew that it was definitely this thing that had caused the mysterious dragon jade in his Sea of Consciousness to tremble. "It's useless. I've already said it. In the past, this thing might have been a powerful rune that could unleash powerful attacks. However, it has lost its rune spirit, soul and power. It's like a person without soul and power has died. It's just a corpse. It's useless, Lingxi said. It's useless. Long Chen was a bit disappointed. He carefully examined the stone talisman. If it could cause the dragon jade to tremble, then it shouldn't be useless. In any case, the traceless specter was more or less finished. Long Chen decided to spend some time studying this rune. Chen, you still haven't given up? Lingxi was a bit speechless. No, I'm just bored. I've been cultivating too hard these past few days. Now I'm taking a break and casually fiddling with this thing, said Long Chen. I wonder what will happen if I pour my true energy into it. Long Chen was filled with interest. Chapter 361. Little Shi, if I infuse my true qi into it, it should be fine, right? Long Chen was a cautious person, so he asked Lingxi before he did it. It's fine, it's just a shell, Lingxi replied. With Lingxi's assurance, Long Chen became a lot bolder. Lingxi didn't know about the existence of the dragon jade, so she didn't care about the stone talisman. However, Long Chen had a feeling that the stone talisman wasn't that simple. At this time, he guided his true qi and slowly infused it into the stone talisman. Yes. Long Chen suddenly discovered that the true qi he infused was actually being absorbed by the stone talisman, instead of directly flowing away. Little Shi. This strange situation left Long Chen with no choice but to ask Lingxi to explain. After Long Chen shouted, the black dragon pattern on the stone talisman suddenly flickered with a black light. This light was very weak, like a candle flame slowly flickering. Why is this happening? Lingxi was a little surprised. She approached the stone talisman in Long Chen's hand and said with wide eyes, Chen, I also don't know why this is happening. It's really strange. You also don't know? That's strange. Although the stone talisman was shining, it seemed that nothing had happened. Long Chen turned it up and down a few times, but the black light still didn't dissipate. However, at this time, Long Chen suddenly felt a power that made his soul tremble coming from the mysterious stone talisman. What kind of feeling is this? Long Chen faintly felt that the stone talisman was like a ripple spreading in all directions. This ripple was invisible, but Long Chen really felt it. He even felt that because of the stone talisman, he, Lingxi, and Xiao Lang, who was not far away, were all controlled in a mysterious space. As soon as the palpitations appeared, Lingxi exclaimed, Chen, look at the sun. Long Chen looked up and was stunned. He saw that the sun, which had been in the center of the sky, was now setting toward the west at an extremely fast speed. In just a breath's time, the sky had already turned dark. How could this be? Be it Long Chen or Ling Shi, both of them were completely dumbfounded. Before they could even react, the sky had already lit up after 2 breaths of time. The sun rose up from the east, and then, at an extremely fast speed, it flew towards the west. In just 2 breaths of time, the sky turned dark once more. Heavens, what's going on? At this moment, Long Chen's mind was a complete mess. What he was seeing right now was simply too shocking to him. Any normal person wouldn't be stupefied by something like this. What Long Chen saw now was that a long day had been compressed into 4 breaths of time. In 4 breaths of time, an entire day had passed. The sun was like a shooting star, rising from the east and setting from the west. It was only enough time for Long Chen to say a single sentence. Little Shi, how could time pass so quickly? Long Chen felt like he was having trouble breathing. It's not that time has passed quickly, it's that the time here has slowed down. It has slowed down countless times. Lingxi said anxiously. Their conversation had taken up an entire day. To them, this was simply too shocking. Quick, get out of here. As soon as Long Chen said this, he jumped down from the big green rock. He didn't know how much time had passed, but at this moment, the fast-flowing time finally stopped. The sun was still hanging in the sky, and everything seemed to be the same as before. Little she, could it be that we were dreaming? Looking at the stable sun in the sky, Long Chen said in a hoarse voice. That shouldn't be, it's impossible that we were dreaming together. Lingxi also looked around in disbelief. Chen, I think, maybe it's already noon in a few days. Lingxi said weakly. Long Chen's heart was filled with shock. Impossible, how could such a miraculous thing happen? Can the flow of time be changed? Long Chen shook his head, his face pale. Chen, yes. I've heard that there were some heaven-defying existences in ancient times who had the power to control time. There was even an ancestral dragon who could control the river of time. Therefore, it is entirely possible to control time. We can assume that the flow of time and space around us suddenly slowed down countless times compared to the outside world. We might feel that we are normal, but the outside world is very fast. However, when we look from the outside world, we might not be moving at all. Lingxi's voice trembled as she spoke. When Lingxi mentioned the ancestral dragon, Long Chen remembered that he was still holding the stone talisman in his hand. At this time, the black light emitting from the dragon pattern on the stone talisman had completely disappeared. Long Chen's hand holding the stone talisman was trembling slightly. He said gloomily, Little she, if it is really as you said, and the time around us slowed down countless times, does that mean that it was this thing's doing? It should be. Ling Shi stared in shock at the ordinary-looking stone talisman outside. She really couldn't understand. If this stone talisman was really so heaven-defying, why would it appear in such a small place? What exactly was this stone talisman? These questions also existed in Long Chen's mind. He didn't dare to hold the stone talisman anymore, but he also couldn't throw it away. He could only immediately put it into his cosmos sack. This way, he could feel a little more at ease. There is a dragon on the talisman. Little she, what is the name of the ancestral dragon that can control time that you mentioned? Long Chen had a feeling that there must be some relationship between them. I can't remember, I just heard it casually. It should be Taishu. I can't remember what Taishu is anymore. Lingxi said a little embarrassedly. Taishu. Long Chen didn't dare to think too much about it. It was still a long way from him. This guy, Xiao Lang, even after such a big thing happened, he is still sleeping. Lingxi pouted, a little speechless. Long Chen also didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Nowadays, Xiao Lang liked to sleep more and more. Basically, he would lie down when he had nothing to do. Of course, it was also because he had nothing to do. I'll give him the traceless specter to try another day. Long Chen thought in his heart. Little she, if you want to verify whether what we just saw was an illusion or not, as long as we return to Heavenly Devil Palace, we will know. Oh no. Thinking of a certain point, Long Chen was shocked. What's wrong, Chen? Seeing Long Chen's expression suddenly become so lifeless, Lingxi hurriedly asked. If there's really a problem with the flow of time, we only have 2 days left. If we miss it, I'll lose face. Not only will I lose face, I'll also lose face for my master. No, I have to go down there immediately. That's right, I have to go down there immediately. Thinking of this, Long Chen let Lingxi return to Lingxi's sword, kicked Xiao Lang, and shouted for him to follow. Without saying a word, he directly rushed in the direction of Heavenly Devil Palace. I hope we don't miss the time. The appointed time is noon. It is noon now, but it is noon in a few days. Palace Master, it is already noon. Where is Long Chen? The third demon elder's shrill voice rang out, full of pride. This time's appointed battle was very grand in Heavenly Devil Palace, to the extent that everyone knew about it. Therefore, on this day, basically everyone in Heavenly Devil Palace with a bit of status was present. Next to the martial arts arena stood a dense crowd of Heavenly Devil Palace disciples. Basically, all the disciples of Heavenly Devil Palace had come to join in the fun. As for Zhao Qingyun, the 3 demon elders, all the hall masters, the protectors, and the elders, they all had their own seats, watching from high above. However, at this time in the martial arts arena, only Yang Jun was in the martial arts arena, arms crossed, looking down coldly. His eyes were filled with deep disdain and pride. The time was up, but Long Chen did not. What did this mean? It meant that Long Chen had stage fright. Why did he have stage fright? This meant that his bragging had failed. Learning the Traceless Spectre in 20 days was simply a joke, a huge joke. Long Chen saw that he had failed, so he didn't have the face to come and embarrass himself. In fact, many people had expected such a situation to occur. After all, no matter how heaven-defying Long Chen was, it was impossible for him to learn the Traceless Spectre in 20 days. Under the third demon elder's loud question, everyone focused their eyes on Zhao Qingyun, waiting for his answer. Zhao Qingyun was originally full of confidence in Long Chen, so he did not go to look for Long Chen before this. Unexpectedly, Long Chen did not come, which was also out of his expectation. What's the hurry? Maybe he was delayed by something. Anyway, since we are all gathered here, there is no harm in waiting a little longer. Zhao Qingyun said lightly. To be honest, he did not have much confidence in his words, because he did not know whether Long Chen would come or not. As soon as Zhao Qingyun's voice fell, many people had their opinions. Are you kidding me? So many of us came to wait for him. Is he acting tough or does he not dare to come at all? Let's not wait anymore. That coward has probably gone down Mount Emperor Demon by now. We don't know where he has escaped to. Let's go, let's go. Otherwise, it will be a waste of time. Similar complaints came one after another. Besides Zhao Qingyun, Dongfang Xianshao and Xian Ku were also frowning their brows. Dongfang Xianshao looked around and knew that if Long Chen didn't show up today, he would definitely be more humiliated than Zhao Qingyun. What's wrong with Chen? With his character, he would not be so unreliable. Father-in-law, I will go and find him, Dongfang Xianshao said. No need. He will come when he is supposed to. Zhao Qingyun shook his head. At this time, after hearing Zhao Qingyun's words, the third demon elder sneered and said, who knows? We can wait, but we can't wait forever. I think we should forget about it today. He has not come until now, so how can he come? Chapter 362. The third demon elder's words were booed by many people. Zhao Qingyun didn't frown. This time, it was Long Chen who didn't come. He was in the wrong, so he didn't know what to say and just let them be. Why is Long Chen so unreliable? Given his character, even if he hasn't cultivated successfully, he shouldn't have stage fright. Zhao Qingyun was also puzzled. Palace Master, I think we'd better forget it. That so-called Long Chen might have already sneaked out of Mount Emperor Demon with the Traceless Phantom. I'm afraid our Palace of Demons will only have 2 secret books left. The third demon elder sneered. Shut up. This time, Zhao Qingyun was a little angry. The roar of an expert in the reaching heaven state shook the third demonic elder like a storm. The third demonic elder let out a muffled groan and took several steps back, almost falling to the ground. Let me tell you, the Palace Master of Heavenly Devil Palace is me, not you. Long Chen is my disciple, and you say that he betrayed me? Aren't you saying that I'm blind? How dare you, third demon elder? It would have been better if Zhao Qingyun had not flown into a rage. Once he did, everyone was scared into silence. Everyone was ready to join the 3 demon elders in grabbing Long Chen. Seeing Zhao Qingyun angry, they remembered that Long Chen was Zhao Qingyun's favorite disciple, and then realized that they had gone too far with their words. The third demon elder was not convinced that Zhao Qingyun had suppressed him. But with Zhao Qingyun's identity and strength, he really couldn't resist. Third demon elder, why are you in such a hurry? We might as well wait for another 2 hours. Palace Master will take care of it. The first demon elder's hoarse voice woke the third demon elder up and he nodded cautiously. At this time, behind the first demon elder stood his first disciple, young Danfeng, at the 8th level of the Sky River realm, and behind the second demon elder stood her disciple, Muronyu, at the 8th level of the Sky River realm. Muronyu said softly, I think he will come. I told him the secret of my cultivation. If it takes him more than 40 days, he should come. But 20 days is too short. I don't think he will just take the secret book and leave. If he is not delayed, he will come. Muronyu's words stunned the people around. They all looked at her strangely, especially young Danfeng, who didn't understand at all. Little you know Long Chen and have a good relationship with him. The second demon elder said in a serious voice. Muronyu nodded and told them about their encounter in the Misty Valley. I just saw that he works hard and is a man who knows how to take responsibility. He should be a good man, so I helped him for a while. Muronyu was a little embarrassed. Nonsense. The second demon elder lowered his voice and scolded. Muronyu was a little stunned by the scolding. Little you, listen. Try not to have any contact with Long Chen in the future, or I will punish you. The second demon elder said in a low voice. The three of them had adopted the attitude of rejecting Long Chen. But Muronyu, as the first disciple of the second demon elder, had given Long Chen so much help, which really pissed the three demon elders off. You shouldn't have helped him at that time. You should have let him die there. Then your third uncle wouldn't have to worry so much about Yang Jun. The second demon elder looked at Muronyu with some blame. Master, I don't understand. Isn't Long Chen good? He has great potential. If he joins the Celestial Devil Palace, the strength of the Celestial Devil Palace will be like a tiger with wings. Maybe there will be a figure in the Reaching Heaven realm in the future. Besides, he has a grudge against the royal family, so we are like-minded. After hesitating for a while, Muronyu finally spoke out her doubts. Little you, are you really an idiot? The second demon elder shook his head and said, You have forgotten the rules of our ancestors. According to the rules, you can only become the next palace master if you hold all the 3 secret classics, practice them successfully, and make the demon imperial sword recognize you as its master. Do you want the orthodoxy of the Celestial Devil Palace to fall into the hands of an unknown outsider? Muronyu was aware of this point. She also finally knew the reason why the 3 great devil elders were afraid of Long Chen. When they confirmed that this Long Chen was the Long Chen of the outside world, they didn't rejoice in their hearts. Instead, their ridicule turned into vigilance. They had already reserved the position of the next Heavenly Devil Palace Master for their disciple. Now that Long Chen had appeared out of nowhere, who would feel at ease? Muronyu could only smile helplessly. In fact, she did not particularly care about the position of the palace master. The person she cared about the most was standing next to her, and that was young Danfeng. At this time, young Danfeng was looking at Muronyu, and there was an unknown light shining in his eyes. On the side of the 3 demon elders, Zhao Qingyun was subdued. But the other disciples had waited for a long time, and they could not wait any longer. They greeted each other and whispered. Forget it, let's go back. We are destined to be stood up today. Damn it, I have been looking forward to it for so long. Damn it, that Long Chen is really a grandson. At this time, not far away from them was Wang Xing's childish face. He originally came here with infinite reverence, but now that Long Chen did not come, he was very uncomfortable to hear others scolding him. At this time, he finally could not stand it anymore. He turned around and shouted, Bullshit, how could my brother Chen be afraid of this Yang Jun? He must have been delayed by something important. Just wait and see, he will soon appear here and use Traceless Spectre to defeat Yang Jun. Little brat, what did you say? Do you want to die? Looking at Wang Xing's attire, he was just a servant disciple, and a servant disciple dared to yell at him. It was really rebellious. Seeing that the other side revealed a look of wanting to beat someone up, Wang Xing was scared half a step back. But when he thought of Long Chen, his courage was boosted, and he said, I am just saying the truth. Brother Chen will appear soon. You people who speak ill of him are all looking for death. Ouch, he really did it. Brothers, beat him. Without saying a word, a group of people raised their fists and surrounded Wang Xing. When they were about to beat him, a figure stood in front of them. It turned out to be Yang Danfeng. Seeing that there was still fighting below, the first demon elder was worried that the situation would get out of control, so he asked Yang Danfeng to come down to control it. The troublemakers were all disciples of the first demon elder, and there was also a servant disciple. You guys, go back and slap each other 100 times. I will go back and check whose face is not swollen. I will do it for you. Yang Danfeng's cold voice made them feel like falling into an ice cave. There was no doubt that they would choose to slap themselves. If Yang Danfeng slapped them, they would not be able to live. Several disciples fled in embarrassment. Yang Danfeng looked back at the timid Wang Xing and said, You know Long Chen. Yes, Brother Chen is very good to me. Wang Xing said proudly. Yang Danfeng smiled and returned to the back of the first demon elder without saying a word. This little conflict was just a small episode for the whole situation. Time passed slowly. Half an hour later, when everyone completely lost their patience, Zhao Qingyun could not suppress the complaints in everyone's heart. If he forced so many people to stay here, his prestige as the palace lord was about to decline to the extreme. Father-in-law, Chen may not be able to come. Let's disperse first. Dongfang Xianxiao was worried that Zhao Qingyun's reputation would decline, so he suggested. Zhao Qingyun could only helplessly nod his head. Just as he was about to announce the result, the crowd suddenly burst into an uproar. Zhao Qingyun's heart trembled as he looked to his left. Indeed, there was a silhouette rushing over at an extremely fast speed. With a loud bang, that silhouette directly broke through the crowd and stood on the stage. This person was none other than Long Chen. Looking at the young man who was panting but had a determined expression on his face, everyone's minds went blank for a moment. They originally thought that if Long Chen really came, he would be scolded to death. However, looking at his panting appearance, it seemed that he really had been delayed by some matters. Finally, he came. Zhao Qingyun showed a satisfied smile. If Long Chen did not come today, it would be difficult for Zhao Qingyun to clean up the mess no matter what the result was. Dongfang Xianxiao and Zhao Xuanke also breathed a sigh of relief. On the side of the three great demon elders, the only one who breathed a sigh of relief was Murongyu. She knew that her judgment was right. Long Chen could kill Songzhong City. It was impossible for him to be afraid of Yang Jun, who was at the 7th level of the Heavenly River realm. As for the three great demon elders, their expressions were very interesting. The three great demon elders were the most furious and directly scolded, Long Chen, if you don't have the guts, don't come and fight with Yang Jun. What do you mean by leaving 10,000 people of the Heavenly Demon Palace here? Long Chen was also extremely depressed. He had inexplicably touched the rune, and then the flow of time had slowed down. In just a few breaths of time, 2 days had actually passed. When he rushed over with all his might, everyone had already been waiting here for almost an hour. Everyone, I'm really sorry. I was delayed because of some important things, but you don't have to complain, because you are about to see an extremely exciting battle. I believe that everyone who comes here will not feel that they are at a disadvantage. Long Chen looked around, and his words showed strong confidence. He succeeded in his cultivation. Murongyu had a hunch. At this time, Yang Jun slowly raised his head and said gloomily, You made tens of thousands of people of the Heavenly Demon Palace wait for an hour because of your important matter. Long Chen, you think too highly of yourself. That's right. Who do you think you are, Long Chen? You made me wait here for you. Practicing the Traceless Spectre for 20 days? What a joke. Long Chen, if you have the ability, show us the Traceless Spectre. The people below were angry. Since I've delayed everyone's time, I won't talk nonsense. Yang Jun, it's useless to talk. Let's start. Chapter 363. Regardless of how Long Chen was doing, now that he had already raised the challenge, the spectators did not clamor anymore. They knew that there was actually no need for further mockery. As long as Long Chen was defeated by Yang Jun, it would already be a great mockery for him. In fact, Yang Jun had not thought that Long Chen would come at the last moment. Previously, he had always thought that Long Chen was afraid of him. He had not come at the beginning, and it was impossible for him to come later. As for Long Chen's panting just now, it should have been an act. Being timid is a very normal thing. There is absolutely no need to hide it. Yang Jun laughed coldly, and gradually uncrossed his arms. One could see that turbulent true qi was beginning to revolve around his body. His tall and burly body was like a bomb, filled with endless power. Long Chen smiled calmly. Dragon Soul Transformation. Under the effect of this mystical power, blood-red scales began to cover Long Chen's body at a speed visible to the naked eye. Very soon, Long Chen had already turned into a blood-red battle machine. Right now, Long Chen's appearance should clearly look ferocious, yet it gave off a feeling of supreme perfection. Such a low-grade beast soul transformation, and you still dare to show off in front of me? Yang Jun laughed, and his expression suddenly became incomparably ferocious. With a roar, his thick legs stomped on the ground, and his whole body was like a cannonball, rumbling toward Long Chen. Under Yang Jun's stomp, the entire arena began to tremble. From this, it could be seen exactly how powerful Yang Jun was. This guy has definitely also cultivated a high-level earth-level body-refining battle technique. In terms of physique, he is probably much stronger than me. Thus, what I need to do is to play to my strengths and avoid my weaknesses, and use my advantage in speed to deal with him. Long Chen pondered silently. In truth, after he, who was at the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier, had undergone the Dragon's Soul transformation, his current true energy was already about the same as Yang Jun's. It was just that there was still a slight difference in power. The Blue Dragon Battle Halberd appeared in Long Chen's hand. Although the Blue Dragon Battle Halberd was no longer useful, it was still the only weapon Long Chen had that was convenient to use. Wielding the Blue Dragon Battle Halberd, Long Chen moved his feet and flew towards Yang Jun. Of the two of them, one was calm, one was violent, and the other was calm. The battle at this moment was full of visual shock. Die. 7 Slaughtering Demon Finger. As he neared Long Chen, Yang Jun immediately used an advanced Earth tier battle skill. Immediately, a fierce gust of wind swept toward Long Chen. Long Chen had seen the 7 Slaughtering Demon Finger twice, so he had a general understanding of the pattern. However, at the beginning, Long Chen chose to face it head-on, because he had enough confidence in dealing with Yang Jun, Blue Dragon Battle Skill, Dragon Emperor's Downfall. The Blue Dragon Battle Halberd suddenly trembled, turning into a blood-colored thread that instantly pierced towards the 7 Slaughtering Demon Finger. The power of the 7 Slaughtering Demon Finger was scattered, while Long Chen's Dragon Emperor's Downfall was completely concentrated. Regardless of the level, the Dragon Emperor's Downfall would definitely be very suitable to break the 7 Slaughtering Demon Finger. However, it was different now. Under the situation where true energy is at a disadvantage, using a medium Earth tier battle skill against an advanced Earth tier battle skill is purely looking for death. Long Chen has not cultivated the Traceless Spectre at all. He has even used his strongest move, so he must be at his wit's end. On the stage, the third demon elder's face was full of smiles. Having his disciple defeat the disciple of the Sky Demon Palace Master in front of everyone gave him a sense of accomplishment. However, what happened next made him drop his jaws. Long Chen suddenly exerted force, and the Blue Dragon Battle Halberd moved violently. The explosive power forced Yang Jun's 7 Slaughtering Demon Finger back, and Yang Jun was also pushed back a few steps by Long Chen's Battle Halberd. It could be said that Long Chen, with the strength of the 6th tier of the Heavenly River tier, used a medium Earth tier battle skill to directly break an advanced Earth tier battle skill. Yang Jun had the absolute advantage, but in the first attack, he was at a disadvantage. Impossible. Yang Jun let out an angry roar, his eyes bloodshot. Without another word, he attacked even more fiercely, sweeping towards Long Chen. Looks like after quietly cultivating in the Sky Demon Palace, my previous problem of being easily rash and bloodthirsty in battle has improved. Long Chen was slightly relieved. At this moment, Yang Jun was so angry that he had lost his rationality. The thing he could not accept the most was that he would lose to Long Chen, so he was in a hurry at this moment. Long Chen, I will definitely skin you alive. Since you were able to break through the 7 slaughtering demon finger by luck, I will let you see this move, the 72 true demon fists. This set of fist techniques was like a gust of wind, one punch after another, the power of each punch stronger than the previous. Long Chen could only survive after enduring 72 punches. Of course, if Long Chen's strength was strong enough, he would be able to complete his opponent's fist techniques in the middle of the fight. First path. The fist aura, which was like a tidal wave, suddenly pressed down on Long Chen. Under Yang Jun's huge aura, the entire arena was shaking. Everyone below the arena was extremely nervous at this moment. Behind Yang Jun, there seemed to be a huge demonic shadow that was transmitting endless power to him. With this small amount of power, Yang Jun could completely unleash the full power of the 72 true demon fists. This time, Long Chen is not finished. The 7 slaughtering demon finger just now had already exceeded the expectations of the 3rd demon elder. Therefore, the 3rd demon elder did not believe that the current Long Chen could still shock him. Where's the true demon fist? Looking at the fist aura, Long Chen was not nervous at all. It's time to use the traceless shadow. Although such thoughts were running through his mind, Long Chen's figure still did not move. He stood in the distance, waiting for Yang Jun to come closer. What's going on? Everyone was confused by Long Chen's actions. Even if he had exhausted all his tricks, there was no need for him to court death like this. Father-in-law. Dongfeng Xianshao was a little anxious. Just as he was about to stand up, he was held down by Zhao Qingyun. At this moment, Zhao Qingyun's face was already filled with surprise. Could it be? Seeing that Zhao Qingyun was not worried at all, Dongfeng Xianshao was not a fool. He had already roughly guessed that Long Chen did not disappoint him. Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Yang Jun's first fist was already rushing towards Long Chen's face. If Long Chen was hit, he would lose at least half of his combat strength. However, Long Chen still had no intention of resisting. This made many people close their eyes subconsciously, as they were afraid that they would see a scene that was too cruel. You're courting death. Yang Jun was also a little confused. However, this was a huge opportunity. Even if he killed Long Chen now, it would ultimately be attributed to Long Chen seeking death. Thinking of this, Yang Jun was excited and increased the strength of his fist. At this critical moment, Long Chen smiled. Whoosh! The first punch of the 72 true devil punches hit the air. Yang Jun was shocked. When he raised his head, he suddenly saw that in front of him, there were all black blurry figures flashing crazily. Traceless Spectre. There was a burst of loud noise around the martial arts arena. The sitting 3 great demon elders, protectors, elders, and temple masters all looked at the arena with shock in their eyes. Their bodies had unconsciously stood up. Looking at the blurry shadows in front of Yang Jun, it was basically difficult to see which was the real body of Long Chen. Only when he has practiced Traceless Spectre to the advanced level can he show such a level. Not only has Long Chen learned Traceless Spectre, but he is also more familiar with it than Danfeng and Xiaoyu. Although he did not believe it, the first demon elder was still a little stunned and said such a sentence. When Yang Danfeng and Murongyu heard this, there was a storm in their hearts. They all looked at Long Chen, but their emotions were different. Murongyu was purely surprised. Even if she told Long Chen a trick, she did not expect that Long Chen could practice to this level. At this time, her beautiful eyes were fixed on Long Chen in the arena, and she was already a little dull. As for Yang Danfeng, the first demon elder said that Long Chen had surpassed him, which made him, who had always been one of the best in the demonic palace, very uncomfortable. Moreover, he had a good relationship with Yang Jun. How could he like someone whom Yang Jun hated? So there was a trace of viciousness in his shock. Even the people outside the arena were stunned, not to mention Yang Jun, who had no idea where Long Chen was. Traceless Spectre was so famous in the demonic palace that Yang Jun could see at a glance that Long Chen had definitely used Traceless Spectre. Impossible. This should be the power of a dabbler. As long as I am careful, I can easily break his Traceless Spectre. I must not be scared. Yang Jun desperately warned himself. He knew that the most important thing now was not to use the 72 true devil punches, but to escape first. However, would Long Chen let him escape? After Yang Jun's first true devil punch failed, Long Chen had already used Traceless Spectre. He instantly changed his figure and came behind Yang Jun. Then, the blue dragon halberd in his hand had directly hit Yang Jun's back. Slap. Yang Jun staggered a few steps from the slap and nearly fell to the ground. There was already a blood red wound on his back. Son of a bitch, his body is so strong. Long Chen could not help but swear. He had used all his strength to hit Yang Jun with the blue dragon halberd, but he did not expect that it would only leave a bloody mark. However, for Yang Jun, this was already the most humiliating of all. He suddenly turned around and was about to attack Long Chen, but Long Chen's blue dragon halberd had already hit his face. Slap. Yang Jun let out a scream and spat out a mouthful of blood, which was mixed with a few shining teeth. Yang Jun completely collapsed because he found that he could not see Long Chen's figure at all. He looked up and the sky was full of Long Chen. Which one should he attack? Slap. Yang Jun's butt was slapped and he flew out. Chapter 364. If I can't whip you to death in one strike, I refuse to believe that you won't die after 10,000 times. Long Chen's laughter echoed throughout the arena. Everyone's scalps went numb as they heard a series of cracking sounds followed by Yang Jun's screams of despair. In the arena, Yang Jun's face was filled with misery as he was chased around by Long Chen. At this moment, his clothes were already in tatters and his entire body was covered in blood. Everyone stared blankly at this scene. Before this battle, even if they were to explode their brains, they still wouldn't have thought that such a scene would occur. No one would have thought that not only would Long Chen be able to cultivate the Traceless Spectre, he would also be able to use it to such a degree. This kind of talent was far too monstrous. I concede. Only when Yang Jun was on the verge of tears did Long Chen stop his attacks. Standing in front of Yang Jun, he looked at him with a mocking smile. Yang Jun, I'm sorry. Today, I acted as your father and whipped you a few times. In the future, you better not be disobedient. Otherwise, I'll whip you again. I'll whip you until you cry, and I'll whip you until you beg for mercy. Long Chen. At this moment, his entire body was burning with pain. Because he had lost quite a few of his teeth, Yang Jun's words had become labored. Right now, he was as miserable as he could be. This was the power of the Heaven-tier battle skill, the Traceless Spectre. A Heaven-tier battle skill truly is extraordinary. After I use it, this fellow doesn't even have the strength to fight back. Long Chen thought to himself. Yang Jun glared venomously at Long Chen once more. He no longer had the face to stay on the arena any longer. Right now, his entire body was burning with pain, and his mind was completely blank. This kind of reality was far too shocking for him to believe. After Yang Jun left the arena, Long Chen stood alone on the arena. He suddenly enjoyed the feeling of being the focus of everyone's shocked gazes. At this time, the three demon elders looked at each other. After a long time, the first demon elder sighed and said, I have to admit that he is indeed a genius. It seems that the rumor that he killed the 6 commanders and exterminated the Wu tribe is absolutely true. This man is quite terrifying. The palace master has bet on the right treasure this time. Then what should we do? Second demon elder asked worriedly. What can we do? Fortunately, Long Chen is only in the 6th tier of the Sky River tier, and a new round of competition for the Demon Emperor sword is about to begin. As long as he doesn't get the Demon Emperor sword, everything will be fine, the Great Demon Elder said calmly. Second Demon Elder also nodded. She looked at the shining young man on the Grand Elder and was a little dazed for a moment. Because she found that this young man had a feeling of looking down on the world. Even though she was much stronger than Long Chen, she always felt a little strange. It seemed that Long Chen was superior, and she could only look up to him like an ant. My eyes are blurred at this age. Alas. Second Demon Elder sighed and then looked at the third Demon Elder next to him. At this time, the third Demon Elder's face was so dark that it was almost dripping blood. Third Demon Elder, what are you thinking about? Second Demon Elder asked. The third Demon Elder was silent for a while, and then said in a low voice, I'm thinking how to kill this guy without causing any retaliation. Don't. This is not the time. You are not young. Don't be impulsive. Hearing his words, the Great Demon Elder hurriedly warned him. Well, goodbye. After saying that, the third Demon Elder stood up. He was too ashamed to stay here. He called Yang Jun, broke through the crowd, and walked out. Zhao Qingyun watched them leave, and then looked at Long Chen on the arena. The more he looked at this young man, the more satisfied he was. At this time, the battle was over. Before Long Chen came, Zhao Qingyun had been so sullen, but now he could finally hold his head high. So he stood up and said with a smile, Everyone, the result of this battle is very clear. Long Chen fulfilled his promise. He not only completely practiced Traceless Phantom, but also defeated the third-ranked disciple of the young generation. Yang Jun, let's give him a round of applause first. With Zhao Qingyun taking the lead, there was no reason not to applaud. Suddenly, the tide of applause shook the entire Celestial Devil Palace. Before, they looked down on Long Chen because they thought Long Chen was bragging. Now that Long Chen obviously had such strength, more people sincerely admired him, especially those who had criticized Long Chen. At this time, their faces were burning. Among them, Wang Xing shouted the loudest. It could be said that because of this battle, Long Chen could finally use his identity of Long Chen. He finally had a name. In the future, when he was in Celestial Devil Palace, he did not have to sneak around and listen to people talking about him. However, Long Chen had an even more important matter to attend to in this challenge. Master, I heard that there is a trial of the Earth Vein of Fire. I don't know how many days it will take place. Long Chen asked. The trial of the Earth Vein of Fire is in 5 days. Zhao Qingyun nodded. He knew what Long Chen was going to do. It seemed that Long Chen had the intention to enter the Earth Vein of Fire before. I want to ask, with my current strength, whether I am qualified to enter the Earth Vein of Fire for the trial. Long Chen asked with a smile. Of course, you have defeated Yang Jun. Among the young disciples, you are already ranked 3rd. You are fully qualified to enter the Earth Vein of Fire. How about this? The previous 10 people should have already been decided, and Long Chen is qualified enough, so today's trial of the Earth Vein of Fire will increase to 11 people. Zhao Qingyun announced. In this way, the guy who ranked 10th would not resent Long Chen because he was squeezed out. Thank you, Master. After successfully obtaining this place, Long Chen was very happy. The help of the Earth Vein of Fire to him was the great method of Dao Heart Demonic Seed, and the help to Xiao Lang was even greater. Long Chen could imagine that it should be a paradise of flames. Xiao Lang was a demonic beast born because of flames. He was now only at the 5th grade of the Earth rank. As long as he entered the Earth Vein of Fire, his strength would definitely be greatly enhanced. Master, I want to bring my demonic beast Xiao Lang in. It should be okay. He has always been with me. When I am not here, if he is not controlled, it will not be good if he hurts others. Long Chen said. Of course, this is okay. Zhao Qingyun was in an extremely good mood. At this time, he might even agree to any of Long Chen's requests. How about this? Long Chen, the trial is about to begin. You still don't know anything about the rules. Little you, if you have time, you should talk to Long Chen about it. Entering the earth vein of fire, Long Chen would be alone. The top 10 were all disciples of the 3 great demonic elders. Zhao Qingyun was worried that Long Chen would be besieged, so he thought of Murongyu. Among the disciples of the 3 great demonic elders, only Murongyu was relatively well-behaved and had no prejudice against anyone. Moreover, she was also powerful. If Long Chen could take this opportunity to build a good relationship with Murongyu, it would be of great help to his trip to the earth vein of fire. Murongyu didn't expect that Zhao Qingyun would suddenly mention her. She was a little stunned for a moment. She had just been warned, so her first reaction was to look at her master. However, since Zhao Qingyun had spoken, second demon elder didn't dare to let Murongyu refuse. So Murongyu nodded and said, "Palace master, I will try my best." Zhao Qingyun nodded with satisfaction. Then he looked around and said, "Today's business is over. Everyone can leave. Those who want to participate in the trial of the earth vein of fire, prepare well. In 5 days, I will open the passage. At that time, who can get the great skill of Taoist Heart Demon Seed will depend on how hard you work." "Yes, Palace Master." Because of his relationship with Long Chen, Zhao Qingyun's prestige did not decline, but rose a lot. In the past, the only thing people in Celestial Devil Palace criticized was the ability of the Palace Master to accept disciples. When Long Chen rose, Zhao Qingyun's image instantly became perfect in the eyes of all disciples of Celestial Devil Palace. The crowd gradually retreated. Except for Murongyu, who was still in the same place, the other 3 great devil elders also left without saying a word. What Long Chen didn't see was that young Danfeng's eyes were always gloomy when he left. He glanced in the crowd and finally found a thin young man. Then he hurried to follow him. Long Chen naturally didn't know all this. "Alright, Long Chen, little you is a genius cultivator at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier. Moreover, she is kind-hearted and has a good temper. You should have a good conversation with her. It will be of great help to you on your journey to the elemental fire vein," Zhao Qingyun said before leaving with Dongfang Xianshao and Dongfang Xianshao. Only Long Chen and the veiled Murongyu were left in the field. "It seems that my master wants you to cover me in the earth vein of fire. It seems that I have to ride on your coattails," Long Chen said with a wry smile. Coattails. Murongyu was a little angry. Although Long Chen's words didn't mean that, Murongyu felt that something was wrong. Moreover, Murongyu still remembered the warning of the 3 demon elders. "Long Chen, I'll tell you the rules of the earth vein of fire. I'll leave after I tell you. Listen carefully," Murongyu said. "Okay." Long Chen nodded. The earth vein of fire is a huge magma river. There are 2 things hidden under the magma river. One is the fire essence, and the other is a demonic beast at the 6th level of the earth stage, the fire flame beast. Generally, the fire flame beast will guard the fire essence. Under normal circumstances, only by defeating the fire flame beast can you get the fire essence. Our rule is that whoever gets the most fire essence will be the winner. This time, I will compete with Yang Danfeng, and you will compete with others. If you get the most fire essence, you can get the first level of the Taoist Heart Seed method. It's so simple. Long Chen was a little surprised. "What else do you think it needs?" Murongyu said. "What if I get more fire essence than you and Yang Danfeng?" Long Chen asked. "I don't know. You can ask the palace master. But don't think too much. Yang Danfeng and I have entered the earth vein of fire twice and are very familiar with it. It's basically impossible for you to surpass us." Chapter 365. After that, Murongyu planned to leave. Although the second demon elder had already left, Murongyu knew that the second demon elder was watching her performance. If she stayed here for too long, she would definitely be scolded. Oh right, there's one more thing. Halfway through, Murongyu turned around. What is it? Longchen asked. He saw that Murongyu was in a hurry and did not take care of him like before. After thinking for a while, he roughly understood that the three demon elders were pressuring her. Right now, in the demonic palace, the three demon elders seemed to be fighting with the demonic palace master openly and secretly. Longchen and she belonged to different factions, so this was normal. In the fire evolution earth vein, the fire refinement essence is the most common thing. The fire refinement essence has been refined by magma for countless years and can form a god-refining crystal. In our trial, it would be even better if we could obtain a god-refining crystal. The value of a god-refining crystal is comparable to 100 fire refinement essence. If you are lucky enough to obtain a god-refining crystal, it is basically equivalent to you obtaining the Great Tao Heart Seed magic. God-refining crystal, I'll remember it. In this way, Xiao Lang had another goal. Also, the fire refinement essence has an even stronger god-refining crystal, and the fire flame beast also has an even stronger demon beast, known as the divine flame beast. The appearance of the divine flame beast is similar to the fire flame beast, but it is even bigger and more powerful. The divine flame beast is a 7th grade demon beast of the earth stage, and there are many of them in the fire evolution earth vein. Although Murongyu deliberately kept a distance from Longchen, she had indeed told Longchen everything that needed to be said. From this, it could be seen that she still took care of Longchen. Thank you. Longchen nodded to her. Generally speaking, there were not many people who were good to him. Well, also, you have to be careful of other people. I don't know if they will make things difficult for you. You know who I'm talking about. Goodbye. After that, Murongyu left. On the huge martial arts arena, only Longchen was left standing. At this time, Xiao Lang jumped onto the arena from a nearby corner and excitedly came to Longchen's side. These days, Longchen's strength had been advancing by leaps and bounds, while he had been making no progress. Fortunately, his good days were coming. However, what Xiao Lang didn't understand was that he clearly remembered that there were still 2 days before the battle with Longchen. Why did 2 days pass just like that? The matter of the Heavenly Devil Palace had come to an end, and Longchen's attention was now completely focused on the mysterious stone talisman. Such a miraculous thing, but it's a pity that I am unable to grasp it. I'll just leave it for now. If I continue to improve, then one day I will be able to completely understand this thing. After thinking it through, Longchen brought Xiao Lang back to the Azure Cloud residence. There were only 5 days left, so Longchen didn't plan on cultivating anymore. Right now, the Traceless Spectre could only be improved through actual combat. On the way back, everyone looked at Longchen in a completely different light. In the past, everyone would laugh at him because of his identity and because of his boasting. But now, it was different. He was the true Longchen. Furthermore, he had already cultivated a heaven-tier battle skill and broken the records of the Heavenly Devil Palace. With such a monstrous genius, who would dare laugh at him? Other than respect, there was only reverence in their eyes. I'll stay here for the next 5 days and familiarize myself with the Traceless Spectre. As for the demonic seed of Wei and the Demon Emperor sword, I have to obtain them both. Once I have them and my strength increases again, that will be the time when I kill my way back to Biyao Imperial City. Xiaoxi, just wait. I will obtain the 9 heavens immortal fruit for you very soon. Yes. Seeing the burning passion in Longchen's eyes, Lingxi nodded obediently. Shortly afterwards, deep sorrow appeared in her eyes. This was because there was something that she could not tell Longchen, nor could she bear to tell Longchen. If Longchen really did obtain the 9 heavens immortal fruit for her, it was very likely that they would be separated forever. This was the matter that caused Lingxi to feel more and more terrified. If their relationship was still the same as when they first met in Biyao town, then Longchen had agreed to help her reconstruct his body. She had thought that after the body was reconstructed, she would give Long Chen some compensation and then leave this place. However, she could not do it now. Her soul was already in Long Chen's body. If they were to separate, her soul would definitely be thrown away here, turning her into a soulless person. She would rather stay with Long Chen in his current state forever, but she knew just how powerful Long Chen's obsession was. Long Chen was the kind of person who would not turn back once he had decided on something. As a result, if he did not obtain the 9 heavens immortal fruit, he would definitely not give up. Of course, this was all in the future. After he and Lingxi had their own thoughts, Long Chen returned to the Green Cloud residence. He had already stayed in the Heavenly Demon Palace for almost 2 months, but he did not stay in the Green Cloud residence for more than a few days. There was only 1 month left, and these 2 months were peaceful. Long Chen knew that in the next month, the Heavenly Demon Palace would be in a turbulent period. At this moment, Long Chen saw a shoe on the ground. There was only one shoe, and it looked a little strange for it to be there all alone. This is the shoe of a servant disciple. In the Green Cloud residence, there is only one Wang Xing. Why did Wang Xing leave his shoe here? Long Chen was a little puzzled. He picked up the shoe and was surprised to find a sentence engraved on the sole of the shoe, alone, under the locust tree at the back of the mountain. The back of the mountain of the Heavenly Demon Palace was on the road leading to the peak of Mount Demonic. There was a locust tree that was especially tall. Long Chen remembered that the last time Wang Xing bid farewell to the other disciples, it was also near that locust tree. They actually have their eyes on Wang Xing. Who exactly is it? Yang Jun is already injured, so it shouldn't be him. It should be Yang Danfeng. Of course, this was just a guess. Without another word, Long Chen told Xiao Lang to stay at a distance while he headed to the back of the mountain. He had been rushing along this road for the past few days, so he quickly arrived at the place marked by the sole of the shoe. When he saw the locust tree from afar, Long Chen already saw 2 people standing there. One of them was Wang Xing, and the other was a cold and stern man leaning against the tree. It was none other than Yang Danfeng. Wang Xing, put on the shoe. After walking to Wang Xing's side and realizing that he was not injured, Long Chen felt a little more at ease. He then threw the shoe in his hand to Wang Xing and stood in front of him, looking at Yang Danfeng. Brother Chen. At the sight of Long Chen, Wang Xing's eyes were already brimming with tears. Yang Danfeng had told him that if Long Chen did not know how to do it, he would execute Wang Xing. Thankfully, Long Chen had really come. There's nothing else for you to do. Go back first, and don't tell anyone else about what happened here. Long Chen said calmly. All right. Wang Xing knew that he would only be a burden to Long Chen if he stayed here. Besides, he had great respect for Long Chen. He did not believe that Yang Danfeng could do anything to Long Chen. After Wang Xing left, Yang Danfeng's lips curled into a cold smirk. Seems like you're quite concerned about a lowly servant disciple. It's fate that we met. Being able to exchange a few words and have some friendship is even more so the fate of fate. In my opinion, this has nothing to do with strength or status, and there is no conflict. However, you, on the other hand, do not need to do this at all. If you want me to come out and see you alone, you only have to say a word, Long Chen said. Yang Danfeng smiled, and said, I brought him here because I wanted to see if you really cared about his death. We core disciples completely have the right to kill servant disciples without punishment. Even if I killed him in public, it would also be normal. Do you understand? What do you mean? Just tell me your purpose directly. Long Chen looked at Yang Danfeng's stance. It was obvious that he wanted to make an enemy out of him. Yang Danfeng was a martial artist at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, and he had also cultivated the Traceless Demon Shadow and the Great Demonic Seed technique of Dao Heart. Long Chen was sure that the present him should not be a match for him. I will make a few requests of you. First, you cannot take first place in the trial of the Earth Vein of Fire below the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier. Second, you are not allowed to speak to little Yu in the future, much less have any contact with her. Yang Danfeng's voice was cold. Long Chen almost laughed out loud. This young Danfeng was really full of himself. Even Zhao Qingyun did not have the right to restrict Long Chen like this, so what kind of person was Yang Danfeng? What right do you have to make me do this? Long Chen said with a smile. I knew you would ask this. Yang Danfeng's expression was as if everything was within his expectations, and he said, if I threatened you and said that if you could not do it, I would kill you. This kind of threat is really too small. You are proud and arrogant, and I believe that you already think that you can stand shoulder to shoulder with me. Then what else do you have on me? Yang Danfeng's attitude made him very uncomfortable, so in Long Chen's eyes, the ferocity was already gradually aroused. It's very simple. I have already told you. I can see that you, Long Chen, are a person who values relationships. The life of an odd-job disciple is like grass to me, but it is a treasure to you, and I have many forces in the heavenly demon palace. I can guarantee you that I have 100 ways to kill Wang Xing. If you dare to violate the above two conditions, you can just wait to collect his corpse. Yang Danfeng hit Long Chen's weak spot, and said proudly. Long Chen did not speak. He was indeed wary, and did not want Wang Xing to lose his life because of him. However, this did not mean that he would be bullied in that case. Thus, Long Chen raised his head, his gaze gradually turning cold, and he said, since that is the case, then I will also tell you that if anything happens to Wang Xing, there will be a day when you will also lose your life. I can even kill the city of the Pine Middle, so do you think that I cannot kill you? Farewell. After saying this, Long Chen did not even look back, and directly left. The enmity had already been formed, so there was no need to say any more nonsense. Little you and I are childhood sweethearts, and we have been together for 20 years. If you cause trouble, even if I lose this life of mine, I will kill you, Long Chen. Behind him, Yang Danfeng hooted. Chapter 366. 5 days later, the trial at the Fire Evolution Earth Vein officially began. Before this, there was no need to mention how excited Xiao Lang was. Long Chen discovered that after Xiao Lang had taken over the sun-devouring demonic wolf's body, his personality had become more and more childish. He was like a child all the time, and only when he encountered real trouble would he become serious. Early in the morning, Xiao Lang eagerly followed behind Long Chen, and at this time, Zhao Qingyun was already waiting for Long Chen outside. As they walked towards their destination, Zhao Qingyun asked, how did it go with Murongyu? Don't worry, even if I'm alone, I won't lose to them. What do you think? Long Chen said confidently. Zhao Qingyun nodded, and said, actually, I'm just worried that Yang Danfeng will join forces with little you to deal with you in order to avenge Yang Jun. Only then will it be difficult for you to resist. No. This was something that Long Chen could guarantee. He could see that though Yang Danfeng was attentive to Murongyu didn't really pay any attention to him. Then it's settled. Remember, the more fire essence, the better. The Great Tao Heart Demonic Seed technique is a good thing, Zhao Qingyun instructed. Long Chen nodded. Oh, that's right. If I obtain more fire essence than the two of them, then can I directly obtain 2 levels of the Great Tao Heart Demonic Seed technique? Long Chen probed. The first level of the Great Tao Heart Demonic Seed technique could increase the explosive power of true Qi by 2 times, while the second level could increase the explosive power by 4 times. Long Chen's Dragon Soul transformation itself had a 10-fold amplification. In this way, perhaps it could increase to 40 times. 40 times was a very terrifying concept. This meant that after Long Chen used the Great Tao Heart Demonic Seed technique, his true Qi could be amplified to a level even stronger than a 7th level Heavenly River tier cultivator. Therefore, the Great Tao Heart Demonic Seed art was indeed a good thing. Of course, since it was a mystical ability with a grade, it wouldn't work if Long Chen's strength far exceeded this grade. Take the Divine Fire Doppelgangers for example. The strongest strength of each doppelganger was around the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier. When Long Chen's strength far exceeded the heavenly river tier, the divine fire doppelgangers would only be at the high level of the earth tier, so they wouldn't be able to improve. The great Tao Heart Devil Seed art was the same. Before Long Chen's strength surpassed Zhao Qingyun's, the great Tao Heart Devil Seed art could be used. But if he did, then it would be useless. Long Chen's question left Zhao Qingyun dazed for a moment. Nothing like that has happened yet. However, you want to obtain 2 levels of the great Tao Heart Demonic Seed art. Zhao Qingyun said seriously. Long Chen nodded and said, who doesn't want more mystical ability manuals? Then later, you should put on a show and provoke the 3 great demon elders with words. If I agree, they will definitely oppose it. If they agree first, then I will agree. However, Long Chen, I know Dan Feng and Little Yu. It won't be easy for you to surpass them. You should know that they are the 2 strongest geniuses in the Cangyang country after Lin Zichen. Long Chen was an intelligent person. Whatever Zhao Qingyun said, he basically understood with a hint. I'll try my best. Long Chen smiled. Traceless Spectre, Great Tao Heart Demonic Seed Art, and Demon Emperor Sword Principle. The 3 secret manuals were all in his pocket. Following Zhao Qingyun, Long Chen had already arrived at the back of the mountain. The entrance to the earth vein of fire had to go around the back of the mountain, pass through the deep pool where Long Chen practiced, and walk a short distance before arriving at a cave. The entrance to the earth vein of fire was in this cave. In the back of the mountain, the 3 great demon elders with 10 disciples were already waiting for Long Chen. This was like a confrontation between the new and old strength of the Sky Devil Palace Master and the 3 great demon elders. Long Chen was very bitter. He should be the same as Zhao Qingyun. They were all alone. Zhao Qingyun could fight 3, but Long Chen was a little worse. When the 2 sides met, because of the conflict between Long Chen and Yang Jun, the air seemed to be full of the smell of gunpowder. Those young disciples were all under the same faction of the 3 great demon elders. They shared a common enemy. They didn't dare to have any opinions about Zhao Qingyun, so they all looked at Long Chen with cold eyes. Long Chen was just at the 6th tier of the Dragon Vein tier. The 10 disciples present were all above the 7th tier of the Heavenly River tier, and there was even one at the 8th tier of the Heavenly River tier. Except for Murongyu, they all looked at Long Chen with cold eyes. Logically speaking, when Long Chen faced such pressure, he should be scared to the point of peeing. However, to everyone's surprise, Long Chen didn't have any reaction at all. He still looked indifferent, which was quite similar to Zhao Qingyun next to him. This guy's temperament is really outstanding. It's not easy to deal with him. The 3 great demon elders had some concerns. In fact, if Long Chen didn't appear, the traceless demon shadow and the great art of Tao Heart Demonic Seed were prepared for Yang Jun. They knew that Yang Jun could enter the level of Yang Danfang when he reached the 8th tier of the Heavenly River tier, adding another top disciple for the 3 great demon elders. Unfortunately, Long Chen appeared. Not only did Long Chen snatch the traceless demon shadow, but he also beat Yang Jun up in the challenge. Yang Jun was depressed. He had missed the 8th tier of the Heavenly River tier. It was estimated that it would be very difficult to reach the 8th tier of the Heavenly River tier in a short time. This was all brought to Yang Jun by Long Chen, so at this time, the person who hated Long Chen the most was Yang Jun. Everyone is here, then let's go. Of course, Zhao Qingyun knew that the atmosphere was abnormal. However, he just turned a blind eye to it. In the past trials, there was no disciple of Zhao Qingyun. At that time, the 3 great demon elders were very awe-inspiring. This time, there was finally Long Chen who could help him flaunt his prowess. Although Zhao Qingyun didn't say it, he was secretly happy in his heart. In the thick smell of gunpowder, everyone arrived in front of the cave. Before they reached the cave, Long Chen felt a hot breath hit him in the face. At this time, Xiao Lang hurriedly got up from Long Chen's arms. His sleepy eyes looked at the cave, and immediately became hot. Xiao Lang liked to sleep so much. Long Chen guessed that it was because he burned the fire of life last time. We're here. You are about to undergo the 5-day trial of the derived fire earth vein. Whoever can obtain the most fire-refined essence will be the final winner. Are you all ready? Zhao Qingyun turned around and swept a somewhat serious gaze over everyone. Ready. Everyone nodded, and their voices were loud and clear. If there are no questions, I will open the passageway now. Zhao Qingyun's gaze swept over everyone, and once again confirmed. I have a question. Long Chen knew that Zhao Qingyun was creating an opportunity for him. He hurriedly asked, Master, I want to know, if I obtain more fire-refined essence than the two of them, then can I directly obtain the 2 levels of the great demonic seed technique of Tao and Heart? Long Chen was extremely daring, and directly swept his gaze over everyone. He looked at Yang Danfeng with a provocative gaze, and said in a clear voice. His words stunned everyone. He dared to say that he had collected more fire-refined essence than 2 martial artists in the 8th level of the Heavenly River realm. Moreover, they were outstanding martial artists in the 8th level of the Heavenly River realm, and each of them had practiced 2 heaven-grade combat skills. Are you kidding me? With your strength, if you can really get 2 levels, what's the harm in giving you 2 levels? Yang Danfeng was amused when he heard this. He was extremely confident in himself. Long Chen's greedy idea was nothing more than a joke. The 3 great demon elders also looked at each other. The only criterion of this trial is the fire-refined essence. Whoever obtains more fire-refined essence is the strong one. If I can get more, it means that I am stronger than them. Even they can get the 2nd level, then why can't I completely get the 2nd level? Long Chen looked around at everyone and said word by word. Wishful thinking. Everyone shook their heads. Stop it. The great demon elder shook his head. He looked at Zhao Qingyun and asked, Palace Master, what do you think about this matter? It's all up to you. Zhao Qingyun threw this problem to him, which put the great demon elder in a difficult position. He knew that Zhao Qingyun was pressuring him. If he didn't agree to Long Chen's request, it seemed that the 3 great demon elders had no confidence in their disciples. But if he agreed, he was worried that there would be some special changes, which would benefit Long Chen. Looks like the 3 demon elders don't have much confidence in their disciples. Fine, forget it. If I were to casually obtain the 2nd stage of the great demon seed method of Tao Heart, some people might feel unbalanced and secretly plot against me. That wouldn't be good. Long Chen's face was filled with ridicule. Don't say any more. Since the Palace Master has given me the right to decide, then do as you say. My disciples are frank and open people. The great demon elder could only say helplessly. If he refused Long Chen at this time, it was really a little bit to boost the morale of others and reduce his own prestige. Zhao Qingyun did not directly decide, but threw the right to the great demon elder to force the 3 great demon elders to agree. Successfully completed, Long Chen was very happy in his heart. Next, under the leadership of Zhao Qingyun, everyone walked into the cave. This was a fiery red cave. There was no flame in the cave, but the temperature was extremely high. The rocks in the cave were all red. Next, under Zhao Qingyun's lead, everyone entered the cave. This was a fiery red cave. There were no flames in the cave, but the temperature was extremely high. The rocks in the cave were all red in color. As he walked, Long Chen saw that he had already reached the end. At the end, there was a huge iron gate. This iron gate was covered in rust, as if it had been there for countless years. Through this iron gate, you will reach the earth vein of derived fire. There are 10 passages in front of you. Go down along these passages, and you will go to 10 different positions. I suggest that if you don't want to be found by your own people, go to the earth vein of derived fire and quickly change your position. Zhao Qingyun's explanation was purely for Long Chen to hear. After all, only Long Chen had enmity with them. If he met them, who knew what would happen? Long Chen nodded secretly. After that, Zhao Qingyun grabbed the huge handle of the metal door and used all the strength in his body to pull the metal door outwards. The loud sound of metal rubbing against metal resounded in the cave. Chapter 367. After Zhao Qingyun opened the iron gate, a gust of hot air came from inside. It was so hot here, not to mention inside. Smelling the fire, Xiao Lang was completely restless in Long Chen's arms. His two round eyes were wide open, staring at the inside of the cave. His serious look made him look a little silly. Murongyu, who was not far away, saw Xiao Lang's look and suddenly felt envious. Go in, all of you. There are 10 passageways and a total of 11 people. Little you will familiarize yourself with the environment inside. You will enter one of the passageways with Long Chen. Once we reach the elemental fire vein, we will split up, Zhao Qingyun ordered. He was playing the same trick again, using his authority to tie Murongyu and Long Chen together. This time, Second Demon Elder was a little angry. If First Demon Elder had not stopped her, she might have directly contradicted Zhao Qingyun. After all, Murongyu was her disciple, and she was the middle of the 3 great demon elders. Zhao Qingyun's action was almost like poaching her. Yes, sir. Murongyu nodded. She didn't care. Anyway, after arriving at the earth vein of derived fire, they had to separate. It didn't matter if they stayed together for a while. However, Murongyu had no objection. Yang Danfeng's objection was too big. He dared not disobey Zhao Qingyun, so he could only vent his anger on Long Chen. His resentment towards Long Chen deepened. When the 10 passages came out, Yang Danfeng wanted to suggest to Zhao Qingyun and the 3 great demon elders that Murongyu should go with him. Unexpectedly, before he could say anything, Zhao Qingyun had already arranged for Long Chen. Under Zhao Qingyun's arrangement, disciples began to walk into the passage one by one. When Long Chen and Murongyu walked into the same passage, the iron gate behind them slowly closed. After the iron door was closed, the surroundings became even brighter. The surrounding rocks in the passageway were all fiery red in color. Scorching heat was emitted from the rocks and set off waves of heat in the passageway. The passage was slanted downwards, which meant that Long Chen had been heading underground. The lava should have been underground to begin with. At this moment, Murongyu didn't say anything. She walked in front by herself. In the hazy fiery red light, her exquisite and delicate body was wrapped in a tight black muslin. It was faintly discernible, and her tall and slender figure was especially alluring. Zhao Qingyun bringing Murongyu here was purely to cause trouble. In fact, Long Chen no longer needed anyone's help. Howl, Xiao Lang let out an agitated cry. If it were not for Long Chen, he would have rushed down immediately. His cry finally made Murongyu turn her head. She was still covered with a veil and her face could not be seen clearly. At this time, she stopped and waited for Long Chen to walk to her side. She carefully looked at Xiao Lang in his arms and whispered, "What a cute Xiao Lang. Long Chen, what is the name of this demon beast?" "He is called Flame Beast, and he likes flames the most." Long Chen made up a story. Flame Beast. Murongyu searched through his memories, but he didn't seem to know anything about a demonic beast like the Flame Beast. Furthermore, this name was simply too inferior. "You are playing with me," Murongyu said angrily. "If you don't believe me, you can ask him yourself." Long Chen rolled his eyes. He knew that Murongyu did not want to talk to him, but because Xiao Lang was too cute, she did not have much resistance. In the end, she still chatted with Long Chen. "Ask him yourself." Murongyu was a little dazed. She looked at Xiao Lang and asked in a low voice, "Xiao Lang, are you called Flame Beast?" Xiao Lang let out a burp and spat out a flame from his mouth. "Can you let me hug you?" Murongyu said with some expectation. "No." In Lingxi's sword, Lingxi hurriedly called out, "Xiao Lang, if you let her hug you, don't call me Sister Lingxi in the future." Xiao Lang immediately shrank into Long Chen's arms, including his tail. See, he doesn't want to, and I can't do anything about it. Long Chen spread out his hands helplessly. Why? Moronu said, feeling a little unlucky. Maybe it's because you're too ugly, Long Chen blurted out. You. Moronu glared at Long Chen angrily, then she quickened her pace and walked in front. It seemed that she would not talk to Long Chen from now on, Long Chen said. The passage to the Fire Evolution Earth vein was very deep. Long Chen had walked at least a few thousand meters, but he had not reached the end yet. The passage was winding downwards. Long Chen guessed that the shape of the passage should be in the shape of a spiral, from the Iron Gate to the bottom of Mount Emperor Demon. For the rest of the journey, Moronu did not speak to Long Chen anymore, and Long Chen was happy to be at ease. Ling Shi was currently staring at him through the sword in his ear. Whenever Moronu approached, she would stare at him like a tiger watching its prey. Long Chen also did not want his ears to suffer for nothing, so it was good that Moronu did not speak to him. By the way, Long Chen, you have been in Demonic Palace for so long, why haven't you seen that girl? When they were about to walk out of the passage, Moronu suddenly stopped and said. It seemed that Moronu was very concerned about Lingxi. I can't see her for the time being. When I become stronger, I can let you see her. What's wrong? Long Chen asked. Of course, he would not tell her that Lingxi was in his ear. Nothing. At that time, I saw you risking your life to protect her and you even got punched a few times. I felt that you should like her very much, so I just asked casually. Since there is nothing wrong, it's fine. Moronu said lightly. From her tone, he could not tell that she had any feelings. Only then did Long Chen know why Moronu often helped him. First of all, she was a woman. Long Chen was willing to risk his life to protect a woman. Perhaps she was touched, but Moronu was very clear that all of this would not belong to her. Did you feel it? The temperature has increased by about 10 times compared to when we came in. We have arrived at the Fire Evolution Earth vein. Moronu changed the topic. Long Chen also felt it. After entering the Fire Evolution Earth vein, I have my own things to do. When the time comes, we will separate. However, Long Chen, I still have to remind you. If you can, you should try to get as much refined fire essence as possible. The more the better. Moronu hesitated for a moment and said it. Why? Long Chen felt that Moronu still had something to say. I heard that except for Yang Danfeng, the other people will gather the refined fire essence and give it to Yang Jun. In this way, it will be the same as the sum of the other 8 people. So, you should know how much you need. Moronu said. That works too. Long Chen was a little speechless. Fortunately, Moronu reminded him. Otherwise, this time, Long Chen would underestimate the number of Yang Jun's refined fire essence. Therefore, he felt a lot of gratitude towards Moronu. It doesn't matter. When the time comes, it will depend on how much refined fire essence you have. You can even snatch their refined fire essence before the time is up. Of course, you can't use the refined fire essence that you have previously obtained. The temperature of the refined fire essence that has just been taken out from the magma is hundreds of times different from the refined fire essence that has been placed in the outside world for a year. At a glance, you can see the difference. Don't tell me you brought the refined fire essence to make up the number. Moronu did not explain this to Long Chen, so she was worried that Long Chen would have this idea. No, I don't have any on me. Long Chen was a little speechless. If Xiao Lang was here, it would be impossible for him to keep any refined fire essence. Speaking of this, Long Chen suddenly felt that the scene in front of him suddenly became clear. On the ground in front of him, there was a small hole. Long Chen walked to the side of the hole and looked inside. All he saw was scarlet-red magma as far as his eyes could see. Other than magma, there was nothing else. The magma was rolling, and a vast wave of heat rushed towards Long Chen. In the magma below, there were bubbles emerging from time to time and exploding. In his vision, it was like a pool of red muddy boiling water, releasing a huge amount of heat. This is magma. This was the first time Long Chen had seen it. That's right. The leaf fire flame beast and the refined fire essence are both hidden in the depths of this magma. You need to dive deep to be able to gain anything. Without true energy at the 5th level of the heavenly river tier or above, there is no way you can protect yourself and move freely below. You, Xiao Lang, are you alright? She still did not know Xiao Lang's level, so she asked a little worriedly. Don't worry, he was born for flames. Long Chen smiled mysteriously. Alright, then. I won't say anything else. They have probably been running all the way, and should have entered the river of magma by now. I cannot delay any longer. Goodbye. Long Chen nodded. After saying this, Murongyu did not hesitate and jumped down from this small hole. True energy surrounded her, giving her body the ability to resist the heat of the magma. Then, she plunged head first into the fiery red magma and disappeared. Xiao Lang looked down with a burning gaze. Let's go as well, Xiao Lang. This is your paradise. The earth vein of evolving fire, the leaf fire flame beast. With my spirit-devouring demonic eyes, all the demonic beasts have nowhere to hide from my eyes. If we find the demonic beasts, won't we find the refined fire essence? This way, we will not have to worry about finding less refined fire essence than them. What Long Chen needed to do was to collect the refined fire essence in the shortest amount of time with the highest efficiency. After preparing with Xiao Lang, Long Chen also copied Murongyu, enveloping his body with true energy and jumping into the river of magma. As for Xiao Lang, this magma was nothing more than bathwater to him. It is indeed very hot. As soon as he plunged in, everything around him was red. He could not see anything, only the pushing force from the magma that was like flowing water, shaking Long Chen back and forth. Long Chen controlled his body and then used his true energy to open up a space. Only then could he see the things around him. And Xiao Lang was in the magma in front of him. What could be seen was that traces of flames, almost automatically flowing into Xiao Lang's body, being swallowed by Xiao Lang. Come, let's start searching. Chapter 368. In this fire vein, what Long Chen had to face was not only the attacks of the demonic beasts, but also the attacks of the other disciples of Heavenly Demon Palace. Long Chen believed that in Heavenly Demon Palace, besides Murongyu, as long as other people saw him, they would attack him. At the very least, they would snatch away Long Chen's fire-refined essence. In fact, ever since he cultivated the Traceless Spectre, Long Chen was not afraid of anyone except Yang Danfeng among the disciples of Heavenly Demon Palace. However, Long Chen was not willing to encounter Yang Danfeng and the others before he obtained enough fire-refined essence. After all, Long Chen only had 2 goals this time. One was to help Xiao Lang level up, and the other was the great art of Dao Heart Demonic Seed. In this huge magma river, Long Chen's spirit-devouring demon pupil played a big role. When he entered the magma, he was surrounded by rolling red magma. If he could only rely on luck, Long Chen did not know how long it would take to find the fire-refined essence. However, with the spirit-devouring demon pupil, it was different. Using the spirit-devouring demon pupil, the surrounding magma completely disappeared. Long Chen could see the souls within a radius of 1 mile. This was the first time he used the spirit-devouring demon pupil, and Long Chen saw 2 souls. One of them was Murongyu. She was heading west. Long Chen did not follow her. Instead, he went in the direction of the other soul. Leaf Fire Flame Beast. That's right, within a radius of 1 mile from Long Chen, there was a Leaf Fire Flame Beast. Long Chen called out to Xiao Lang, and without saying anything, he went in the direction of the Leaf Fire Flame Beast. The blazing flame beast lives in magma and feeds on magma. It is similar to the 8-clawed fire hornless dragon that we encountered on Goldfish Island. However, the blazing flame beast is much stronger than the 8-clawed fire hornless dragon. The flame essence is the essence of magma. The blazing flame beast cannot directly swallow it. Therefore, it usually hibernates beside the flame essence and absorbs its flame essence. Therefore, wherever there is a blazing flame beast, there will be a flame essence. This was the information Long Chen had gathered over the past few days. By using the spirit-devouring demon eye to find the leaf fire flame beast, he had also indirectly found the fire refining essence. With this kind of speed, Long Chen did not believe that he would be slower than others. Generally speaking, regardless of whether it was the mythical fire flame beast or the fire refinement essence, they were all located at the bottom layer of the magma. The current situation was no exception. In fact, if one were to look at the surface distance, the distance between the mythical fire flame beast and Long Chen was not far. However, the vertical distance was several hundred meters. Long Chen continued diving downwards. As he was in the magma, moving too much could easily cause the magma to churn. Therefore, Long Chen's speed was not fast, and he could only cautiously dive deeper. I'm almost there. Long Chen could already sense that the mythical fire flame beast was not far from his eyes. He held his breath. At first, he had wanted to let Xiao Lang show off his skills, but now that Xiao Lang had released his 5th level Earth tier, it would be more convenient and faster for him to act. Silently, Long Chen transformed into his dragon soul, wielding the blue dragon battle halberd. With his battle prowess that could match a 7th level Heavenly River tier cultivator, it was not difficult for him to deal with a 6th level Earth tier leaf fire flame beast. When he neared, Long Chen could roughly see the appearance of this mythical fire flame beast. This was a demonic beast that was half the size of the sun-devouring demon wolf, and looked a little like a lion. It had a thick mane, and was filled with a domineering and arrogant air. However, its body was covered in fiery red thick scales, and its teeth and claws were very sharp. The strangest thing was that its tail was actually no different from the tail of a scorpion. So this is the mythical fire flame beast, and it looks not bad. This demonic beast was probably born in the magma, for it exuded a thick aura of malice. If an ordinary 7th level Heavenly River tier cultivator fought with it in this magma, it would probably be more difficult for them to win. This was already the bottom of the magma. Long Chen looked around for a while, and indeed, he saw a fire essence not far from the feet of the mythical fire flame beast. At this moment, the fire essence was actually burning with flames, and the extremely high temperature in the surroundings was largely due to this fire essence. Do it. When Long Chen was as close as he could to the mythical fire flame beast, he suddenly used the Dragon Emperor's demise. With his true chi that was equivalent to the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier, he instantly erupted. Moreover, he was using such a fast attack like the Dragon Emperor's demise. The blue dragon battle halberd instantly pierced into the head of the mythical fire flame beast that was pretending to be asleep. Long Chen suddenly exerted force, and when the mythical fire flame beast opened its eyes in pain, the blue dragon battle halberd had already completely pierced into the head of the mythical fire flame beast. The mythical fire flame beast howled, and countless crimson flames surged out of its mouth. Then, it died in Long Chen's hands. I don't believe that you can survive such a sneak attack. Long Chen laughed. He picked out a fist-sized demonic core from the head of the mythical fire flame beast, and then tossed it to Xiao Lang. Xiao Lang's face was filled with excitement. Without another word, he directly put the demonic core into his mouth, and with a gulp, he swallowed it into his stomach. How is it? Long Chen asked, a little expectantly. Xiao Lang's eyes widened, and he looked at Long Chen innocently. The demonic core of the mythical fire flame beast had indeed been swallowed by him. However, it seemed that he had not yet filled his stomach. Fuck me, you glutton. Long Chen laughed loudly. Then, he picked up the fire-refined essence from the ground, and stored it into his cosmos sack. As for the corpse of the mythical fire flame beast, the bloodline of a 6th level Earth tier demonic beast would not be of any help to him. Thus, Long Chen could not be bothered to clean it up. Let's go. Next target. I've already obtained a fire-refined essence. I just don't know how fast they are. Long Chen guessed. They did not have the spirit-devouring demonic eyes, so it would actually be easier for them to discover the fire-refined essence. However, the other party had the advantage in numbers, and they were also familiar with the fire evolution earth vein. Thus, the outcome of the battle was still uncertain. With the experience of dealing with the mythical fire flame beast the first time, the following battles would be much easier. There were more mythical fire flame beasts in the fire evolution earth vein. Basically, there would be fire-refined essence beside every mythical fire flame beast. If one was unlucky, there would be none. As for divine flame beasts and divine refined crystals, Long Chen had not encountered any. Because he had the spirit-devouring demonic eyes, Long Chen basically spent most of his time collecting fire-refined essence. In his battles with the mythical fire flame beast, he basically had an overwhelming victory. Unless he encountered two mythical fire flame beasts at the same time, he would need to battle for a relatively long time before he could finish them off. Long Chen estimated that under normal circumstances, the number of mythical fire flame beasts that others had found should not be as many as his. Thus, he still had a very good chance of obtaining first place, and even surpassing 2 8th-level Heavenly River tier cultivators. 3 of them. And this time, Long Chen directly encountered 3 mythical fire flame beasts. As Long Chen approached, he directly killed one of the mythical fire flame beasts with a sneak attack. After all, the other 2 mythical fire flame beasts had discovered his movements. The mythical fire flame beasts were violent and ruthless, and would not retreat because of this. The moment Long Chen revealed himself, they immediately engaged in an intense battle with Long Chen. Devouring World of Blood. When he used all these, the 2 mythical fire flame beasts no longer had any resistance, and were continuously hacked to death by Long Chen's blue dragon battle halberd. After collecting the 5 fire-refined essence beads on the ground, Long Chen tossed the 3 mythical fire flame beasts' demonic cores to Xiao Lang. Xiao Lang had finally broken through to his current cultivation level. His demonic power and all the other aspects of his body had been strengthened, and he had reached the 6th level of Earth tier. Long Chen counted. This time, Xiao Lang had consumed more than 30 mythical fire flame beasts' demonic cores. This meant that Long Chen had already killed more than 30 mythical fire flame beasts. Within his cosmos sac, he had already obtained 40 fire-refined essences. Fire-refined essences were even more helpful to Xiao Lang, but Long Chen still needed them to obtain the Great Dao Heart demonic seed art. He could only give them to Xiao Lang after he left. It's already been more than half a day. If I can maintain this frequency, I should be able to obtain around 300 fire-refined essences in 5 days. But I can't be sure. After all, the surrounding mythical fire flame beasts have more or less been wiped out by me. It seems that I should find a place with more mythical fire flame beasts. Xiao Lang had already reached the 6th level of Earth tier. Adding the God Fire Doppelganger and the 9 Serenities demonic ancestral flame, the mythical fire beasts would most likely not be his match. In the following search, Long Chen's speed would increase. Let's go and head to the next territory. Another day passed. In the process of hurrying along, the number of fire-refined essences collected was not as much as at the start. However, there were already around 80 of them now. It had to be mentioned that during this period of time, Long Chen had seen Yang Jun once. Yang Jun was surrounded by 7 other 7th-level Heavenly River tier martial artists. After Long Chen had discovered them with his spirit-devouring demonic eye, he had fled far away. Unless he had no other choice, he would not fight against 8 7th-level Heavenly River tier opponents. Muro Mu is right. It seems that the fire-refined essences that they have found have already been given to Yang Jun. But why are they gathered together now? If they had searched separately, then he would have been able to find more fire-refined essences. If they were gathered together, the efficiency would probably be lower. Although he was puzzled, Long Chen could not be bothered with them. He continued to advance, continuing to use his spirit-devouring demonic eye to search for traces of the mythical fire flame beast. After a total of 2 days, Long Chen had already sensed that he seemed to have entered deep into a more secluded area. The lava here was actually mixed with a faint black-colored flow of fire. The surrounding temperature was also much higher, as if there were countless fire-refined essences in the surroundings. There is no mythical fire flame beast here, but there is an even more powerful force. If my guess is correct, there should be an even more powerful demonic beast hibernating ahead. It should be a 7th level Earth tier divine flame beast. Long Chen guessed with his sharp intuition. Indeed, after he stealthily advanced for a period of time, he could already use his spirit-devouring demonic eye to see a demonic beast that was slightly smaller than the mythical fire flame beast. The spirit-devouring demonic eye could only sense the existence of souls. As for what it looked like, Long Chen did not know. "Awu!" Xiao Lang cried out softly. From his eager eyes, Long Chen understood what he meant. He wanted to deal with it himself. Chapter 369. As they approached, Long Chen was finally able to see the appearance of the divine flame beast. It was more or less the same as what Murong Yu had described. The appearance of the divine flame beast was actually no different from that of the mythical fire beast. They both had thick and heavy scales and a scorpion tail. The only difference was that the divine flame beast's entire body was black, while the mythical fire beast's scales and mane were fiery red. Furthermore, the divine flame beast's body was slightly smaller than the mythical fire beast's. "Xiao Lang, this is what you want." The divine flaming beast is a level 7 Earth-class demonic beast. Moreover, it has an even more outstanding combat power in the magma. "You're just a level 6 Earth-class, how dare you?" Long Chen mocked. Xiao Lang nodded. Although there was a difference in level, the sun-devouring demonic wolf was more favored by flames than the divine flaming beast. Moreover, Xiao Lang had many tricks up his sleeves. He didn't believe that he couldn't even deal with a divine flaming beast. "Be careful." Xiao Lang had already made up his mind. Long Chen could only remind him at the last moment. Xiao Lang nodded. Then, he gradually transformed into his battle form in front of Long Chen. The sun-devouring demonic wolf's battle form was majestic and breathtaking. It was even more terrifying than the divine flaming beast. Especially the strange black flames flowing on the surface of his body and the golden sun mark between his eyebrows, all of which showed his uniqueness. The sun-devouring demonic wolf and the divine flaming beast were both black. When Xiao Lang suddenly accelerated towards the divine flaming beast, Long Chen stayed where he was, carefully observing the surroundings. If anything happened, he could help Xiao Lang. After all, the evolving fire-earth vein wasn't a safe place. At this time, the divine flaming beast had already discovered the sun-devouring demonic wolf. There were 2 kinds of demonic beasts in the fire evolution earth vein, the divine flame beast and the distant fire flame beast. The distant fire flame beast was basically the subordinate of the divine flame beast. Therefore, the divine flame beast would not be provoked except for the fights and provocations between males during the breeding period. However, at this time, a demonic beast that he had never seen before suddenly appeared and dared to provoke him. Sensing the grade of the wolf cub, the divine flame beast's brain grew bigger. It suddenly let out a roar that did not match its size at all. Flames surged out from its mouth and attacked the sun-devouring demonic wolf crazily. Roar! The 2 demonic beasts collided with each other with a loud bang. The sharp claws and teeth of both sides clashed against each other. The battle between demonic beasts was not as simple as one would imagine. They also had the battle skills honed by their ancestors. At this time, the battle between them immediately dazzled Long Chen's eyes. Every time the claws and teeth collided, a sharp sound of friction rang out. Hiss! Although the divine flame beast was small, its strength was much stronger than Xiao Lang's. This forceful collision lasted for about a quarter of an hour. In the midst of the battle, Xiao Lang's front leg was scratched by the divine flame beast. This angered Xiao Lang. He had been a human for more than 10 years and suddenly became a demonic beast. Although it had not been long, he was still not familiar with the battle. Otherwise, he would not have been injured. At this time, after successfully injuring Xiao Lang, the divine flame beast suddenly became arrogant. Flames rose from its body and it roared crazily. Its small body suddenly rushed towards Xiao Lang like a sharp arrow. Roar! Just when the divine flame beast thought that it had almost finished off Xiao Lang's body suddenly surged with raging flames. The flames burned wildly, and black wolf shadows broke away from the flames, turning into black demonic beasts that looked similar to Xiao Lang. However, these black demonic wolves were completely composed of flames. The divine flame beast, which had been arrogant a moment ago, was instantly surrounded by Xiao Lang's divine flame clones. This sudden strange situation almost scared the divine flame beast to death. It quivered and stopped in its tracks. Then, it turned around in horror, preparing to escape. Of course, Xiao Lang would not let it escape. When the divine flame clones appeared, hundreds of demonic wolves instantly surrounded the divine flame beast. In an instant, at least 50 divine flame clones surrounded the divine flame beast and attacked it crazily. The divine flame beast immediately let out a mournful howl. Although the divine flame beast was a type of flame, and the divine flame clone's attacks were not particularly effective against it, it could not withstand the sheer number of divine flame clones. The combat power of each divine flame clone was roughly equal to that of an earth-ranked demonic beast, which was equivalent to Xiao Lang's previous combat power. This showed how much Xiao Lang had improved. Roar! The divine flame beast frantically tried to break out of the encirclement. One by one, the divine flame clones left wounds on its body, but even more divine flame clones succeeded in hitting it. This caused the scales on the divine flame beast's body to become a bloody mess. Worst of all, one of its legs had almost been broken by Xiao Lang. At this time, it was slowly slowing down. It would not be long before it died at the hands of Xiao Lang. Xiao Lang, stop, let it escape. Just at this time, Long Chen rapidly approached and said. Xiao Lang was taken aback, but he immediately retracted the divine flame clones. Only then did the overwhelming black wolf shadows disappear into the magma. The divine flame beast stared blankly at its surroundings for a while, then looked timidly at Xiao Lang. Without even a whimper, it directly dragged the leg that Xiao Lang had broken and fled in a sorry state. Xiao Lang had a puzzled look on his face. Only after the divine flame beast had run a certain distance did Long Chen catch up. He then explained to Xiao Lang, there is no fire essence around this divine flame beast. Ordinary divine flame beasts are the overlords of this fire-evolving earth vein, so how could they not have fire essence? Therefore, I reckon that this is not its base. As long as we follow it, we will definitely be able to find its base. Not only will we be able to obtain its Yao Dan, but we will also be able to find fire essence. This was Long Chen's goal. Only then did Xiao Lang come to a realization. He looked at Long Chen with some admiration, secretly praising him in his heart. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. After making up his mind, Long Chen followed the divine flame beast from afar. The divine flame beast was bleeding, and Long Chen would get excited at the smell. Therefore, no matter how far the divine flame beast escaped, Long Chen reckoned that he would be able to find it. In the deepest part of the fire-evolving earth vein, Long Chen followed the divine flame beast for a short distance. Suddenly, he felt that he had entered a cave filled with magma. This surprised him. The bottom of the fire-evolving earth vein was the riverbed, and there was a cave in the riverbed. What did this mean? Could it mean that this was the lair of the divine flame beast? Just as this thought appeared in Long Chen's mind, he used his spirit-devouring demon eye to see that in the deepest part of the cave, there were actually densely packed divine flame beasts. These divine flame beasts were all gathered in a large cave, in 2s and 3s. Long Chen guessed that this was the lair of the divine flame beast, but he didn't expect it to be true. On one hand, the divine flame beast was a 7th-grade Earth stage demon beast, and there were at least 50 of them here. Even if Long Chen and Xiao Lang were together, it would still be difficult to deal with so many divine flame beasts, and there might even be danger. However, danger was usually accompanied by fortuitous encounters, and this place was definitely one of them. To be able to let so many divine flame beasts stay together peacefully, those rare refined fire essence, and even God-refining crystals, would definitely not be lacking. Long Chen told Xiao Lang what he had seen. Xiao Lang frowned, and was also hesitating. The benefits were incomparably huge for Xiao Lang, but the danger could also easily cause one of Long Chen and Xiao Lang to pay with their lives. How about this? Both of us have divine flame clones, and I estimate that with our combined strength, we can at most fight against 20 divine flame beasts at the same time. We will stay here first, and wait for the divine flame beasts to come out, and if one comes out, we will kill one. We can even go in and lure them out. We still have 3 days, and I won't be able to grind these beasts to death. Long Chen thought for a while, then said cautiously. His mind was still relatively clear. When the injured divine flame beast returned to the big cave where the other divine flame beasts were gathered, the other divine flame beasts gradually boiled over. This was because the demonic beast was heavily injured, and their own kind was actually killed by others. Basically, all the adult divine flame beasts were extremely angry, and very quickly, 2 divine flame beasts came towards the cave entrance where Long Chen was. Just as we were talking, 2 of them came out. Xiao Lang, let's attack together and guard the cave entrance. Once they come out, I will use the devouring blood world and kill them. As Long Chen made the arrangements, he and Xiao Lang quickly pushed their way to the cave entrance, and got ready to wait for the 2 divine flame beasts to appear. When the enraged divine flame beasts had just appeared at the entrance of the cave, Long Chen had used the devouring world of blood to suppress them. The 2 demonic beasts were caught off guard for a moment, and were immediately greatly restricted. At this time, Long Chen and the wolf cub were able to launch a sneak attack, and with lightning speed, they fought with one of the divine flame beasts. Xiao Lang was lazy, and directly used the 9 underworld demon ancestral flame to burn through the abdomen of one of the divine flame beasts. Under the effect of the devouring blood world, the divine flame beast's movement was greatly restricted, and coupled with the fact that it was unprepared, it easily died at the hands of Xiao Lang. Long Chen also used a sneak attack method. Under the cover of the devouring blood world, his blue dragon halberd danced wildly, and with a swift and sure kill move, the Dragon Emperor's downfall, he very quickly killed the other divine flame beast. A total of 2 level 7 Earth stage monster cores were finally absorbed into the wolf cub's stomach. However, it wasn't easy for the wolf cub to level up. At the very least, 2 level 7 Earth stage monster cores were just enough to fill its stomach. Long Chen had easily killed off 2 divine flame beasts. This undoubtedly proved that Long Chen's method was correct. Basically, he had to kill all the divine flame beasts in order to obtain what was inside. Thus, Long Chen did not want to waste any time and immediately started the next round of baiting. Chapter 370. Long Chen quickly figured out that there were a total of 68 divine flame beasts inside. From the beginning, Long Chen and Xiao Lang had already killed 2 of them. After the 2 divine flame beasts died, Long Chen did not have time to wait here any longer. He had to imprint the divine flame beasts inside, but he could not lure too many of them out. In other words, if he wanted to enter the cave, he could not make too much of a ruckus. Xiao Lang, watch me. Long Chen laughed, then quietly snuck into the cave. Presumably, to Xiao Lang, Long Chen was more suitable to take on the task of luring them. Relying on the spirit-devouring demon, Long Chen could easily grasp the movements of the divine flame beasts inside. He held his breath and slowly approached inside. With his speed, he quickly appeared in front of the cave where the divine flame beasts were gathered. Because of the magma, he could not see how many treasures there were below, but there was definitely a lot of them. This was because the temperature here, compared to the normal temperature outside, was almost 100 times higher. This meant that there was a high possibility that it was filled with fire refinement essence, and there might even be God-refining crystals. Long Chen was sure that he had definitely found the place with the most fire refinement essence in the elemental fire vein. This could only be said that his luck was too good, and whether or not he had the fortune to enjoy his luck would depend on whether or not his strength passed the test. Gently taking a few small stones from the ground, Long Chen used all his strength and threw them towards a few of the divine flame beasts that were closer. Although the stones could not cause any harm to the divine flame beasts, they successfully alerted them. When Long Chen let out a light sound outside the cave, a total of 5 divine flame beasts started to walk towards the outside suspiciously. Long Chen instantly ran away. When the divine flame beasts discovered his tracks, they immediately increased their speed and chased after Long Chen. This time, there were a total of 5 divine flame beasts, but Long Chen knew that he could definitely eat them all. Very soon, Long Chen charged out of the cave. The 5 divine flame beasts charged out right after him. It was at this moment that Long Chen used the world of devouring blood. As for Xiao Lang, who had been lying in wait, all his God-fire clones appeared the moment Long Chen used the world of devouring blood. They immediately surrounded the 5 divine flame beasts. Afterwards, Xiao Lang used the 9th hell demon ancestral flame. The divine flame beasts trapped by the God-fire clones were obviously unable to resist the attacks of the 9th hell demon ancestral flame. They were slain one by one. The 5 divine flame beasts all died in just a few minutes. Long Chen had only killed 1 in total, while Xiao Lang had killed 4. The destructive power of the 9th hell demon ancestral flame was already much more powerful than Long Chen's attacks. However, Long Chen was rather vexed because he had already learned the heaven tier battle skill, the Traceless Spectre. He had extraordinary God-fire clones, but his other aspects were terrible, especially when it came to attacks. The blue dragon halberd had long since become useless against the increasingly powerful enemies. Xiao Lang, on the other hand, had already begun to reveal his heaven-defying abilities. In the following period of time, Long Chen followed what he had done before, luring out around 5 or 6 divine flame beasts each time. There was one time when the situation went out of control and he even drew out 10 divine flame beasts. Without the huge number of God-fire clones, as well as the devouring world and the 9th hell demon ancestral flame, even 10 divine flame beasts would have died to their hands. After the wolf cub had swallowed the beast cores of about 57th grade earth-ranked divine flame beasts, its life once again underwent a metamorphosis. This time, the metamorphosis lasted for half a day. Afterwards, the wolf cub's speed surpassed Long Chen's, and it reached the 7th grade earth-ranked. Long Chen had known long ago that the earth-fire vein was basically Xiao Lang's paradise. Now, it had truly come true. Right now, Xiao Lang had successfully crossed 2 levels and reached the 7th grade of the earth tier. His body had become slightly smaller as a result, but it was more condensed. His level of life had increased, and he could control more 9th hell demon ancestral flame. When Xiao Lang reached the 7th grade of the earth tier, there were only a dozen or so divine flame beasts left in the cavern. They were no longer a problem. Good job, Xiao Lang. From today on, I'll be relying on you to protect me. Hurry up and open the way to collect our spoils of war. 1 man and 1 wolf excitedly rushed into the cavern filled with magma. This time, Long Chen was no longer afraid of making a ruckus. Under the powerful attack of Xiao Lang, more than a dozen divine flame beasts died one after another under his divine flame doppelganger in the 9th hell demon ancestral flame. Although Xiao Lang and the divine flame beasts were at the same level, Xiao Lang had obtained the legendary ancestral flame. Although it was only a doppelganger, and although Xiao Lang couldn't control much, this was already enough. The original divine flame beasts had almost been completely exterminated by Long Chen and Xiao Lang. After getting rid of all the threats, Long Chen went to check the huge amount of spoils of war. This cavern was very big, and could accommodate more than 100 divine flame beasts. There were a lot of fire refinement essences. Almost every few steps, Long Chen could see a fire refinement essence quietly stored there, emitting a dazzling light and scorching heat. Long Chen and Xiao Lang split up to collect the fire refinement essences. Because they were worried about other unforeseen events, their speed was very fast. Suddenly, Long Chen felt a powerful heat wave coming from the front. The heat wave of the fire refining essence was already strong enough, but it did not do anything to Long Chen. But this heat wave actually burned Long Chen to the point that he felt somewhat uncomfortable. Even if he used his true qi to protect his body, he would feel a little better. Taking a few steps forward, Long Chen saw the reason for the heat wave. In front of him, a black crystal was quietly floating in the magma. If Long Chen's guess was not wrong, this should be what Murongyu had said, which was basically equivalent to 100 god refining crystals. I really can't find it anywhere. Long Chen quickly kept the god refining crystal into his own bosom, and then began to collect the fire refinement essence. In the spirit of not wasting anything, he and Xiao Lang wandered around the cave, and finally collected all the fire refinement essence. Of course, there were also other god refining crystals. After Long Chen counted the data, he was completely stunned. Adding the more than 100 fire refinement essences that he had obtained from hunting the leaf fire flame beast outside, Long Chen had obtained a total of close to 2,000 fire refinement essences. As for the god refining crystals, Long Chen had also obtained 13 of them. 13 god refining crystals were basically equivalent to 1,300 fire refinement essences. Back in the Biyao Imperial City, the 9 fire refinement essences that the 9th prince had embedded on his sword had already made Long Chen's eyes red. He never thought that he would actually be able to find so many fire refinement essences here one day. Looks like the fire refinement essence is simply a worthless item. Back then, I relied on those 9 fire refinement essences to forge a high-grade Earth Stage divine sword. I believe that the fire refinement essence only played a role in moderation, and the other materials are also very important. It can't be said that just by relying on those 9 fire refinement essences, it can create a high-grade Earth Stage divine sword. In the beginning, a single fire refinement essence was enough to raise Xiao Lang's level by 1, but it was different now. To Xiao Lang, the fire refinement essence was more or less equivalent to the demon core of the leaf fire flame beast, and the fire energy contained within the god refining crystal was several times stronger than the demon core of the divine flame beast. The reason why Long Chen was able to obtain so many fire refinement essences was ultimately because he had found the lair of the divine flame beast. This group of divine flame beasts was the largest group of divine flame beasts in the fire evolution earth vein. Over the countless years, they had collected countless fire refinement essences and god refining crystals and thrown them into the lair. After experiencing the passage of time, the fire refinement essences and god refining crystals would turn into ordinary stones, and the other fire refinement essences would be replenished. This cycle was the reason why Long Chen was able to reap such a great harvest this time. Of course, there was also a reason for this. Long Chen believed that without the spirit-devouring demon pupil, Ong Danfeng and Murongyu would not dare to fight against this group of 6th-grade Earth Stage divine flame beasts. Although the effect of the fire refinement essence on Xiao Lang was not that great, when the number reached 2,000, the effect was still very obvious. At this time, he had already finished collecting all of them. Long Chen then changed to a quiet place to stay. He had already obtained quite a few treasures, and staying far away from the scene of the accident was the most accurate choice. This time, the harvest has really exceeded my expectations. Little Wolf, a large portion of it is due to your efforts. I reckon that even if there were 100 of them, they would not be able to obtain as many fire refinement essence and god refinement crystal as me, so I will leave 1,000 fire refinement essence and 10 god refinement crystal S for you to use as snacks. Long Chen laughed. The harvest this time made him very happy. This way, not only would the Great Tao Heart Seed magic technique be stable, Xiao Lang's strength would also increase by a terrifying amount. In any case, it was far from the 7th grade of the Earth Stage. The Burning Heaven Devil Emperor had once said that as long as Xiao Lang had sufficient conditions, he would definitely grow into the most heaven-defying demon beast. Now was the time for him to display his heaven-defying nature. There was no limit to his devouring of fire treasures. As long as he had enough fire attribute treasures, even the current him could grow to a realm that even Long Chen could not touch. At the very least, it was above the 4 basic realms. Only now did Long Chen know how correct it was to want to enter the fire evolution earth vein and raise Xiao Lang's strength. With so many fire refinement essences and god refining crystals, Long Chen was looking forward to it. After devouring everything in his hands, would Xiao Lang become as strong as the 3 great devil elders, or even surpass them? Xiao Lang's heaven-defying nature had allowed Long Chen to improve a little. In the past 2 months, Long Chen had been seriously cultivating at all times, but in the end, the results were only a little bit of Xiao Lang's. After receiving the snacks from Long Chen, there were a total of about 1,000 fire refinement essences and a few god refining crystals. Xiao Lang happily went to devour them, but at this time, Long Chen took out another harvest that he had unexpectedly found in the cave. This was a sword, its entire body was blue, and it flickered with a faint starlight. Chapter 371. This sword is only at the advanced earth level. Lingxi smacked her lips after looking at it for a while. Of course, there are good and bad swords at the advanced earth level. The Hell King's blade that you obtained previously was a pretty good sword. It's a pity that it was destroyed by Lin Zichen's Emperor sword. This sword is about the same level as the Hell King's blade. I don't think the entire Sky Demon Palace has more than 10 of such magical weapons, Lingxi said. It's not bad if it's about the same level as the Hell King's blade. This sword is actually shining with faint starlight. Let's call it the Star Sword for now. Long Chen nodded and wiped the blade with his hand. Although a lot of time had passed, he could tell that the Star Sword was still sharp and had not dulled due to the passage of time. Why would this sword appear in the territory of the divine flame beasts? Lingxi asked, puzzled. I reckon that the disciples of the Sky Demon Palace must have found their way to the lair of the divine flame beasts. However, they didn't have the soul-devouring demonic eyes, so they couldn't grasp the number and location of the divine flame beasts like me. They also couldn't take them down one by one, so they were easily surrounded and killed. I reckon that this sword was left behind at that time. This sword probably never thought that it would see the light of day again. Long Chen said with some emotion. He then looked at the tiny Lingxi and said with a smile, Little Shi, you know my current situation very well. I'm trying my best to get the Demon Emperor sword and the Demon Emperor sword principle in the Demon Emperor sword. But before that, the intermediate earth level Blue Dragon halberd and Blue Dragon battle technique are really too lousy. It just so happens that I have this Star Sword. Do you have any suitable sword techniques that you can teach me? Lingxi was a little vexed as she said, in my memory, you'll have to at least reach the reaching heaven state before you can learn the sword techniques that you can practice. The demonic spirit sword finger from before was something I learned when I was playing around with it when I was young. Let me think about it carefully. Lingxi's words rendered Long Chen rather speechless. The demonic spirit sword finger had once been one of Long Chen's killer moves, but it was merely a battle technique that Lingxi had played around with when she was young. What she could allow Long Chen to practice was that Long Chen had to at least reach the reaching heaven state before he could practice it. Just how big is Little Shi's background? Thinking of this, Long Chen felt a little helpless. At this time, Xiao Lang began to devour the fire refinement essence. This time, there were a lot of fire refinement essence and god refining crystals, so it would probably take a while. During this period of time, Lingxi was thinking hard about the sword technique, and Long Chen was happy to be free for a while. Finally, Lingxi said excitedly, I actually thought of a small sword technique. It's a high-level earth stage, but I've forgotten a lot of this sword technique's incantation. Give me 2 hours, I'll try to deduce it. After saying that, Lingxi continued to think hard. It was rare for her to be serious, so her appearance was quite moving. Deduction. Long Chen was a little speechless. Lingxi was basically creating a sword skill for Long Chen to use. This required a lot of knowledge and family background to be able to do such a thing. In any case, Long Chen himself knew that if it was him at his current realm, he would definitely not be able to deduce any sword skills. This sword skill is called the afterimage sword, and it was also something I practiced for fun when I was young. At that time, I felt that there was always a shadow on the sword, and it was very beautiful, so I learned it myself and played with it every day. However, when I grew up, I lost interest. Lingxi tilted his head and thought, while stimulating Long Chen's nerves. What a pervert. Long Chen cursed in his heart. He had never asked how big Lingxi's family was, because he was afraid that if he knew, the huge pressure in his heart would stop him from moving forward. Ah, it's finally done. In less than an hour, Lingxi leapt up in high spirits. She said excitedly, I don't remember the original chant. I've changed it a little, but I can be sure that the current afterimage sword is the strongest below heaven tier battle skills. Before you obtain the Demon Emperor sword, you can use it without worry. That's right. That's right. Long Chen didn't know what to say. Hey, I've worked so hard, you don't need to praise me. Lingxi's face immediately darkened. She had done so much and racked her brains for nothing more than for Long Chen to praise her. Every time she thought about it, Long Chen would be stunned. Little she, you're really too amazing. You're too good to me. You're like a second parent to me. Long Chen hurriedly said with some exaggeration. Pfft, you're the second parent to me. I'm not that old. Alright, I won't talk to you anymore. Time is of the essence, so take your time. If there's anything you don't understand, just tell me. Lingxi rolled her eyes at him and left behind the chant for the afterimage sword before returning to Lingxi's sword. This girl. Long Chen smiled helplessly. But Lingxi was right, time was of the essence. It was only 5 days, and Xiao Lang was at a crucial point in his cultivation. Long Chen calmed his heart and began to study the afterimage sword that Lingxi had modified. He had already practiced the heaven tier battle skill, Traceless Spectre, so it was much easier for him to practice this high-level earth tier battle skill. Moreover, because of Lingxi's modifications, many areas that were difficult to understand became very easy to understand, so this afterimage sword didn't take Long Chen too much time. Long Chen already had enough fire refinement essence in his hands, so he didn't need to search anymore. After Little Wolf swallowed the fire refinement essence and the god refining crystal, it recuperated for a day and stabilized its current strength. With the accumulation of so many fire refinement essence and god refining crystal, Little Wolf successfully advanced from the 7th stage of the earth stage to the 8th stage of the earth stage. In this trial of the fire flow, the unremarkable Xiao Lang became the biggest winner. The sun-devouring demonic wolf at the 8th level of the earth tier was already able to fight against Yang Danfeng and the others at the 8th level of the heavenly river tier, and could even surpass them. Xiao Lang was Long Chen's life and death brother. Basically, Xiao Lang's strength was already equivalent to Long Chen's strength. So from then on, Long Chen's strength increased once again. At the same time, while Xiao Lang was recuperating, Long Chen also successfully completed the practice of the afterimage sword. Of course, Lingxi helped a lot. Chen, when you reach the heaven completion realm, I can give you an even stronger sword skill, even stronger than the Demon Emperor sword Dao. I can't wait. After Long Chen finished practicing the afterimage sword, Lingxi said sneakily in Long Chen's ear. Really? Long Chen's face was full of surprise. Little she, I really love you so much. I swear I will marry you in this life. Otherwise, wouldn't I be giving it to someone else for nothing? Long Chen said with a proud smile. Could it be that you want to be with me because of my sword skill? Lingxi said with some grievance, her big eyes blinking. Who said that? There's no such thing, haha. Long Chen said happily. The heaven completion realm was still a little far away, but Long Chen was still full of expectations. The combat skill that Lingxi officially gave him for the first time would definitely not be ordinary. Although it might not be much to Lingxi, for Long Chen, it might be something that would benefit him for a lifetime. After all, there was still 1 day left of the 5 days. Long Chen was ready to leave this place. Now, there was no need for him to look for the fire essence anymore. He just needed to find the passage that he had come from and get ready to go back the next day. He didn't believe that he would lose to anyone with the fire essence, which was equivalent to 2,000 fire essence. After all, not everyone was lucky enough to find the nest of the divine flame beast, and not everyone had the ability to clean out the nest of the divine flame beast in one go. This time, he had gained a lot from the earth vein of fire. Long Chen was getting closer to his goal step by step. When he finally left the black magma, Long Chen ran into Yang Jun and the other 7 people again after rushing for a while. Last time, Long Chen couldn't be bothered with them, so he walked past them. This time, Long Chen had plenty of time. Long Chen's soul-devouring demon eyes found them from a distance of 500 meters. Of course, they didn't see Long Chen. They talked together and came in the direction of Long Chen. Long Chen was hiding at the side. He wanted to see how much fire refinement essence these 8 people could get together. How unlucky. We have been looking for it for 2 days. Why haven't we found the place marked on the map? Senior brother Yang Jun, is this map fake? One of the disciples said gloomily. What do you mean fake? This map was personally given to me by my master. He said that there were only 3 copies. Senior brother Yang Danfang and senior sister Murong probably found the ice soul origin spirit long ago. It's just you 8 pieces of trash. You've been circling around this area for 2 days without finding anything, Yang Jun cursed. Yang Jun was the first disciple of the 3rd demon elder. His status was higher than everyone else's. Although they were dissatisfied with his anger, they didn't want to show it. Actually, Yang Jun was the useless one. He was the one who looked at the map for the past 2 days. He was also the one who gave instructions. The reason they couldn't find the destination was mostly because of him. I can't be bothered to scold you. We still have 1 day. We still have a chance to find the ice soul original spirit. Keep looking. Yang Jun scolded angrily. After walking for a while, one of the disciples said worriedly, Senior brother, in the past 2 days, the 8 of us have only managed to find a little over 200 flame essences. What do you think you will do if Long Chen obtains more than 300 flame essences? How is that possible? Yang Jun smiled indifferently and said, it's Long Chen's first time coming to the fire emanation earth vein. It's inevitable that he'll be a little rusty. You guys can find about 15 fire essence in a day. He'll be lucky if he can find 10. Even if he can find 20, he'll only get 100 in 5 days. Don't worry about this good for nothing. We should pay more attention to the ice soul original spirit. Master said that it's something that can make one's cultivation advance by leaps and bounds. Yes. Chapter 372. Ice Soul Origin Spirit. After Long Chen heard this, he was a little interested. The thing that the 3 demon elders had hidden from Zhao Qingyun and let the 3 first disciples find according to the map was definitely not simple. I remember that the ice soul origin spirit appeared in this magma because of extreme misfortune. In the magma, because it was too hot, it produced this kind of extremely cold treasure, just like Xiao Lang's 9 underworld demon ancestor fire. Because it was extremely hot, it showed extreme cold, Lingxi explained. Ice soul origin spirit, what use does it have? Long Chen asked with some anticipation. The ice soul origin spirit is a spirit treasure formed by the condensation of the spirit qi of the cold attribute to the extreme. It possesses the pure power of extreme cold. As for how big its use is, it depends on the size of the ice soul origin spirit. Generally speaking, the ice soul origin spirit grows in size slowly. Usually, after thousands of years, it will condense into the size of a thumb. And for a thumb-sized ice soul origin spirit, if you refine it, you should be able to advance from the 6th layer of the heavenly river tier all the way to the peak of the 7th layer of the heavenly river tier, almost breaking through to the 8th layer of the heavenly river tier. Lingxi carefully explained the Ice Soul origin spirit to Longchen. Then what would happen if someone at the 8th layer of the Heavenly River tier refined it? Longchen frowned. He vaguely felt that it seemed that the 3 demon elders had been planning for a long time for this fire-generating vein trial. It seemed that for them, the most important thing was not the fire-refining essence, but the Ice Soul origin spirit. If luck is good, it should be able to reach the 9th layer of the Heavenly River tier and create a cultivator about the same level as Lin Zichen, Lingxi said. Long Chen's guess was right. The 3 demon elders probably knew about the existence of the Ice Soul primordial spirit long ago. It was just that the Ice Soul primordial spirit was too small before. Now, it should be the right time, so they sent their disciples to take it away. Of course, they kept it a secret from Zhao Qingyun. After all, the further one cultivated, the more difficult it was, especially the breakthrough from the 8th layer to the 9th layer of the Heavenly River tier. According to Long Chen's calculation of blood refining and qi, when Long Chen was at the 8th layer of the Heavenly River tier, he had to swallow at least a heaven tier demonic beast to advance. He already had the fastest method, and it was so difficult, let alone others. To Long Chen, the Ice Soul primordial spirit was simply equivalent to the corpse of a heaven-ranked demonic beast. The thing that the 3 demon elders hid for so long was indeed very tempting. At least, Long Chen was already moved. The Ice Soul origin spirit was not the same as refining blood and qi. Refining blood and qi was a kind of plunder, a bloody and overbearing method, and the Ice Soul origin spirit was the comprehension born of heaven and earth. Refining it was in accordance with the rules of heaven and earth, and it was also a kind of gradual cycle. Even Xiao Lang had reached the 8th layer of the earth tier, so Long Chen naturally couldn't fall behind. 3 demon elders, if the thing that you prepared for your disciples finally fell into my hands, I really want to see how wonderful your expressions will be. Ice Soul origin spirit, this is a good name. Long Chen smiled faintly. Chen, what are you going to do? Lingxi asked. Of course, snatch the map. After saying that, Long Chen didn't hesitate. He appeared in front of Yang Jun and the others with an extremely fast speed, looking at them with a smile that was not a smile. Long Chen's appearance made everyone get a big shock. Who is it? Yang Jun was a little hurried. He quickly put away the map in his hand, and then looked at Long Chen anxiously. When he saw Long Chen's appearance, he calmed down, and the others also calmed down. Long Chen, there is a road to heaven but you don't take it, there is no door to hell but you break in. Yang Jun called out to the brothers next to him. Suddenly, a total of 8 people completely surrounded Long Chen. Yang Jun took the lead, looking at Long Chen arrogantly, and said, "Boy, since we met, we have to take out some prizes. How about this, take out all the fire essence you collected, and I can spare you. What do you think? Dream on, you are just a loser. What qualifications do you have to speak in front of me? Are you not afraid that I will come and beat your ass again?" Long Chen said with a smile. Shut up. This was the shame of Yang Jun's life. Now that it was exposed by Long Chen, he suddenly felt his face burning. Long Chen's contemptuous gaze made him angrier and angrier. As the first disciple of the 3rd demon elder, no one dared to embarrass him like this. Everyone, beat Long Chen up for me. Yang Jun said hysterically. He's merely in the 6th tier of the Heavenly River tier, and he only defeated me by a fluke. How dare he act so arrogantly in front of us brothers and sisters? Brothers, let's attack together. Everyone knew that Long Chen had mastered the heaven-level battle skill, Evanescent Spectre. They knew that he was indeed difficult to deal with, so they also knew that although Long Chen's Jin Qi was inferior to theirs, because of Evanescent Spectre, joining hands was the only way. Go. There were a total of 8 disciples. Before Long Chen came, they were ranked 3rd to 10th in the Heavenly Devil Palace. They were considered the most elite disciples of the Heavenly Devil Palace. They all erupted with Jin Qi and attacked Long Chen. The power of 8 people joining hands was equivalent to 8 Yang Juns. This undoubtedly put a lot of pressure on Long Chen. Then, I will let you have a taste of my new supreme skill. With a clang, Long Chen took out the star sword. It emitted a faint starlight, and its edges were sharp and shocking. It was obvious at a glance that it was a good sword. The palace lord is really unfair. Long Chen has just entered the Heavenly Devil Palace, and he is rewarded with such a good sword. Everyone felt very uncomfortable. All 8 of them had thought about the evanescent specter, but in the end, Long Chen had come out of nowhere and snatched it away. In their hearts, they were filled with anger toward Long Chen. Eat my move. 72 True Devil Fists. Divine Wind Leg Technique. One after another, they attacked Long Chen. There were also many high-grade Earth-level battle skills. They were already at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier, so cultivating high-grade Earth-level battle skills was their minimum requirement. However, high-grade Earth-level battle skills were also divided into levels. The best high-grade Earth-level battle skills were at least 10 times stronger than the worst high-grade Earth-level battle skills. Moreover, the afterimage sword in Long Chen's hand had undoubtedly become one of the best Earth-level battle skills after being modified by Lingxi. Evanescent Spectre. In an instant, numerous blurry shadows shuttled through the crowd, so fast that they were almost invisible. There were many shadows of Long Chen beside each of them. They madly attacked these shadows, but in the end, they found that their speed couldn't keep up with Long Chen's movements at all. Among these shadows, every one of them was Long Chen, and every one of them wasn't Long Chen. Evanescent Spectre is actually so freakish. At this moment, one of the disciples let out a scream. Everyone looked over, and saw that a sword had actually pierced through that disciple's thigh. Moreover, Long Chen's figure was standing right behind that disciple. Before anyone could react, Long Chen and the sword instantly disappeared, leaving behind only that disciple who had been pierced through in his thigh, wailing in anguish. Be careful, everyone. Seeing this situation, everyone's initial smugness gradually turned into fear. They hadn't thought that Long Chen would be so powerful. His evanescent specter had practically reached the level of major accomplishment. Although he was only at the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier, when he used it, even Yang Jun wouldn't be able to catch him, let alone others. To them, this kind of Long Chen was practically an invisible killer. They could only sit and wait for death, without the slightest ability to resist. Ah! Another disciple let out a scream. Everyone looked over in shock, and saw that the disciple's thigh had also been pierced through. Blood gushed out crazily. It seemed that the sword had pierced through an artery. That disciple hurriedly stopped the bleeding in panic, but such a troublesome injury had already caused him to lose the ability to fight. Everyone was completely flustered. Long Chen, if you have the guts, don't use Evanescent Spectre. If you have the guts, then fight us head-on. Coward. Seeing his people being killed one by Long Chen, Yang Jun's heart was also filled with fear. At this moment, his expression was malevolent, and he was flustered and exasperated. Do you take me for a fool? Long Chen's laughter echoed in everyone's minds. Ah! Another disciple's thigh was pierced through by Long Chen. This time, it was like a fuse. Everyone was terrified. They knew that if they stayed here, they would only end up being pierced through by Long Chen. So when one of them began to flee, the others also began to flee. Even those who were injured also began to flee. Long Chen had pierced through their thighs the first time. But who knew whether or not he would pierce their hearts the second time? Where are you all going? Hurry and come back. Yang Jun was startled, and he hastily cried out in panic. Unfortunately, his cries were completely useless. Long Chen's killing methods were too shocking. When everyone fled, Yang Jun finally felt fear. He hastily turned and fled in a certain direction. But what made him collapse was that Long Chen was actually chasing after him. Long Chen, I beg you, spare me. I won't fight with you anymore. I'll give you all my flame essence. Please spare me. As he fled miserably, he begged for mercy with a miserable expression. For this 2-meter-tall giant to do such a thing, it could be seen just how terrifying Long Chen was. An attack that couldn't be seen was the most terrifying. No one would be willing to die without even having a chance to fight back. You said it yourself. Do you mean that you'll agree to any condition I raise? Long Chen's voice rang out sinisterly in Yang Jun's ears. Yang Jun clenched his teeth. As long as it doesn't cross my bottom line, anything is fine. As long as you spare me. Chapter 373. Is what you said true? Long Chen asked in a gloomy voice. In fact, he did not have the intention to kill Yang Jun. This time, he just wanted to obtain the great art of Dao Heart demonic seed. Behind Yang Jun were the three great demon elders. There was no need for Long Chen to deepen his hatred with them. He came to the heavenly devil palace to make himself stronger, strong enough to return to Biyao Imperial City. Just say what you want. Yang Jun saw that Long Chen did not intend to kill him, so he stopped and said helplessly. Today, he completely admitted defeat. Give me the map of the Ice Soul Original Spirit. Anyway, it is a waste in your hands. Long Chen went straight to the point. You heard our conversation. Yang Jun was surprised and looked at Long Chen with some horror. Cut the crap. Hurry up and give me the map, Long Chen shouted coldly. Yang Jun was still hesitant. The Ice Soul Original Spirit was left by the three great devil elders for the first disciple competition. They could hide it from Zhao Qingyun, but if Long Chen got it in the end, Yang Jun would be beaten to death by the three great devil elders. However, Yang Jun changed his mind and felt very refreshed. Yang Danfeng and Murongyu had also obtained this map. For days had already passed, and they might have already obtained the Ice Soul Origin Spirit. Even if they hadn't obtained it, there was no reason for Long Chen to win against them. It must be known that Long Chen's most heaven-defying traceless devil shadow, the two of them could also use it. Furthermore, they had practiced it for an even longer period of time. Furthermore, they also knew the first layer of the Great Dao Heart Devil Seed technique. In terms of true qi, they were 2 layers higher than Long Chen. This showed that Long Chen was far from their level. Even if he met them, he would just be looking for abuse. It was impossible to get the Ice Soul Original Spirit. This is the map. Now I can go. Yang Jun took out a piece of golden cloth from his cosmos sack. Long Chen quickly took it into his hand. After a careful look, he discovered that it was indeed the map that Yang Jun had been holding. He was very satisfied and said, "You can go now." With Long Chen's permission, Yang Jun immediately ran away as fast as he could. After running for about a kilometer, Yang Jun could not help but laugh. This Long Chen is really a fool. Although the Ice Soul Original Spirit is important, the great art of Dao Heart Seed is a heaven-rank battle skill, so it is equally important. He only cares about the Ice Soul Original Spirit and did not ask me for the fire refinement essences. Huh, what an idiot. I have 300 fire refinement essences. Even Senior Yang Danfeng may not have more than me. The great art of Dao Heart Seed is not mine. As for the Ice Soul Original Spirit, it originally belonged to Senior Yang Danfeng and Senior Murong. Losing the map doesn't matter to me. Thinking of this, Yang Jun happily found a place to hide, waiting for the arrival of tomorrow. When the time came tomorrow, Zhao Qingyun and the 3 great demon elders would come to the fire evolution vein to pick them up personally. At that time, they would be forbidden from fighting. At that time, Yang Jun would obtain the final victory. After getting the map, Long Chen met up with Xiao Lang. They found a place and began to study the map attentively. Because Long Chen had the soul-devouring demon eye and had been to many places, he was much more familiar with the terrain of the riverbed than them. I can see that the terrain here should be the cave of that divine flame beast. This is probably a map drawn by the 3 great demon elders themselves. This area is rather blurry, which means that they haven't discovered that cave. Long Chen suddenly shouted in a very pleasantly surprised manner. After a period of deliberation, he finally determined a location. As long as he knew where he was, it would be much easier to find the destination. The location of the Ice Soul original spirit doesn't seem to be far from the cave of the Divine Flame Beast. Let's go to the cave of the Divine Flame Beast first and then go in this direction. In about a quarter of an hour, we will reach the destination. Long Chen said with some excitement. Chen, you are so smart. There are 8 of them in total, and they have studied for 2 days. None of them could find it. But you just recognized it in a short while. Lingxi said with some admiration. Of course, who do you think I am? Little wolf, let's go. I can't deal with Yang Danfang and Murongyu, so I'll have to rely on you this time. If they still haven't found us, we'll be able to give them a surprise. After saying that, Long Chen took Xiao Lang in the direction of the cave of the Divine Flame Beast. They had just come out from there, so it was very easy for Long Chen, who had a very good sense of direction. Time passed quickly as they hurried on. Soon, Long Chen arrived in front of the cave of the Divine Flame Beast. It was already quiet. At this time, Long Chen confirmed the location on the map again. After confirming that his previous idea was completely correct, he put down the map and took Xiao Lang with him at full speed. If the current Xiao Lang really fought, Long Chen estimated that he would not be his match. After all, the 9 Serenity's demonic ancestral flame was really powerful. Moreover, each of Xiao Lang's divine flame doppelgangers had the battle strength of the 7th grade Earth class. If Long Chen encountered such a lineup, it would be a tragedy. As they approached, Long Chen heard the sounds of fighting. He said indifferently, "What a coincidence. It seems that they have just found this place, so they are fighting here. They have not taken the Ice Soul origin spirit yet." Because of this, Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He continued forward, and this time, he had to be careful until he approached. In a basin at the bottom of the magma, 2 figures were roaring and fighting. First, Long Chen's attention was not attracted by them, but by a blue pearl the size of a thumb in the basin. This pearl was sparkling and translucent, emitting a faint fluorescent light. The fluorescent light propped up a space with a diameter of about 3 meters around it. This is the Ice Soul origin spirit, and it's already the size of a thumb. No wonder the 3 great demon elders sent their disciples over to take it. However, Yang Danfang and Murongyu are both in the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, so it would be unfair to distribute it to anyone. That's why they need to come here and fight for it with their own strength. At this time, Yang Danfang was fighting crazily as she said in a clear and sorrowful voice, "Little you, don't you know my sincerity? We grew up together, and for so many years, I have taken care of you meticulously. Don't you feel it? Meticulous, your meticulous care is here to fight with me for the Ice Soul origin spirit? This is your sincerity. It really makes me want to vomit." Murongyu's cold voice rang out. "That's not the same. The Ice Soul Yuan spirit is related to my future. Don't you like men who risk their lives for their future? As long as I become stronger, I can still protect you. In the end, it's all the same. Why don't you give me the Ice Soul Yuan spirit and let me protect you from now on? Isn't that wonderful?" Yang Danfang said confidently. "Yang Danfang, then why don't you give this Ice Soul origin spirit to me and let me protect you? You keep saying that you like me and that you'll treat me meticulously. This little girl can't accept your meticulous care." Murongyu said coldly. It could be said that she had completely given up hope towards Yang Danfang. "Yang Danfang, you're the Ice Soul origin spirit, right?" Murongyu said coldly. "Little you, if you really don't listen to my advice and insist on going against me, then don't blame me for being impolite. I have never seen such a stubborn woman like you. I have never seen such a disgusting man like you." Murongyu lightly shouted. "Bitch." Murongyu being so impolite to him made Yang Danfang completely crazy. A figure suddenly appeared in his mind. He shouted in exasperation, "Murongyu, you are so cruel to me. Could it be that you have taken a fancy to that Long Chen?" Murongyu was startled for a moment. Long Chen's figure also appeared in her mind. However, when she thought of Lingxi, she immediately rejected the idea. She coldly said, "Don't talk nonsense. I can't be bothered to waste my breath on you. Let's fight for the Ice Soul Origin Spirit. There's no point in talking anymore." After saying that, Murong Yu's attack became even sharper. The true qi in her arms swept towards Yang Danfeng. I was right. You are actually running away. Thinking of this, Yang Danfeng was simply furious. The woman he had coveted for almost 20 years had suddenly run into the arms of Long Chen. Hot blood surged in his heart and instantly filled his eyes. Murong Yu, you, die. In his anger, Yang Danfeng could already go crazy. His true qi suddenly burst out. It could be seen that he was indeed holding back before. In fact, a demonic figure suddenly appeared behind him. Thick black smoke began to rise from his body. Yang Danfeng's aura crazily increased. In the blink of an eye, it had actually doubled. Great Tao Heart Demonic Seed Technique. Do you think you are the only one who knows it? Murong Yu gave a soft shout. Black fog also rose from her body, enveloping her whole body in darkness. The aura on her body had also increased by almost half. I know you know it too, but I obtained this Tao Heart Demon Seed much earlier than you did. Can you use it to my level? Let me tell you, Murong Yu, today, the second level of the Tao Heart Demon Seed is mine, the Ice Soul Origin Spirit is also mine, and the Demon Emperor Sword is also mine. When I reach the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier, I will be an exceptional genius comparable to Lin Zichen, and Long Chen will sooner or later become a dead soul under my sword. As for you, sooner or later, you will become a slave under my crotch, Yang Danfeng said with a sinister expression. This kind of Yang Danfeng made Murong Yu feel a little uneasy in her heart. However, she still mustered up her courage and said coldly, "Wait till you defeat me, then you can say such big words. Then I will do as you wish." Yang Danfeng released a wild laugh. Then, like a black whirlwind, he surged towards Murong Yu. In an instant, his body turned into a shadow that disappeared without a trace. Traceless Demon Shadow. Chapter 374. Only you know Traceless Spectre. Murong Yu mustered up her courage. Then, in an instant, her body turned into an endless spectre. My master is the Great Demon Elder, and I practice the Netherworld Heaven-Piercing Finger. Your master is the Second Demon Elder, and you practice the Willow Catkin Soul-Dispersing Palm. Today, I want to see whether the Netherworld Heaven-Piercing Finger or your Willow Catkin Soul-Dispersing Palm is stronger. A phantom laughed. When the two of them fought, they both used Traceless Spectre, which made it difficult for Long Chen, a bystander, to see their movements clearly, especially in the magma. However, at this time, Long Chen discovered the advantage of the soul-devouring demon pupil. With the soul-devouring demon pupil, he had a better grasp of the position of the two warriors who used Traceless Spectre. If Long Chen fought against them, he would have a lot of advantages. The fight between Murong Yu and Yang Danfeng was extremely fierce. Long Chen was secretly surprised. He estimated that he was not their match at the moment. Only by obtaining the Ice Spirit Original Spirit could he possibly reach their level. Although my battle prowess far surpasses Yang Jun's, both of them are Heavenly Devil Palace's geniuses. The cultivation resources they've received shouldn't be any worse than Lin Zichen's. Moreover, the Great Tao Heart Demonic Seed Technique has increased the explosive power of their true qi by 2 times. They're almost on par with sword martialists. Regarding the amplification of Jin Qi, Long Chen only realized how heaven-defying his own dragon soul transformation was after learning about other people's Jin Qi amplification. Generally, after the beast soul transformation, a beast warrior could amplify his Jin Qi by 1 to 2 times, or at most 3 times. However, a soldier warrior could directly amplify his Jin Qi by 2 times, or at least 3 to 4 times. In addition to the increase of soldier warriors and beast warriors, there were other kinds of increase. For example, the Sacred Red Blood Church used a secret method to change the nature of their true chi by bathing in the blood of young girls. But this was an evil method, not a great way. It would bring many benefits in a short time, but it would bring endless troubles in the future. The Great Tao Heart Demon Seed technique also belonged to the Scarlet Blood Church's secret technique. However, the Great Tao Heart Demon Seed technique was not as despicable as that secret technique. The Great Tao Heart Demon Seed technique was a kind of divine ability. After cultivating it to the second level, it could increase one's chi by 4 times. Among martial artists of the same level, it could basically suppress their chi, just like Long Chen. However, in the short term, the great art of demonic seed art would be more powerful than the sword martial artists of the imperial family. However, the sword martial artists would be strengthened forever, while the great art of demonic seed art was a primary heaven-class cultivation method. It would probably be useless once one passed the first 3 levels of the reaching heaven state. But in the Tsangyang kingdom, there was no one who could break through the 3rd level of reaching. So, it was not without reason that the demonic palace ranked the Taoist heart demon seed method above the traceless shadow. Now that Yang Danfeng and Murong Yu were fighting, their true chi was vast and mighty, and the wind was turbulent. It was so intense that ordinary people could not approach them. As the saying goes, when the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Long Chen did not prepare to attack immediately, but waited to see the changes. As time passed, their fight became more and more intense. They used their killer moves one after another, and did not want to give in at all. To be honest, their strength was at the same level, and they were equally matched. If they fought for a long time, it would depend on each person's patience and ruthlessness. Obviously, Yang Danfeng was superior in this aspect. So, his attacks were very fierce, and in the end, he gradually became more and more crazy, and suppressed Murong Yu. At this time, Murong Yu, wrapped in true chi, was already sweating like rain. Fragrant sweat was dripping down her body, and her full chest was heaving violently, rippling with attractive ripples. However, she did not look good, because she knew that if this went on, she might not have a chance to get the Ice Soul Original Spirit. Since she was young, she knew that Yang Danfeng was not a good person, so she had always kept a distance between them. Because of their identities, she knew that if she was weaker than Yang Danfeng, she would be easily suppressed by his strength. At that time, he would go crazy in front of the 3 great demon elders, and Murong Yu would be in a passive position. So, she had to work harder on her cultivation. However, if Yang Danfeng reached the 9th tier of the Sky River tier, he would be able to get the Demon Emperor sword. At that time, he would become even stronger than the 3 great demon elders. As long as he forced her, Murong Yu would not resist at all, so Murong Yu knew that this time, she had to hold on. I'm really sorry. It seems that you have shown signs of defeat. If you knew this, why did you fight with me and waste your energy? But little you don't have to worry. After I get the Ice Soul Original Spirit, I will definitely not treat you badly. Yang Danfeng's savage laughter sounded here. In your dreams. Murong Yu took a few steps back. She knew that at this time, the arrow was knocked on the bowstring, and there was no choice but to release it. At this time, she mobilized the true chi in her whole body, and could only make a last-ditch effort. Willow Catkin Scatter Soul, Floating Shadow. This move of Murong Yu's could only be used with Traceless Spectre. On the countless afterimages, palm prints appeared one after another, thousands of them surging towards Yang Danfeng. The huge momentum caused the surrounding magma to surge wildly, and a huge empty space was formed here. Idiot, I knew you would use this move. Yang Danfeng let out a proud smile. At this time, his figure changed, and very accurately stabbed out with a finger. Suddenly, a black sword shadow burst out from his fingertip. Netherworld shattering sky, penetrating heaven and earth. At this angle, the netherworld shattering sky finger could only stab the side of the Willow Catkin Scatter Soul palm, using a point to break the surface. This move of Yang Danfeng was used in the most suitable place. He looked crazy, but in fact, his mind was calm. He knew that Murongyu had been forced to a state of confusion by him, and so he was waiting for her to use this move at any time. Sure enough, under Murongyu's anxiety, it was as he expected. To him, this was exactly what he wanted. Boom. The magma exploded, shooting out in all directions. Long Chen also felt a strong force acting on his body. He forcibly used true qi to stabilize himself, and did not let himself be sent flying. At this time, Long Chen had already gradually carried out the dragon's soul transformation. The true qi of the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier instantly rose to the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier. This dragon's soul transformation was much more nature-defying than the great demonic seed technique of Dao and Heart. However, Long Chen knew that the demonic seed technique of Dao and Heart would definitely be able to increase the true qi of Long Chen's dragon's soul transformation again, and reach an even higher level. Just when Long Chen was ready, the outcome of the battle between Yang Danfeng and Murongyu had already been decided. In this exchange, because Murongyu's mind was in a mess, she was directly sent flying by Yang Danfeng, and even a little blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth. Of course, Yang Danfeng did not have it easy either. His true strength was not stronger than Murongyu's, and he was only relying on his advantage as a man. In this exchange, his face was also pale, and his qi and blood were surging. However, he reacted faster, and when he saw that Murongyu had already been successfully sent flying, his eyes lit up, and with this time difference, he rushed in the direction of the Ice Soul Origin Spirit at the fastest speed possible. Roar! At this time, a black phantom appeared in front of him, and another black phantom left the phantom in front of him, rushing rapidly towards the Ice Soul Origin Spirit. As Yang Danfeng's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, Long Chen put the Ice Soul Origin Spirit into his cosmos sac. Success! When Long Chen's appearance was revealed, both Murongyu and Yang Danfeng were stunned. Murongyu was still in a state of shock, while Yang Danfeng was instantly ignited with boundless fury. He had finally defeated Murongyu with great difficulty, and won the chance to seize the Ice Soul Origin Spirit, but Long Chen appeared at this time, snatching away the fruits of his labor that he had worked so hard for. It had always been Yang Danfeng who reaped the fruits of others' labor, and no one else reaped the fruits of Yang Danfeng's labor. Long Chen, you are seeking death. Quickly hand over the Ice Soul Origin Spirit to me, and I can spare your life. I will give you 10 breaths of time. After 10 breaths, if you are still stubborn, you will definitely die, Yang Danfeng said with a sinister expression. Idiot, you must be daydreaming. Long Chen smiled calmly, and there was no fear on his face. It was as if the person in front of him was not Yang Danfeng, who was at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, but any ordinary person. This kind of neglect completely enraged Yang Danfeng. He could no longer be bothered to speak nonsense with Long Chen, and directly charged towards Long Chen. He used the 7 slaughter demon finger, wanting to take Long Chen's life as soon as he attacked. However, he neglected Xiao Lang, who was in front of him. The mighty sun-devouring demonic wolf was not a simple demonic beast. When Yang Danfeng attacked, Xiao Lang suddenly used the divine fire doppelganger. Instantly, a large group of sun-devouring demonic wolves surrounded Yang Danfeng, and the frenzied attacks instantly stunned Yang Danfeng. More than 100 divine fire doppelganger with the battle prowess of a 7th level earth tier demonic beast was no joke to Yang Danfeng. That frenzied attack instantly forced Yang Danfeng to retreat, and this was still under the condition that Xiao Lang did not make a move himself. Xiao Lang had the 9 Serenities demonic ancestral flame, which had absolute destructive power, and he also had this divine fire doppelganger. Even a cultivator at the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier would not be able to escape from him, let alone Yang Danfeng. Very soon, under Xiao Lang's attacks, Yang Danfeng was covered in dirt and cut a sorry figure. He howled madly, his voice filled with indignation. What the hell is this? Why is it so powerful? Long Chen, if you have the guts, fight me fair and square. Don't hide behind a demonic beast. Are you a fucking man? You don't know whether I'm a man or not, but your mother does. Go back and ask her. Long Chen obtained the Ice Soul Origin Spirit, and was in an extremely good mood. He knew that Yang Danfeng was extremely angry now, but the angrier he was, the happier Long Chen was. You. Under the attacks of the Divine Fire Doppelganger, Yang Danfeng was in danger again and again, especially once when Xiao Lang's 9 Serenities demonic ancestral flame brushed past his shoulder, causing him to instantly lose feeling on one side of his shoulder. This made Yang Danfeng want to retreat. Long Chen, you stole my Ice Soul Origin Spirit today. One day, I will take it back, and I will also take your life. With that, Yang Danfeng fled. Chapter 375. Only then did Little Wolf stop its attack. It transformed into a cute little guy and arrived in front of Long Chen. His appearance was quite cute, but his expression was always serious, as if he was very serious, which made him even cuter. Murongyu looked at Long Chen and then at Xiao Lang. She still couldn't believe it. Is this little wolf really that powerful? Murongyu said with some difficulty as he opened his thin lips. Of course, Xiao Lang is the world's #1 wolf. Long Chen smiled, then looked at Murongyu with a faint smile and said, how about it? The Ice Soul Origin Spirit is in my hands. Are you convinced? This wolf cub was able to force Yang Danfeng to flee. How could I be a match for it? I'm not an idiot. Since you managed to snatch it, I'll just give it to you. This result is much better than giving it to Yang Danfeng. But Long Chen, how did you know that we would fight over the Ice Soul Origin Spirit here? I saw Yang Jun and the others looking for it with a map, so I snatched it and found my way here. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Otherwise, Yang Danfeng would have taken advantage of it. Long Chen replied. Looking at Long Chen's indifferent face, Murongyu felt a little confused. Her current strength was stronger than Long Chen, but in her mind, Long Chen was still mysterious and powerful. She also accepted that the Ice Soul Origin Spirit was in Long Chen's hands. After getting the Ice Soul Origin Spirit, there was no need to look for the fire essence. After waiting for a day, they could leave this earth vein of fire. In general, Long Chen's harvest this time was quite big. With the Ice Soul Origin Spirit, after leaving the earth vein of fire, Long Chen's strength would skyrocket. He and Murongyu were not familiar with each other, so it was inevitable that it would be awkward to stay together. So Long Chen nodded and said, in that case, I'll see you tomorrow. I still have to collect some fire essence. How much have you got now? Murongyu hurriedly asked. When she asked this, she realized that she had made a slip of the tongue. They were in a competitive relationship, and the amount of fire essence they obtained would determine whether they could obtain the great art of Tao Heart demonic seed. Revealing it to each other was somewhat inappropriate. Fire refinement essence. About 2,000. Long Chen didn't think much and said directly. In fact, Murongyu had helped him before, so Long Chen had basically regarded her as a good friend. There was no need to hide these small things from friends. 2,000. Murongyu was a little speechless. She sized up Long Chen, and seeing the smile on the corner of Long Chen's mouth, she said angrily, "Good, Long Chen, you actually dare to play with me. Alright, I won't delay you from collecting the fire refinement essence, but let me remind you again, if you want to obtain the great art of Tao Heart demonic seed, it would be better for you to have 500 fire refinement essence. After all, there are 8 of them, and as for the second stage of the Tao Heart demonic seed, you should have at least 800. Right now, with the addition of the God refining crystal, I have more than 700 fire refinement essence. As for Yang Danfeng, I don't know, but I believe he's not too far off from me." Murongyu did not hold back and directly told Long Chen how many he had, so that Long Chen would be mentally prepared. Thank you very much. It could be seen that Murongyu was treating him well. Long Chen looked at her gratefully, then said goodbye and left with Xiao Lang. As for Murongyu, she stood there in a daze, watching the youth's figure gradually disappear into the distance. Only after he disappeared did she come back to her senses. A day gradually passed. Long Chen already knew about the fire refinement essence of the other disciples of the Heavenly Devil Palace. In terms of numbers, he had definitely suppressed the other party, so he no longer collected the fire refinement essence and accompanied Lingxi. When the time was up, Long Chen felt a majestic aura pressing down on the fire elemental vein. He had already floated to the surface of the water and returned to the original tunnel. Zhao Qingyun's figure was standing on top of the magma. When he saw that Long Chen was safe and sound, he finally heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Let's go, follow me back." Following an iron chain that hung down from the middle of the passage, Long Chen followed Zhao Qingyun back to the passage. At this time, the others had probably already picked up the three great demon elders. Long Chen then followed Zhao Qingyun and walked on the path to leave the fire elemental vein. How could this demonic beast's aura have increased by so much? Seeing Xiao Lang resting in Long Chen's embrace, Zhao Qingyun was immediately stunned. He looked up and down carefully for a while, and his face was filled with disbelief. Originally, I estimated that this demonic beast was at level 5 of the Earth rank, but now it has at least reached the level of level 8 of the Earth rank. Zhao Qingyun knew that Long Chen was a mysterious young man, and he had a lot of mysterious items with him. However, in 5 days, he had crossed 3 levels. This kind of promotion was really difficult for him to accept. Long Chen also showed a look of embarrassment. He did not know how to explain to Zhao Qingyun about Xiao Lang. "I'm afraid this is the purpose of bringing this demonic beast into the fire elemental vein. This demon wolf has a strong fire attribute energy. This fire elemental vein is obviously the most suitable place for it to live." Zhao Qingyun's eyes were full of emotion, but there was not the slightest malice. "All right, kid, don't be nervous. I'm already old, and I don't have too many requirements for fame, wealth, strength, etc. I won't ask about your personal secrets. I just want to know the name of this demonic beast." Zhao Qingyun patted Long Chen's shoulder and said with a smile, "Master, you should know the profound rank demonic beast, Devouring Moon Demonic Wolf, right? Xiao Lang is an evolved variant of the Devouring Moon Demonic Wolf, called the Devouring Sun Demonic Wolf." Long Chen confessed. "I've heard of the Devouring Moon Demonic Wolf, but I've never heard of the Devouring Sun Demonic Wolf. I guess you named it yourself." "Huh, forget it, let's not care about this demonic wolf. Let's get to the point. Long Chen, how confident are you this time?" Zhao Qingyun's voice was a little expectant, but also a little nervous. "Master, don't worry. I'm sure you'll be surprised." Long Chen smiled mysteriously. "Surprise? Little boy, don't underestimate them. The disciples of the 3 great devil elders, except for Xiao Yu who is a little obedient, the others are a little wild. They are not the real devil Dao, but you, Long Chen, are much more to my liking." This was also the reason why Zhao Qingyun especially liked Long Chen, a junior. Maverick, unrestrained, going against heaven's will, free and easy. This was the demon in Zhao Qingyun's heart, and Long Chen's character was obviously like this. "Nonsense, how can your personal disciple be worse than them? Speaking of which, your disciple has never won against the 3 great devil elders. Today, I'll let you have a good time." Even if it was his master, when Long Chen spoke, he was also unscrupulous, and Zhao Qingyun naturally would not care about this. This kind of relationship made Long Chen very comfortable. No matter how Zhao Qingyun thought about it, Long Chen would not tell him the number of refined fire essence he got. Until they walked to the end of the 10 passages and walked to the iron gate, Zhao Qingyun smiled helplessly. At this time, other people also came out one after another. The leader was naturally the 3 great devil elders. The 3 great devil elders looked a little gloomy. Behind them, Yang Danfeng and Yang Jun looked even gloomier, and there were several disciples. Among these disciples, there were several people who needed to be supported. They were the people whose thighs were pierced by Long Chen. As for Murongyu, she was much more relaxed, following behind them. After seeing Long Chen, the eyes of the three great devil elders burst out a cold light, which made Long Chen have goosebumps all over. The matter of refined fire essence had not been revealed yet. Of course, the three great devil elders were concerned about the ownership of Icy Spirit Original Spirit, which was something they had carefully prepared for their first disciple. In the end, it was actually given to Long Chen. After hearing the news, even the great devil elder almost fainted with anger. The anger in their hearts towards Long Chen could no longer be described in words. But what was even more depressing was that they just couldn't attack Long Chen openly, because they had secretly told their disciples about the Ice Soul Original Spirit. Generally speaking, the things of the Fire Evolution Earth vein belonged to the Heavenly Devil Palace, but the three great devil elders hid it from Zhao Qingyun, which was originally wrong, so they didn't have the face to openly ask Long Chen to exchange. And seeing that those disciples were injured by Long Chen, they were even more angry. It was a pity that no matter how great the anger was, they had to store it in their hearts. Since we are all here, let's not delay. Let's go to the Devil Palace to announce the result and then decide the ownership of the Great Devil Seed method of Taoist Heart. Zhao Qingyun was not a fool. Of course, he could see the gloominess on their faces. He knew that Long Chen must have severely suppressed their disciples in the Fire Evolution Earth vein. That was why there was such an effect. His personal disciple finally had the day to hold his head high. Zhao Qingyun did not show it on his face, but he was secretly happy. So, he led the crowd to the direction of the Devil Palace. The trial of the Fire Evolution Earth vein finally ended, which caused a great sensation in the Heavenly Devil Palace. Whether disciples or elders, they were very concerned about the ownership of the Great Devil Seed method of Taoist Heart. Therefore, at this time, there had been a lot of disciples gathered outside the Devil Palace, and in the Devil Palace, basically all the elders, protectors, and Lord were already waiting. When Zhao Qingyun took the lead and appeared, the disciples of Heavenly Devil Palace were in an uproar. They couldn't wait to look behind Zhao Qingyun. Sure enough, all the disciples who participated in the trial of the extragalactic fire Earth vein had appeared. However, the situation seemed a little strange. Long Chen followed beside Zhao Qingyun, and the expression on his face was exactly the same as Zhao Qingyun. The three great devil elders and their disciples also had the same expression. Long Chen was naturally happy, but the three great devil elders were all gloomy. Was this revealing some kind of information? Could it be that Long Chen actually obtained more fire refinement essence and surpassed Yang Jun? Everyone's face was filled with shock. Impossible, he's just showing off. When he shows off the fire refinement essence he obtained, you guys will know who won. One of them laughed. Chapter 376. Under the puzzled gazes of everyone, a group of people walked into the Devil Hall. The gates of the Devil Hall were extremely tall, but it was impossible for so many disciples to fit inside. Hence, only those with high cultivation bases could squeeze to the front, while those with weaker cultivation bases could only be pushed to the outside. Even if they jumped up with all their might, they would be able to see the situation inside. However, what they could see was also very limited. Be quiet, we will tell you immediately when we hear the news. At this time, the disciple at the front hurriedly turned back and shouted. His strength was stronger, and immediately suppressed the momentum of the disciples behind him. In fact, most of the disciples just wanted to hear the result at the first time. If everyone was quiet, they could hear the voice inside. Thinking of this, the others also shouted, telling the others to be quiet. After a few hubbub, the scene finally quieted down. In order to be able to hear the words inside clearly, everyone didn't say a word, and tried not to make a sound. This was the trial of the earth vein of fire, and because of the relationship with Long Chen, it became particularly tense. When everyone started to quiet down, Zhao Qingyun already had a solemn expression on his face. He sat at the seat of honor and stared down at everyone. When he was serious, he exuded a sense of majesty. As for the 3 devil elders, they sat down on the seats on the right. Their eyes were all fixated on the center of the devil hall. At this moment, Long Chen was standing together with the other 10 disciples. Long Chen had a calm expression on his face while the others would occasionally stare at him with venomous gazes. From these small details, the other elders and protectors seemed to have guessed something. Well, this time the trial of the earth vein of fire is finally over. Now the result is in the hands of the outstanding disciples. I will not say too much nonsense. You can show the fire-refined essences you have obtained in order. First, the disciple ranked 10th, Wan Cheng. The disciple whose name was called trembled as he walked to the front. Looking at this Wan Cheng, the elders started discussing among themselves. Wan Cheng is the disciple of the 3 demon elders, the only disciple of Yu Yangjun. He has reached the 7th level of the heavenly river realm for a year, and has even entered the earth vein of fire once. I remember that he obtained 40 refined fire essences last time. This time, he should have improved and should be able to obtain 70 refined fire essences. The results were about to come out. The disciples outside were also very excited, especially the disciples of the 3rd demon elder. Wan Sheng had a lot of fame and prestige among the disciples of the 3rd demon elder. This time, senior brother Wan Sheng will be able to obtain at least 80 pills. I think I asked him a few months ago, and he already said that he was confident, one of the disciples said. 80. The top 10 disciples are indeed extraordinary. The disciples outside the door sighed, while those further away stretched their ears to listen. Under the gazes of the crowd, Wan Sheng was somewhat timid. He knew that no matter what, he had to reveal it. Thus, he threw caution to the wind and did not care about losing face. He directly took out 5 fire refinement essences from his cosmos sack and said, reporting to Palace Lord, I obtained a total of 5 fire refinement essences this time. Zhao Qingyun's first reaction was to laugh. As for the other elders and enforcers, they were stunned at first, but when they saw that there were only 5 flame-refined essences in Wan Cheng's hand, they exchanged looks of disbelief. How can there only be 5? Could it have been stolen? Everyone was a little baffled. Wan Cheng, how could there only be 5 of them? You can easily obtain 5 of them. After all, the mythical flame beast is only at the 6th level of the earth tier. It's not your match. At this time, some of the elders who were familiar with him directly asked. Wan Cheng lowered his head and did not say a word. However, his face seemed to have turned red. When the disciples outside heard that Wan Cheng had only obtained 5 fire refinement essences, they also burst into an uproar. The number 5 was really too shameful here. Everyone was stunned at first, but after confirming it, one by one, they roared with laughter. Only 5? I can also get it, haha, 5 fire refinement essences. This is really too embarrassing. I really can't believe that he has the same master as me. Quiet. Zhao Qingyun hurriedly stopped the commotion. After that, he swept his gaze over Wan Cheng and said, Wan Cheng, 5 fire refinement essences. Alright, you can go down now. Next, rank 9 Zhang Dongyang. With Wan Cheng being ridiculed, Zhang Dongyang was much calmer. He knew that he was only one of the people who would be ridiculed. Hence, he strode forward. His leg had already been pierced by Long Chen, and it had already healed quite a bit in the past day. However, there was still something wrong with his walking posture. What happened to his leg? Everyone had the same question in their hearts. After seeing Long Chen, they all had the same thought in their minds. Could it be that it was Long Chen who injured him? But no matter what the crowd thought, Zhang Dongyang still revealed his harvest. A total of 8 fire refinement essences. Just like Wan Cheng, he received a wave of laughter. However, after the laughter, everyone was puzzled. Why did they, who clearly had the strength to obtain more, get so little? Could it be that it had really been snatched away by others? As this thought popped up in their minds, the 3rd person had already revealed his fire refinement essences. This time, he only had 4 fire refinement essences. At this moment, the crowd stopped laughing. They knew that there would definitely be people who obtained fire refinement essences that exceeded their expectations. The next few people definitely didn't have more than 10 fire refinement essences. Because Long Chen had defeated Yang Jun had to line up in front of Long Chen to show off his fire refinement essences. The previous 7 people didn't obtain more than 10 fire refinement essences. Everyone was guessing that Yang Jun's fire refinement essences wouldn't exceed 10 fire refinement essences. If that was the case, then things would be interesting. This meant that something interesting must have happened in the evolving fire-earth vein, causing Yang Jun and the others to not have the time to search for fire refinement essences. Or, it was also possible that their fire refinement essences had been snatched away by others. Under the gaze of the crowd, Yang Jun glared fiercely at Long Chen, then walked to the front. Long Chen, you snatched away the Ice Soul Origin Spirit, causing me to be scolded by Master and Uncle Master. However, when you see that the Great Tao Heart Demon Seed technique that you wanted was obtained by me, what kind of expression will you have? Yang Jun imagined Long Chen's expression of grief and indignation when he saw his fire refinement essences. His heart was filled with anticipation. Yang Jun, why don't you take out all the flame refinement essences you obtained? Let us see what kind of accomplishments the former third strongest disciple of the Heavenly Demon Palace's younger generation will have. Will he be as incredible as the previous disciples? Zhao Qingyun's words were filled with sarcasm, causing the disciples to blush. Yes, Palace Master. The Ice Soul Origin Spirit had been snatched away by Long Chen. Fortunately, the Great Tao Heart Demon Seed technique was still his, so Yang Jun felt a little more relaxed. He had spent 2 days searching for the Ice Soul Origin Spirit. One day after Long Chen snatched it away, their group had obtained more than 100 fire refinement essences. So the total number of fire refinement essences was around 500. When Yang Jun placed the high-temperature fire refinement essences on the ground one by one, the crowd's nervous expressions finally relaxed a little. They exchanged glances and said, Yang Jun is indeed extraordinary. While others have less than a minute of fire refinement essences, he was actually able to obtain so many fire refinement essences. He even surpassed my expectations. More than 500 fire refinement essences are really shocking. More than 500 fire refinement essences. He has to kill at least 50 fire flame beasts in a day. Yang Jun is really heaven-defying. The first layer of the Great Tao Heart Demon Seed technique will definitely belong to him. Palace Master, I've already calculated it. A total of 522 fire refinement essences. Yang Jun finally felt proud. He glanced at Long Chen proudly before starting to collect his fire refinement essences. Although these fire refinement essences did not have any direct effect on cultivation, they could still be sold for a good price elsewhere. The number 522 was also spread. For a moment, all the disciples were shocked. They looked at Yang Jun in astonishment and praised him. The disciples who couldn't see the situation were also dumbfounded when they heard that Yang Jun had obtained 522 fire refinement essences. Senior brother Yang Jun, this time, the Great Tao Heart Demon Seed technique is definitely going to be obtained. More than 500 fire refinement essences. Even the first place among all the participants only obtained slightly more than 400 fire refinement essences. I guess the fire refinement essences in the evolving fire-earth vein will all be plundered by these guys. Yeah, when it's our turn, there might not even be any fire flame beasts or fire refinement essences. All the disciples sighed with emotion. After revealing so many fire refinement essences, Yang Jun, who had been defeated by Long Chen, was now looked at in a new light. Everyone guessed that Yang Jun, who had obtained the Great Tao Heart Demon Seed technique, could very likely surpass Long Chen in cultivation. At that time, it was still uncertain who would win and who would lose. Moreover, don't forget that Yang Jun was only a hair's breadth away from the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier. Even the 3 demon elders were very satisfied with Yang Jun's performance. This was the only thing they could rejoice about. The Ice Soul Origin Spirit had already benefited Long Chen. If even the great Tao Heart Demon Seed technique benefited Long Chen, the 3 demon elders would definitely have cramps. Alright, 522 fire refinement essences, a very good result. Yang Jun, your performance this time is not bad. Go back and quickly reach the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, and the Traceless Spectre will also be yours, Zhao Qingyun encouraged. At this time, Zhao Qingyun's eyes looked at Long Chen, and when he discovered that Long Chen's eyes were actually still calm, he understood. He also really wanted to know how much capital Long Chen had to be able to be so calm. Alright, Yang Jun, you go first. Next, Long Chen, show us the fire refinement essences you obtained, Zhao Qingyun said with a smile. Under everyone's gaze, Long Chen took a step forward, and said, reporting to Palace Master, before I show the fire refinement essences, I have to clarify something. Chapter 377. What do you want to say? Zhao Qingyun asked with great interest. Long Chen didn't take out the flame-refined essence, but instead, he wanted to explain one thing. This aroused everyone's curiosity. The competition between Long Chen and Yang Jun had determined the ownership of the first level of the Tao Heart Devil Seed Art. Therefore, Long Chen's result was particularly important. Everyone stretched their necks, wanting to see the result. Long Chen looked at Yang Jun with some disdain and suddenly said in a clear voice, "You are all smart people, so you must have noticed that the previous 7 disciples didn't get more than 10 flame-refined essences, but Yang Jun unexpectedly got 522. This is very strange, and one thing is that they are all in the same group. Plus, I have seen and heard it with my own eyes, so I can be sure that the reason why Yang Jun got so many flame-refined essences is because of the other brothers. Yang Jun, tell me, am I right?" Long Chen's words immediately caused a huge uproar. The elders and protectors were fine, after all, they had more or less guessed what was going on. But to the disciples, this was nothing more than a blatant fraud. It was a serious challenge to the Heavenly Devil Palace's reward system. If a popular disciple could do this, then when they participated in this competition in the future, they would also suffer because of this. Then, why should they still work hard? How can this be? Isn't this unfair? Didn't we agree that we can compete? But this shouldn't be allowed. Yes, this way, there is no fairness in the competition for others. I'm working so hard just for the 3 secret scriptures. If the 3 secret scriptures are predetermined, then what is the point of us cultivating? Suddenly, there was an uproar. Most people looked at Yang Jun with indignation. Their faces were full of blame and rejection. Silence, all of you. At this time, the 3rd demon elder couldn't stand it anymore. Of course, he knew that this was the truth, but he absolutely couldn't admit it. So he directly stood up, stared at Long Chen, and asked, "Boy, what evidence do you have? I think you know that you don't have enough flame-refined essence, so you want to frame Yang Jun. Yang Jun, tell Long Chen, how did you get your flame-refined essence?" Yang Jun, who originally had the highest prestige, suddenly became the target of criticism. Needless to say, he was extremely sullen in his heart. At this time, he was looking at Long Chen with incomparable resentment. He simply did not have the face to face the others. In fact, on the way back, they knew that Long Chen already knew the inside story of them, so they had already thought of a way to deal with it. At this time, Yang Jun stood up and said, "Long Chen, I'll tell you, half of these 500 flame-refined essences were obtained by myself with great difficulty, and the other half was won by me in battles with other brothers. Otherwise, who would give me their flame-refined essence unconditionally? It was because I defeated them that I got their flame-refined essence. If you don't believe me, you can ask them." After his voice fell, sure enough, a disciple stood up and said, reporting to Palace Lord, "We did have many battles in the vein of fire. In the end, Brother Yang Jun's skill was better than ours, and he basically won all of our flame-refined essences. The reason why we were embarrassed before was because we felt that it was a bit difficult to talk about it. After all, among the 7 of us, no one could beat Brother Yang Jun. But I can swear to God that these flame-refined essences are definitely what Brother Yang Jun deserves. With him taking the lead, the other disciples also pledged. Long Chen, in the future, when you participate in the Vein of Fire trial, I advise you to honestly look for flame-refined essences. Don't always think of some crooked ways to frame others. In the end, the 3rd demon elder concluded. He looked at Yang Jun approvingly, and then sat back down. After hearing Yang Jun's explanation and the pledges of the other disciples, the disciples outside the Devil Palace felt a bit better. They didn't know who to believe in, but this time, it seemed that Long Chen had completely lost to Yang Jun. Everyone looked at Long Chen, but saw that after being refuted, Long Chen didn't feel depressed. Instead, his face was full of indifference. What was going on? Zhao Qingyun also saw the change in Long Chen's expression. When he saw that Long Chen's expression didn't change even after being refuted, he thought to himself, what is this brat hiding? At this time, Long Chen looked around and said in a clear voice, I don't think I can interfere with Yang Jun's matter, but I firmly believe that using crooked means to obtain the Tao Heart Seed evil art is the action of a coward. Trash can't understand the pride of a genius. Now, I will show you what a real genius is. Long Chen's words were very arrogant, but he had the right to be arrogant. At this moment, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, fire refining essence poured out of Long Chen's Qinkuan bag. Very quickly, it formed a large pile in front of Long Chen. The fire refining essence gathered an extremely high temperature, instantly causing the temperature of the demon palace to rise by a lot. It was almost the same as being in a magma. This large pile of flame-refined essences completely attracted everyone's eyes. Those with discerning eyes could see that there were many more flame-refined essences here than what Yang Jun had shown just now. The 3 great demon elders, as well as their disciples, after seeing so many flame-refining essences, their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. The other elders and protectors were also stunned. A total of 1,000 flame-refined essences. If you don't believe me, you can count them. It definitely won't be less than this number. Long Chen proudly looked at everyone and said indifferently. No one responded to his words for a long time because they were all in disbelief. 1,000. This number crazily spread among the disciples. When Long Chen revealed the truth and was refuted, they roughly knew that Long Chen had no hope. Who would have thought that Long Chen would suddenly do something like this? This was too unexpected. 1,000 flame-refined essences caused the hearts of all the disciples to boil. They crazily rushed forward, wanting to see if it was true or not. How could it be 1,000? I don't believe it. I must see it clearly. Don't squeeze. Squeeze your sister, look your sister. It's already said before that it's 1,000. I saw 1,000 just now. It's really a large pile, your sister. 1,000 flame-refined essences. Heavens, this Long Chen is a freak. It was like a storm that swept through everyone's hearts. Even Zhao Qingyun was a little shocked after seeing 1,000 flame-refined essences. One could obtain 1,000 flame-refined essences in the first trial of the Vein of Fire derivation. Even if it was a disciple in the 8th layer of the Heavenly River tier, it would not be easy to achieve this number. Looking at the others, they all had expressions of disbelief, especially the 3 demon elders. Their expressions were as if there was a pile of feces stuck on their faces. Zhao Qingyun was extremely happy in his heart. Long Chen had given him a lot of face. Zhao Qingyun felt more and more that his decision to accept Long Chen as a disciple was the correct choice. That's right. Long Chen has obtained 1,000 flame-refined essences, surpassing Yang Jun's flame-refined essences. I believe that everyone is very clear in their hearts who the first layer of Tao Heart Seed Demon belongs to. He is my personal disciple, Long Chen. Zhao Qingyun announced with a smile. From his voice, even the most ordinary disciple could hear the pride in it. Hearing this, Long Chen smiled in his heart, and hurriedly put away the flame-refined essences. These things were Xiao Lang's treasures, so it was best to put them away quickly. Zhao Qingyun's announcement made Yang Jun almost collapse. He looked at Long Chen with an expression of disbelief, and said with a heart-wrenching voice, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Palace Lord, Long Chen must have used some underhanded method to obtain so many flame-refined essences. This great Dao Heart Seed Demon technique cannot be given to this outsider." "Shut up." With a rumbling sound, Zhao Qingyun roared, directly causing Yang Jun to vomit blood and kneel on the ground. The others also felt as if they had been struck by a heavy hammer, feeling extremely uncomfortable. At this time, Zhao Qingyun coldly looked at Yang Jun and said, "Brat, I won't pursue this matter with you, but Long Chen relied on his own ability to obtain more flame-refined essences than you. You actually dare to sow discord? Today, I will only give you a small punishment. You must remember this, Long Chen is my personal disciple. Although he entered the sect late, he is definitely not an outsider. Do all of you remember this clearly?" Zhao Qingyun's outburst gave everyone a fright. Zhao Qingyun was usually very calm, but they didn't expect him to have such a side. Everyone was scared to the point that their hearts were in turmoil. They felt very uncomfortable, so they didn't dare to say a single word. However, they remembered that they absolutely couldn't treat Long Chen as an outsider. Even the three demon elders could only swallow their anger. Just now, Zhao Qingyun's roar was only directed at 4 people. Yang Jun wasn't strong, so it was normal for him to vomit blood and fly back. However, the 3 of them had also suffered different degrees of injuries. Clearly, this was Zhao Qingyun's demonstration against them. Outsider. Zhao Qingyun's words were firmly engraved in Long Chen's heart. Anyone who considered him as one of them, Long Chen would treat them very well, just like Dongfang Xianshao. Long Chen obtained the first level of the Dao Heart Devil Seed Art. Do any of you have any questions? Zhao Qingyun's voice was cold as he asked again. No one answered. After all, Yang Jun was still lying in Yang Danfeng's embrace. His mouth was full of blood, and he was about to faint. Zhao Qingyun nodded in satisfaction, then said, "Since it's like this, then let's decide who will obtain the second level of the Dao Heart Devil Seed Art. Murongyu, Yang Danfeng, you two directly take out your flame essence and report a number." Under Zhao Qingyun's gaze, Yang Danfeng and Murongyu glanced at each other, then stood in front. Long Chen looked at them curiously. After all, after obtaining the Ice Soul Origin Soul, they had searched for flame essence for an entire day, so Long Chen didn't know how many flame essence they had. Chapter 378. The competition for the first level of the Great Dao Heart Seed Method had already reached a climax, and what everyone was looking forward to was actually the second level of the Great Dao Heart Seed Method. After all, Yang Danfeng Murongyu's strength had always been on par. In the original rankings, Yang Danfeng was temporarily ranked first, but in the eyes of the crowd, there was basically no difference between first and second place. Therefore, between the two of them, who would be able to win? Basically, whoever was able to obtain the second level of the Great Dao Heart Seed Method would be able to take a step further on the path of cultivation in the future, leaving the other person behind and truly becoming the number 1 person in the younger generation of the Heavenly Devil Palace. Under the gazes of the crowd, Yang Danfeng and Murongyu placed the fire-refined essence they had obtained on the ground one by one. One by one, the fire-refined essence fell from their Qinkuan bag, and not long after, a small pile had formed in front of the two of them. This number naturally did not surpass Long Chen's, but the two of them were still competing. Time gradually passed, and finally, the two of them finished releasing their fire-refined essence. However, what surprised everyone was that the fire-refined essence in front of them was basically the same, and it was difficult to tell how many fire-refined essence there were with the naked eye. I have a total of 652 fire-refined essences. However, in my Qinkuan bag, there are also God-refining crystals equivalent to 100 fire-refined essences, Yang Danfeng said indifferently. I have a total of 687 fire refined essences. Of course, I also have God refining crystals in my Qinkuan bag. Murongyu followed. Up until now, she had 35 more fire refined essences than Yang Danfeng, but the number of God refining crystals was the most important, so she did not have much confidence in her heart. At the beginning, everyone saw that their fire refined essences were not as many as Long Chen's, so their admiration for Long Chen increased by a bit. However, if they still had God refining crystals, Long Chen's results seemed to be just as so. Chen Qing, Lu Xiang, count their fire refined essences, Zhao Qingyun instructed. Because their results were about the same, the slightest difference could affect the outcome, so Zhao Qingyun did not dare to act recklessly. He randomly picked 2 elders and had them count the number of fire refined essences. After a while, the results came out. Yang Danfeng and Murongyu did not make false reports. Since that's the case, then show us your God refining crystal. Let us see what the final results of our Heaven Devil Palace's 2 most talented disciples are. Did they exceed 1,000? Zhao Qingyun smiled and said. He remembered that before entering the evolving fire-earth vein, Long Chen had mentioned to him that as long as Long Chen obtained more fire-refining essence than Yang Danfeng and Murongyu, then the second layer of fire-refining essence would directly belong to Long Chen. Therefore, he was very much looking forward to it. If the 2 of them had less than 1,000 God-refining crystals, then Long Chen would have won big this time. However, at this time, the eyes of the 3 demon elders revealed a rare confidence. The first level's Tao Heart Seed Devil, the second level's Tao Heart Seed Devil, and the Ice Soul Origin Spirit. These were the 3 gifts that the 3 demon elders had arranged for their disciples. Right now, 2 of the 3 items had already belonged to Long Chen, and the remaining one was the only place that the 3 demon elders were confident in. At this time, amidst the anticipation of the crowd, Yang Danfeng and Murongyu took out their own God-refining crystals. Everyone looked over. Let me see, in Murongyu's hands, not bad, there are 5 God-refining crystals, and in Yang Danfeng's hands. 6, that's right, 6. Zhao Qingyun was a little surprised. 6 God-refining crystals was already not bad. If they only had 3 God-refining crystals, then Long Chen would be the biggest winner. It was a pity that their God-refining crystals were as high as 5, or even 6, which meant that Long Chen had no hope at all. At this time, when Yang Danfeng took out the God-refining crystal, everyone knew that the second level of the Tao Heart Seed Devil would be taken away by Yang Danfeng. Yang Danfeng obtained the final victory, which was within everyone's expectations. However, in the hearts of some male disciples, they were actually more willing to let Murongyu win. After all, Murongyu's personality was not bad, and she was also a great beauty. In the hearts of male disciples, she was definitely a sexy goddess. Compared to Yang Danfeng, she was much more popular. Murongyu gently bit her lip. She had told the 3 great demon elders about the quantity of refined flame essence, but the 3 great demon elders did not explain Yang Danfeng's results. Now that it was revealed, she found that she really lost. In the future, she was likely to be suppressed by Yang Danfeng, which made her a little depressed. Since that's the case, then I will announce the ownership of the second stage of the Great Tao Heart Seed Art. At this moment, Zhao Qingyun said. Everyone already had a result in their hearts. Hold on. Just then, a voice interrupted Zhao Qingyun's words. Everyone looked over and realized that it was Long Chen, who had been in the limelight before being suppressed by Murongyu and Yang Danfeng. Everyone was puzzled. What was Long Chen going to do? Long Chen, do you have anything else to say? Zhao Qingyun was a little surprised. In fact, in his heart, Long Chen's 1000 fire refinement essence had already surprised him. Master, and the 3 demon elders, before entering the fire elemental vein, I once asked, if I obtained more fire refinement essence than Murongyu and Yang Danfeng, I would be able to obtain the second level of the Great Tao Heart Seed Art. You guys promised me at that time, right? Long Chen raised his head, and the corner of his mouth hooked up into a faint smile. We did agree, everyone present can testify, but Long Chen, you only have 1,000 fire refinement essence, and the god refining crystal and fire refinement essence they obtained added up to more than 1,000, so I can't give you the second stage of the great Tao heart seed art. Zhao Qingyun had some doubts in his heart. He naturally wanted to help Long Chen, but in front of everyone, he could not be biased. The three demon elders chuckled, their eyes revealing a look of disdain. One of them, the three demon elders, said in a sharp voice, "And you say you're a genius, such a simple mathematical problem, you actually can't figure it out." In everyone's hearts, they didn't know what Long Chen meant. Long Chen simply stood up, looked around, and said, "Everyone, in the first round, the mistress asked us to show the amount of fire refinement essence, so I directly took out the fire refinement essence, but I did not tell you, I do not have any god refining crystals on me, they have god refining crystals, I can get 1,000 fire refinement essence, why can't I get a god refining crystal?" Long Chen's voice was very loud, instantly shaking everyone. At this moment, everyone thought with great difficulty, could it be that the number of god refining crystals Long Chen had obtained actually surpassed Yang Danfeng's? Yang Danfeng, who was originally defeated by Murong Yu, was instantly stunned. His eyes widened as he looked at Long Chen's palm in disbelief. At this time, Long Chen took out all the god refining crystals, a total of 10 black god refining crystals, and placed them on his palm. When everyone saw the 10 god refining crystals, it was as if their hearts had been struck by an iron hammer, and that shocking impact caused everyone to be stunned. In the trial of the Fire Evolution Earth Vein, Long Chen obtained a total of 1,000 fire refinement essence and 10 god refining crystals, which is equivalent to a total of 2,000. Let me ask everyone, with my results, did I surpass Yang Danfeng? Is there a problem with my mathematics? No one answered Long Chen's question. This was because it was already very difficult for them to answer. This was an obvious question. Today, Long Chen had won. He had relied on his absolute advantage to win completely. Not only had the Ice Soul Origin Spirit, even the first and second levels of the great magic seed in the Tao heart had fallen into Long Chen's hands. This news was a shock to the entire demonic palace. There had never been anyone who could accomplish such a feat in such a short period of time. Long Chen's performance today was simply too heaven-defying. All the protectors and elders stared dumbfoundedly at him. As for those disciples, they all rushed over, wanting to see what was going on exactly. For a period of time, the area in front of the Devil Hall was in a state of chaos. At this moment, in Zhao Qingyun's heart, other than shock, of course, there was also a deep sense of surprise. This time, Long Chen had given him a lot of face. As for the three great demon elders and Yang Danfeng, it was as if they had been struck by lightning. Yang Danfeng could finally understand why Yang Jun couldn't control himself just now. It was because the grievance, discomfort, and anger in his heart had reached an uncontrollable level. The meat was already in his mouth, and he was drooling, ready to taste it, but Long Chen suddenly appeared, pulled out his meat and swallowed it. This made Yang Danfeng, who was almost starving to death, unable to maintain his rationality. Yang Danfeng was about to lose control of himself and attack Long Chen. At this time, an old man stood in front of him, blocking his way. Yang Danfeng opened his eyes and saw that it was his master, the first demon elder. At this time, the second and third demon elders were also standing beside the first demon elder. The first demon elder's eyes first looked at Long Chen, and then moved to Zhao Qingyun. At this time, the anger in the eyes of the three great demon elders seemed to have disappeared. Their faces were very cold, even frighteningly cold. But Long Chen knew that this was like the eve of a storm. Their behavior showed how terrible the storm was coming. "Palace Master, it seems that we have nothing to do today. Goodbye." After saying that, the three old devils didn't look back. In front of everyone's eyes, they led their direct disciples away. From their backs, Long Chen could see the haze and viciousness in their eyes. It seems that the following days are really not easy. Long Chen suddenly remembered that before entering the fire vein, Yang Danfeng had warned him that if he did not let Yang Jun go, he would kill Wang Xing, the handyman disciple. Longchen thought that he must go back and keep a close eye on Wang Xing, so that he would not lose his life for no reason. After the 3 demon elders and the others left, everyone's eyes fell on Zhao Qingyun. In this case, I announced that the second Taoist heart demon seed belongs to Longchen. Zhao Qingyun was extremely happy. Today is December 25th, I wish everyone a Merry Christmas. In addition, today is my wife's birthday. I wish her eternal youth, early birth of children, children and grandchildren around her, children and grandchildren in the house, forming a football team to compete in the World Cup. Brothers and sisters all went to the book review section to wish her well. More than 20 people have commented, and 20 chapters will be updated on January 1st. Please look forward to it. Her name is Wuxia Sha. I'm 21, and those younger than me can call me sister-in-law. Chapter 379. First of all, I wish everyone a Merry Christmas. Today, I would like to introduce 2 people to everyone. As the saying goes, rely on your parents at home and rely on your friends when you go out. Everyone is fighting outside, but there are still a few true brothers who grow up together, fight together, support each other, and achieve glory together. I also have such a brother, and I believe everyone is familiar with him. He is the author of The Young Sword Emperor, Zichen. Ladies, please take a look at our pen names, Qingyang and Zichen. You should be able to see our deep gay relationship, right? We got to know each other when we were writing our first book. Later on, we found that we got along very well. It had been a year since then, and many things had happened. My previous book, Mystic the Arch, had stopped updating a few times. After Mystic the Arch was finished, I had even given up on the idea of writing. But later, he came to me and told me some things. Only then did I gain confidence. That was how I came up with the Dragon Blood War God book. At the time, we were preparing a new book together, but because of his work, The Young Sword Emperor was released a month late. It can be said that our relationship is good enough for us to go to bed together. For a brother who can go to bed together, my results have stabilized, and he is about to be published, so of course, I have to push him hard. Young Sword Emperor is an urban cultivation genre. It has the immersive feeling of an urban novel and the strength of a fantasy novel. I have read a lot of it, and the plot is very good, relaxing, and enjoyable. It is a must-read before and after meals. Most importantly, this beast decided to release 100 chapters on the day it was published, and it is not inferior to Dragon Blood War God. The other person is a girl, alluring Sai, the mute concubine in troubled times. I won't say much about her book. My mentor pays attention to her work, and it is a very well-written article for women. She was the beloved princess of the Qi kingdom. She was devastatingly beautiful, but it was a pity that she could not speak. 10 cities in exchange for a marriage alliance. He is the 6th prince of Han, but he is not favored by the emperor and is discriminated against. 10 cities in exchange for an imperial edict, and the mute princess of Qi is betrothed to him. In a rage, he abducts the mute princess. Facing her question, his eyes are cold, and his thin lips slightly parted as he said word by word, "Because I don't want to marry a mute." She was stunned and looked at him in disbelief. He is ambitious, and he walks in troubled times to unify the world. She was proficient in medical skills and extremely intelligent, so she helped from the side. The 7 countries were at war with each other, deceiving each other. The flames of war raged in the sky, and the weapons were at each other's throats. Her expression did not change, and she followed them through life and death. Let's see who will rise and fall in this world, and let's see true love in this chaotic world. P.S. I don't know if there are any girls reading Dragon Blood God of War. If there are, go and support this big sister. As for the guys, I'll let you know that the author of this book is a super fair, rich, and beautiful woman. You guys can hook up with her as much as you want while reading the book. At the very least, go and show up in the book review section and click Add to Bookshelf. Yep, after saying so much. All in all, Dragon Blood War God War was recommending his brother, young Sword Emperor, and his sister, city-toppling Sai, mute concubine in troubled times. Both of these books went on sale on January 1st, and they exploded like crazy on that day. Everyone can go read them now and support them when the time comes, especially Biao's brothers and sisters. Give Madman's brothers and sisters a little support and customize the books. At the very least, computer users can click add to bookshelf to give them a little support. Thank you so much. I'll work hard and strive for more breakthroughs. You've recently read Emperor's Way Supreme Azura War God Killer Landlord Beautiful Room Courteously Imperial for 1,000 Years Hot Recommendation. 20 complete classic novels. Dragon Blood God of War God Killer Landlord Beautiful Room Courteously Imperial Concubine Free Novel. Absolute all-rounder Tian and Tsang Sensei's Career Rebirth Genius Rich Second Generation Online Game Phantom Sword Saint Moore. Chapter 380. Long Chen himself can't remember how much he has gained this time. You and the wolf cub, after coming back from the Fire Evolution Earth Vein, have basically turned over a new leaf. When the three great demon elders left in anger, everyone looked at Long Chen, this amazing person, dumbfounded. It was not until Zhao Qingyun had announced it that they finally admitted this was the reality. After the announcement, Zhao Qingyun smiled and continued, Long Chen, in order to celebrate you getting 2 levels of the great skill of demonic seed of Tao, our demonic palace will hold a grand banquet. How about it? No need. Long Chen hurriedly said, Master, I am anxious to see the great skill of demonic seed of Tao. How can I have time to hold a banquet? Seeing how anxious Qin Wentian was, Zhao Qingyun praised him from the bottom of his heart. Good lad, but you have the drive to improve. As expected of my, Zhao Qingyun's, disciple. With such diligence, you are much stronger than some disciples. Since that's the case, everyone can disperse now. Under Zhao Qingyun's orders, everyone reluctantly left this place. In truth, they all wanted to take a few more glances at Long Chen. They wanted to take a few more glances at this youth who had practically broken the record of the Heaven Devil Palace and was destined to shake the entire Heaven Devil Palace. This is the 2 levels of the great skill of demonic seed of Tao. I have already taken it before. You have successfully cultivated the Traceless Spectre, so give it to me. Zhao Qingyun took out 2 secret books similar to the Traceless Spectre, but they were not as thick as the Traceless Spectre. Thank you, Master. Long Chen accepted the secret book of the great skill of demonic seed of Tao and then returned the Traceless Spectre to Zhao Qingyun. He said, Master, if there is nothing else, I will go back. Yes. Zhao Qingyun nodded with a smile. He was very pleased to see that Long Chen was so hardworking and did not slack off at all. In fact, Long Chen was not in a hurry to cultivate the great demonic seed technique of Tao Heart. He was just worried that Yang Danfeng would make a move on Wang Xing and harm this innocent life. Therefore, after bidding farewell to Zhao Qingyun, he rushed back to the Green Cloud residence as fast as he could. Fortunately, Wang Xing was fine. Brother Chen, you're back from the Fire Evolution Earth Vein. Wang Xing was pleasantly surprised when he saw Long Chen. He quickly ran towards Long Chen. Brother Chen, how many refined fire essences did you get? 50 or 100? Wang Xing asked with admiration and expectation. I obtained 2,000 fire refined essences. Do you believe me? Long Chen said with a smile. Brother Chen, you really know how to joke with me. Wang Xing chuckled. It doesn't matter how many fire essences there are. However, I did obtain the great Tao Heart Demon Seed technique. Long Chen walked into the room and smiled. Amazing. I knew you were better than Yang Jun, Wang Xing said with a look of admiration. Wang Xing, Heavenly Demon Palace hasn't been peaceful for the past few days. You will stay in my room in the Green Cloud residence for the next few days. You are not allowed to go anywhere. You don't have to do anything. If anyone says anything about you, just say that I was the one who made you do this. Ah. Wang Xing was puzzled. As a servant disciple, he had to do a lot of things every day. Wang Xing was taking care of his 9 direct disciples' meals and living arrangements. However, among Zhao Qingyun's 9 personal disciples, the other 8 had basically never seen Zhao Qingyun. Among them, Long Chen was the most favored one and also the most powerful one. Wang Xing thought about it and still felt that listening to Long Chen's words shouldn't be wrong. I'm doing this for your own good. There's nothing wrong with bringing me here. If there's anything you don't understand during your cultivation, I can still answer it for you. From today onwards, I will be cultivating in seclusion here. You can stay in this courtyard and cultivate. If anything special happens, just shout loudly. Do you understand? To Long Chen, Wang Xing's life was not something that he needed to care about. After all, they were just strangers who had met by chance. However, Long Chen did not want to harm others because of his own matters. That was why he was so concerned about it. Understood. Wang Xing immediately replied. Long Chen nodded his head. Then, with a light tap of his feet, he rushed to the roof. This was the place closest to the starlight. Because of Wang Xing's problem, Long Chen did not go to the peak of Demonic Emperor Mountain. Moreover, I don't know if those 3 old fellows will attack me out of anger. So, it's better if I don't go to the peak of the mountain. With this plan, Long Chen prepared to start cultivating. However, before that, he still had to hand over the remaining fire refinement essence and God refining crystal to Xiao Lang. Xiao Lang, with so many fire refinement essence and God refining crystal, is it enough for you to reach the 9th stage of the earth stage? Long Chen asked with some anticipation in his heart. Xiao Lang shook his head. The 9th level of the earth stage actually requires so many fire attribute treasures. Long Chen was a little speechless. Xiao Lang really couldn't afford to raise him. In the fire evolution earth vein, countless flaming beasts demon cores, fire refinement essence, divine flame beasts demon cores, and God refining crystal were all smashed onto Xiao Lang's body. Yet they did not allow him to reach the 9th stage of the earth stage. After handing over all the fire refinement essence and God refining crystal to Xiao Lang left complacently. He reckoned that he would find a place that wasn't too far away and then refine it himself. When Xiao Lang walked over, Long Chen finally prepared for himself. My gains this time around are really great. 2 levels of the Great Demon Seed Art of Tao Heart and the Ice Soul Primordial Spirit. I should make use of this Ice Soul Primordial Spirit to raise my cultivation level first. Thinking of this, Long Chen didn't say anything else. He was constantly thinking of raising his own strength so that he could kill his way back to the Imperial City, so he didn't waste any time at all. Thus, he took out the Ice Soul Spirit. The Ice Soul Origin Spirit was the core of the cold ice. It was completely condensed from the rich ice attribute spiritual energy of the world. It was the condensed form of the spiritual energy of the world. Once swallowed, it would melt into spiritual energy, and finally into true energy. Although the Ice Soul Origin Spirit in Long Chen's hand was only the size of a thumb, it was enough for him to make a lot of progress. Without any hesitation, Long Chen placed the Ice Soul Spirit in his mouth. In an instant, the Ice Soul Spirit transformed into an ice-cold liquid and flowed into Long Chen's throat. Long Chen instantly felt the bone-chilling coldness. It was the feeling of being frozen in an ice cellar. The coldness came from the inside out, and Long Chen only felt as if his body, every meridian, and every piece of his internal organs had completely lost all feeling, and had already turned into ice. Hurry up and refine it. At this moment, there was only one thought in Long Chen's mind. No progress could be made overnight, even the Ice Soul Spirit was the same. The Ice Soul Spirit had so much cold chi, if he didn't carefully resist it and didn't have enough true chi to refine the Ice Soul Spirit, it would be very easy to directly freeze to death. Ha! Long Chen exhaled a breath of blue cold air, and his true chi began to surge. Those frozen meridians were shaken one by one, and those shaken ice fragments, in an instant, transformed into blue true qi particles, and then were swallowed by Long Chen's blood-red star true qi, becoming one of them. The ice that froze Long Chen's body was completely refined by Long Chen's powerful true qi, becoming a part of Long Chen's true qi. When Long Chen had enough strength to suppress the cold qi of the ice soul spirit, he would be able to enjoy the essence of the ice soul spirit. At the beginning, the surface of Long Chen's body was covered with a layer of frost, but now, the frost on his body was gradually melting, and was swallowed into his body by Long Chen, also becoming a part of his true qi. Time passed slowly, and more energy from the ice soul spirit was assimilated into Long Chen's own power. His true qi was gradually increasing, and after about a night's time, it had already reached a critical point. Long Chen could feel that he had already ushered in an opportunity for a breakthrough. He was about to reach the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier. This was a tier he had never reached before, and it was also Zhang Yuanting's dream. From the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier to the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier, it could be said that he had already crossed a chasm, from the middle level of the Heavenly River tier to the high level of the Heavenly River tier. A huge amount of true qi surged in Long Chen's body, almost bursting his meridians. Next, he needed to use the Heavenly River tier, obtain energy from the starlight, and use the Heavenly River pill to stabilize his body. Then, with his true qi as the foundation, he would condense the 7th pair of galaxies in his body. The Heavenly River pill that he had obtained from the Dahua clan in the city of the Pine Middle could at least help Long Chen reach the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, so Long Chen was not worried about the Heavenly River pill at the moment. He had enough Heavenly River pills in his Cosmos sack, and with his current status, Zhao Qingyun would definitely give him a lot of Heavenly River pills as long as he asked. A ray of resplendent starlight poured down from the galaxy, landing on Long Chen's body, and enveloping Long Chen in a dreamy starlight. The Heavenly River pill that he had already consumed was interacting with this starlight, and waves of ripples spread out on Long Chen's body. Long Chen was carefully condensing the 7th pair of galaxies in his body. Time passed gradually, and the conditions were met, so Long Chen's advancement was completed in a short time. Not long after consuming the Heavenly River pill, the starlight on Long Chen's body gradually faded. When the starlight completely disappeared, Long Chen opened his eyes, and suddenly, 2 rays of resplendent light burst out from his eyes, like a sword piercing towards the sky. In the dark night, this ray of starlight was very attractive. With a whoosh, Zhao Qingyun's figure appeared not far behind Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen had already closed his eyes again, and began to cultivate quietly. He felt that he had used almost half of the power of the Ice Soul Origin Spirit, and there was still almost half of it waiting for Long Chen to refine. This isn't the smell of the Ice Soul Origin Spirit. Zhao Qingyun was very surprised. The Ice Soul Origin Spirit had indeed appeared in the Fire Evolution vein, but she did not expect that Long Chen would find another one. Chapter 381. Long Chen didn't tell him about the Ice Soul Origin Spirit, so he only thought that Long Chen had found a mysterious place in the Fire Evolution Earth vein, and not only obtained a huge amount of fire essence, but also the Ice Soul Origin Spirit. Zhao Qingyun guessed that Long Chen couldn't obtain so much fire essence on his own. Maybe Xiao Lang had contributed more. After all, from Zhao Qingyun's point of view, Xiao Lang's current strength was about the same as Yang Danfeng and Murongyu. This little guy's luck is really extraordinary. Maybe the Demon Emperor Sword will really belong to him. The Demon Emperor Sword and the Emperor Sword are the 2 heaven-grade divine weapons of the Cangyang country. Even I don't know their details, so they must not be as simple as the beginner level of the heaven grade. Zhao Qingyun nodded in satisfaction, then disappeared into the darkness, while Long Chen continued to absorb the energy of the Ice Soul Origin Spirit to increase his true qi. After another day, he finally finished absorbing the energy of the Ice Soul Origin Spirit. What a pity, I almost could have entered the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier. As expected of a treasure that can allow someone in the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier to reach the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier. Long Chen stood up, feeling a little emotional, then checked the condition of his body, and said, I am now only a step away from the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier. The originally agreed time of 3 months is almost up, but I believe that when the agreed time arrives and the fight for the Demon Emperor sword begins, I will be able to raise my strength to the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier. At that time, I will be invincible in the Heavenly Demon Palace. As long as I get the Demon Emperor sword and the Demon Emperor sword way, even Lin Zichen. Speaking of which, Long Chen still couldn't bear to let Lingxi stay alone in the Lingxi sword, so Long Chen hated Lin Zichen to the bone for causing such a situation. Now, Long Chen had enough confidence in himself. Seeing that Long Chen had completely ridiculed the power of the Ice Soul Primordial Spirit, Xiao Lang came to his side. Although Xiao Lang hadn't reached the 9th level of the Earth rank, he was already very close. If they needed another opportunity, whether it was Long Chen or Xiao Lang, they could face another big breakthrough. Good job, Xiao Lang. You ate everything in such a short time, said Long Chen with a smile. Xiao Lang shook his head in embarrassment. From the 3rd level of the Earth rank, after exiting the Blazing Sky secret realm, Xiao Lang's cultivation had been advancing all the way until he reached the 8th level of the Earth rank in just a few months. The Blazing Sky Demon Emperor had once said that Xiao Lang would be the most heaven-defying demonic beast. From this, one could see some clues. Although Long Chen stayed in a small place like the Cangyang Kingdom, there was a vast world outside. From the words of Lingxi and Li Xuanji, Long Chen already had a slight idea. In the entire dragon sacrificial continent, there were countless experts. The Cangyang Kingdom that Long Chen was currently in was merely the lowest level. There were tens of thousands of small kingdoms like the Cangyang Kingdom. Therefore, this corner of the dragon sacrificial continent was called the Myriad Kingdoms domain. Within the Myriad Kingdoms domain, there were 10 overbearing kingdoms, which were the 10 great holy dynasties. In the Myriad Kingdoms domain, among the 10 great holy dynasties, just the Cangyang Kingdom alone made Long Chen feel that it was an incomparably deep pool of water, not to mention the other kingdoms in the terrifying 10 great holy dynasties. Furthermore, the Myriad Kingdoms domain was only a corner of the dragon sacrificial continent. According to Long Chen's knowledge, whether it was Lingxi or Li Xuanji, they weren't people from the Myriad Kingdoms domain, but belonged to a higher level. Long Chen gradually had an idea in his heart. If he wanted to marry Lingxi openly in front of her family, he didn't know if he could achieve it even if he worked 10 times harder in this lifetime. Lingxi had never told Long Chen about her family's matters, probably because she was afraid that Long Chen would lose his motivation to move forward due to the enormous pressure. No matter what, it can only be said that the stage of the dragon sacrificial continent is too big. But what am I afraid of? My brother, Xiao Lang, will be the most heaven-defying demonic beast in the dragon sacrificial continent, and I'm an ancestral dragon martial artist that has never existed since the ancient times. No matter how big the dragon sacrificial continent is, it's destined to be the stage for us brothers. One day, us brothers will ascend to the peak of the dragon sacrificial continent and look down on all the other mountains. Long Chen's heart was filled with lofty sentiments. Xiao Lang, you were able to cultivate the divine fire clone previously, so it's not impossible for you to cultivate the great art of Dao Heart demonic seed. From today onwards, let's study the great art of Dao Heart demonic seed together. This time, let's compete and see who can complete the cultivation faster. After thinking it through, Long Chen's mood became incomparably good. Flipping open the great art of Dao Heart demonic seed, he placed Xiao Lang on his chest. One man and one wolf, they began to study the great art of Dao Heart demonic seed wholeheartedly. As expected of a combat skill that's even better than Traceless Spectre. It's indeed extraordinary. Every night, take the heart of night, condense it into a demonic seed, and plant it in the meridians of the body. During battle, the demonic seed will spread and fuse with the true qi, allowing the true qi to double. As for the second level of the great art of Dao Heart demonic seed, it can double the foundation of the true qi. Cultivating the great art of Dao Heart demonic seed was actually a little easier than cultivating the Traceless Spectre. Long Chen's comprehension ability was very strong. According to the instructions in the secret manual, after flipping through it once, he more or less understood all the meaning. What he needed to do next was to practice it over and over again until he finally succeeded. In the demonic palace, there was a building that was not inferior to the demonic palace, called Samo City. It was the place where the three great demonic elders usually lived and cultivated. Because they had to guard the martial arts pavilion, it was not far from the martial arts pavilion. At this time, it was night time. The disciples of the demonic palace who should be cultivating were immersed in the darkness. Only the main hall of Samo City was still lit. At this time, there were a total of 6 people, all looking solemn, staying in the main hall. Among the 6 people, 3 were sitting, and the other 3 were standing. The 3 sitting people were naturally the 3 great demonic elders, and the one standing was their first disciple. In this trial of the earth vein of fire, the 3 disciples of the 3 great demonic elders were completely defeated by Long Chen. At this time, the 3 disciples all lowered their heads, full of shame and self-blame, not daring to face the cold eyes of the 3 great demonic elders. In fact, your performance this time is not bad, but Long Chen is too beyond our expectations. If we were you, the result is estimated to be similar. The first demonic elder sighed and said. Hearing that he did not blame them, young Danfeng and others were relieved. The 3 great demonic elders had always been very strict with them. Once they made a mistake, they would inevitably get a heavy punishment. Therefore, this time they did not dare to breathe loudly. Until the first demonic elder did not blame them, they felt that they had survived a disaster. That Long Chen's cultivation is not even 1/10 of theirs, but he dared to kill the 9th prince in the imperial city. He also fled for more than 2,000 miles. In the process of fleeing, he even killed Songzhong City, the head of the Yamato family, one of the 3 big families in the imperial city. Even your alchemy mount can't do this. This time you were careless and lost to him, which is reasonable. However, since we have recognized his strength, I do not want the same thing to happen again. After all, his current strength is not really strong. Yes. The 3 disciples nodded hurriedly. Yang Danfeng and Yang Jun naturally had boundless hatred towards Long Chen. However, Murongyu did not have the slightest bit of hatred. At this moment, she was only going along with what the others were saying with an obedient look. Big brother, Long Chen is definitely a big trouble. He already has the complete Traceless Phantom, Taoist Heart Demon Seed, and Ice Soul Original Spirit. If we let him grow, I am afraid that when the time comes, the Demon Emperor Sword will also be taken by him. I am afraid that the next Palace Master of Celestial Devil Palace will also be Long Chen. An outsider came out of nowhere. How can he take over the Celestial Devil Palace that we have worked hard to run for decades? The 3rd demonic elder's voice was a little anxious, and there was a strong killing intent in his words. Yes, big brother, I also feel that it is not good. If we let him grow like this, we will be completely suppressed. I am afraid that our disciples in Celestial Devil Palace will also be completely suppressed. This guy, we really must get rid of him. The 2nd demonic elder also showed a helpless look on his face. Must get rid of him. Hearing this, Murongyu's body trembled. In her opinion, Long Chen was actually not so hateful. He just used his own strength to get what he deserved. This was not a sin. Among the 3 demonic elders, even the 2nd demonic elder said so. The 1st demonic elder could only nod helplessly and said, "It seems that we can't bear it anymore. Otherwise, if the Demon Emperor Sword falls into the hands of an outsider, the 3 of us will become the eternal sinners of Celestial Devil Palace." Thinking of this, the 1st demonic elder's eyes gradually burst out a cold light. "Martial uncle, master, I think the 3 of us are completely sure to get the Demon Emperor Sword. In the last trial in the fire-developing earth vein, we didn't pay attention to him, so he took advantage of the loophole. This time, if the 3 of us go all out, we won't lose to him. And if we attack Long Chen, I think the Palace Master will be able to imagine it. The Palace Master is so fond of Long Chen now, I am afraid." Murongyu hurriedly explained. In fact, what she said was mostly for the sake of the three demonic elders, but also to dispel their idea of murdering Longchen. Little Yu, how can we not think of what you said? At this time, we are just thinking of a complete solution. Besides, it is not that we look down on you, but Longchen is too abnormal, and we can't take this risk. If there is a foolproof plan, we can choose to kill Longchen quietly. The second demonic elder explained. Now Longchen is in Qingyun house all day, guarded by Zhao Qingyun. How can we have a chance? The third demonic elder said helplessly. I have an idea. At this time, Yang Danfeng suddenly sneered. Chapter 382. What's your plan? Let's hear it. When Yang Danfeng spoke, he had attracted everyone's attention. At this time, the great demon elder raised his head and stared at his proud disciple. Actually, we don't need to be in a hurry to deal with Longchen directly. We can use a roundabout way, Yang Danfeng said confidently. How? The third demon elder, who was more impatient, quickly asked. Everyone, in fact, you can think of another thing. When the only daughter of the palace master returned to the heavenly devil palace a few months ago, it caused a sensation. At that time, she had already announced that she was married and had brought back the trash, Dongfang Xianshao. Their marriage was approved by the palace master himself. However, I don't know if you still remember a person, the seventh level of the heavenly river tier, Elder He Tian, Yang Danfeng said faintly. Elder He Tian, the one who liked Xian Ku for a long time, to the point of obsession. However, when Xian Ku disappeared, he had no choice but to marry and have a child. The third demon elder also remembered this person. After Xian Ku came back, Elder He Tian killed his own wife and children in order to prove his sincerity. Then, he pursued Xian Ku. However, at that time, Xian Ku was determined to follow Dongfang Xianshao. How could she be with this madman? Elder He Tian, who was rejected, tried to make trouble and killed Dongfang Xianshao. However, he was discovered by the palace master in time and was severely injured. The palace master was soft-hearted and spared his life. Danfeng, I roughly understand what you mean. You know where He Tian is. The great demon elder's eyes flashed as he asked directly. Yang Danfeng was interrupted, but he didn't show any displeasure. He nodded and said, I know where He Tian is. I think Master already knows what I want to say. As long as we give him some benefits and let him enter the heavenly devil palace smoothly, he won't give up the opportunity to kill his love rival. Dongfang Xianshao is Longchen's adoptive father. As long as Dongfang Xianshao is dead, Longchen will definitely be in chaos. He can still obediently cultivate. Yes. The first demon elder nodded approvingly and said, if we attack Longchen now, no matter what form we take, the palace master will suspect us. And if we attack Dongfang Xianshao, as long as he dies, Longchen will definitely be confused. As long as he is confused, we will not be afraid that he will surpass Dan Feng and Little Yu and take away the Demon Emperor sword. Moreover, as long as he is confused, we will have more chances to kill him. Even the great demon elder was a little excited. It could be said that after Yang Danfeng proposed this method, 5 of them immediately agreed. The only one who did not express her opinion was Murongyu. It could be said that she was very conflicted in her heart. Between the two sides, one of them was the teacher who taught her and made her who she was today, while the other side was her conscience and justice, as well as some inexplicable emotions. When Yang Danfeng proposed this idea, Murongyu knew that they were in trouble. She knew Longchen. If Longchen was really killed by such a trick, Longchen would definitely fall into a state of madness. At that time, maybe the 3 great demon elders would really seize the opportunity. No, I absolutely can't do this. This is unfair to Longchen. However, My master has raised me for so many years. If I don't listen to her, wouldn't I be letting down the nurturing she gave me all these years? Wouldn't I become an unfilial person? Murongyu's heart was completely filled with panic. At this time, the three great demon elders and Yang Danfeng had already implemented the plan, while Murongyu stood there blankly. At this time, the second demon elder looked over and looked at Murongyu kindly. He said, "Little you, don't just stand there. Tell us if you have any good ideas. This time we have met a difficult little guy. He robbed you of the second level of the Taoist heart seed magic, so you must avenge him." "Yes, teacher. But I am dull. I really can't think of a good idea. You can decide." Murongyu could only say this for the time being. The second demon elder nodded. After that, he didn't care about Murongyu anymore. Instead, he looked at Yang Danfeng with appreciation, who had come up with ideas and perfected the plan. Time gradually passed. Soon, the time, place and specific details were arranged. This matter should not be delayed. We will carry it out in 3 days. Before that, I will go to Elder He Tian. I believe that with his crazy temperament, he will never miss such a good opportunity in front of him. As long as I have a good talk with him, he can sneak into the Heavenly Devil Palace at midnight 3 days later and kill Dongfang Xianshao. Dongfang Xianshao must be with Xian Ku. As long as Xian Ku is killed, others will know that it was He Tian who did it. Then, who will suspect us? Yang Danfeng said with a complacent smile. Wonderful, truly wonderful. The great elder also had a relaxed expression on his face. There was also Yang Danfeng, who had thought of such a method. Otherwise, he would also be frowning, not knowing how to deal with Long Qin. In that case, let's go back. The plan had been perfected. Now, it was time to disperse. At this time, Yang Danfeng suddenly said to the second demon elder, "Martial Ant, there is one thing that I want to say today." "Danfeng, just say it." The more the second demon elder looked at this disciple of his senior brother, the more he liked him. "It's like this. I believe the three of you can tell that I've had feelings for little you since I was young. It's just that all this while, little you's cultivation has always been on par with mine. As a man, I'm not stronger than her, so I don't dare to say these feelings in front of little you. Today, in front of Master, Martial Ant and Martial Uncle, I hope Martial Ant can agree to a request of mine." Yang Danfeng took advantage of the situation just now and took another step forward. "What do you want?" the second demon elder asked with a faint smile. Hearing Yang Danfeng mention this, Murongyu suddenly felt disgusted. But she couldn't show it in front of the elders, so she warned Yang Danfeng with cold eyes. Unexpectedly, Yang Danfeng turned a blind eye and said to the second demon elder directly, "Martial Ant, my feelings for Xiao Yu can be witnessed by heaven and earth. I believe that all of you have seen it. So I want to take this opportunity to plead with you. If I can get the Demon Supreme Sword and become stronger than Xiao Yu, please marry her to me. In that case, I will have the strength to protect her." After Yang Danfeng finished speaking, the three demon elders looked at each other and then burst into laughter, which made Yang Danfeng and Murongyu somewhat confused. At this time, the second demon elder finished laughing first and said, "Danfeng, you don't know. We have always thought of you and Xiao Yu as a couple. You are not young anymore and should be at the age of marriage. You are right. Men do need to be stronger than their women to be respected. So I agree to your request. If you can get the Demon Supreme Sword, I will marry Xiao Yu to you." "Thank you, Martial Ant." Yang Danfeng suddenly showed a look of great joy. "Master." Murongyu didn't give Yang Danfeng face. She hurriedly said, "Marriage is such a big thing. How can you be so careless?" Xiao Yu, don't say that. You don't know how lucky you are." The first demon elder in the middle interrupted her and said with a smile, "In the younger generation of Tsangyang country, the only people who are better than you are Danfeng and Lin Zichen. If you don't marry Danfeng, can you marry Lin Zichen? You are young and extraordinary, but there is a man who is about to surpass you in cultivation. He loves you deeply for 20 years. What else is there to say? Today, your martial uncle is going to make the decision for Danfeng. If he gets the Demon Supreme Sword, you have to marry him. Otherwise, we will have to snatch the bride. Thank you, master. Yang Danfeng hurriedly said. For the 3 demon elders, this was originally what they had planned. Today, it was just Yang Danfeng who said it. As for Murong Yu's reaction, it was also within their expectations. After all, every girl would be confused before marriage. In the eyes of the 3 demon elders, this was a normal thing. When they went to bed, they would get used to it. Well, it's settled. You can all leave. The first demon elder's heart was swept away. After returning to her residence, Murong Yu had been thinking about 2 things today. First, they were going to kill Long Chen's adoptive father, Dongfeng Xianshao. Second, if Yang Danfeng got the Demon Supreme Sword, she would have to marry him and live a miserable life from then on. Originally, Murong Yu was not so determined, but the second thing brought her too much resistance. She sat in front of the window and looked out in confusion. Her beautiful face was hidden behind the black veil. Murong Yu, what should you do? Taoist Heart Demon. In the process of cultivating the Taoist Heart Demon, time passed little by little. After 3 days, Long Chen and Xiao Lang had made some progress. With Lingxi as the translator, basically the 3 of them studied the secret book together. After communicating with each other, the Taoist Heart Demon Seed technique became extraordinarily simple. Chen, you have to thank me. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't know what Xiao Lang was thinking. Lingxi said with some pride. Thank you my ass. By the way, Xiaoxi, do you know a way to let me communicate with Xiao Lang directly? This was a very troublesome thing for Long Chen. This. Lingxi tilted her head and said, you won't be able to learn this method of mine for the time being, but I do remember that there is a secret method that if a demonic beast has enough intelligence to cultivate, it will eventually be able to speak like a human. Little Wolf's intelligence is definitely enough, what it lacks is that secret method. Isn't that nonsense? Long Chen was a little speechless. He turned to look at Wang Xing, who was quietly cultivating below, and said, Wang Xing is indeed much safer here. Otherwise, if Yang Danfeng meets him, he will definitely not show mercy. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.